Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jamhuri yetu sote tulilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Asanteni, tunaweza kuketi.
Asanteni sana. So, welcome to the Democracy and Human Rights Festival 2024. Wapi makofi ya Forum Steve? Over the years, at least wamekuwa tuwezesha ili tukuwe tunaweza kuhold this amazing festival. Sindio? We must safeguard our democracy at all costs. Sindio? Sindio? Ile chai ilikuwa imewekwa nini?
Chai bado haijakikin. Unajua kuna there's where's Maria? Maria amevaa some t-shirt inasema food is political. Yeah, so food is good. Bado ina kick in. It's only a matter of time. But this year's theme, kumbuka, yesterday was a Human Rights Day.
Human Rights Day.
Yes, and today we're having this very important event, democracy and human rights. And the theme is equality, reducing inequalities and advancing human rights. Our future, right now. Ningetaka turudie sote pamoja. Our rights, our future, right now. Now let's do it with more energy. Like we mean it. Si ati ni kama tunalazimishwa, sio eh? All right, kwa pamoja. Our rights, our future, right now. Yes. #haki.
So some house rules kidogo. Tafadhali kama unataka kutumia washroom, if you want to use the washroom, gentlemen, mtaenda side ya right. Hii ni side ya left. Sindio? Ukiwa umekaa hivyo setting ni side ya left, sindio? Ladies, the other side, sindio? So you can walk just slowly mpaka your side and then utakuwa sorted.
Yes, and we can minimize movement, and also kwa wale mabeshte zetu that you know the registered or friend told you the registered for this particular festival. Na ukiangalia around huwaoni, yes, hit them up, wambie we've already started and we're getting it going. So wambie wa come through. Yeah, we want to get things on the move as fast as possible. And wakati tunaongea juu ya human rights and all that, maybe we can have a little background on it before we actually get things rolling.
Yes, so as you can see, the trend in Kenya, sindio? Democracy na ikoaje. I have a prize. By the way, niko na prize. State of the Kenyan country. Democracy iko wapi? Iko wapi sahi?
Of late tumekuwa tukihold the government to account, sindio? Wakitubeba ufala tunawashozi. This is not the way. So when we talk about human rights and democracy, tunaongea juu story kama police brutality. Tumecheki majenzi waki come through. And right now, it's not a Gen Z issue. It's a generation zote issue. Kila mmoja wetu amekuwa akijitokeza na kuhakikisha ya kwamba, you know what, we have the facts and we can hold our government to account when it comes to issues zenye tunafeel manze hazigo right. That's why we're here today, to have such conversations, kuensure ya kwamba maoni yako wewe kama Mkenya unapata kusikika, unapata kuongea na unapata kusema kama kitu haiko sawa, you state it as it is, because human rights are basic rights, and that's why we are here today. Today we're going to have so much going on. We have conversations, and also tutakuwa na various performances through which they are, showcasing various activism through various forms of art.
So are you through, Stella?
Take it away.
Okay, right about now, due to time constraint, we'll go straight to the introduction and invitation to the annual Democracy Festival, which will be conducted by Ingrid Servat Aden, Deputy SG for AMSIV. Wapi makofi yake tafadhali? So, Abdul.
Let's direct our attention to the screen.
Screen.
Can you hear me now?
Welcoming remarks from Ingrid, Deputy SG for AMSIV.
Great. Distinguished guests, partners, CSO, community members, government officials, and development partners present. Good morning. It is an honor to speak to you today as we commemorate Human Rights Day 2024. This year's theme, Our Rights, Our Future, Right Now, captures the urgency, the hope, and the responsibility we carry in our collective journey towards a just, sustainable, and equitable world. As we commemorate the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted 76 years ago, we are reminded of its promise: dignity, freedom, and equality for all. But this promise is not self-fulfilling. It demands our collective efforts and our collective commitment to defend and advance these rights, particularly for the most vulnerable amongst us. In my reflection, our rights remind us of the inherent dignity and freedoms every individual is entitled to, regardless of race, gender, nationality, or any other status. These rights are not just ideals written in charters or declarations. They are the foundation of peace, freedom, and justice. Our future signifies the world we're striving to build. One where no one is left behind, where children grow up with access to education, where everyone, and in particular marginalized groups, live free from violence and oppression, and where the environment is protected for generations to come. And right now emphasizes the urgency of our mission. Human rights violations continue to rise globally, from attacks on freedom of expression to environmental degradation, and that disproportionately affect vulnerable populations. We cannot afford to wait. The time for action is not tomorrow, it's now, today. At Forum Civ, we have always believed in the transformative power of people-driven change. Whether through our support for grassroots movements, our advocacy for democratic governance, or our innovative initiatives like the Artivism Residency, we aim to amplify the voices of those who demand justice and accountability. This festival embodies our mission to amplify voices and inspire change. From today's thought-provoking discussions to the Artivism Showcase, highlighting the transformative power of art, we celebrate the resilience and creativity of those driving the human rights agenda forward. Further, we recommit ourselves to standing in solidarity with communities who fight for their rights, often at great personal risk. We reaffirm our dedication to ensuring that the spaces for civil society remain open and vibrant. But this mission is not one that any one single organization or individual can accomplish alone. It requires collective effort. Governments must prioritize human rights in policy making. Corporations must embrace ethical practices. Civil society must remain vigilant and vocal. And each of us, as individuals, must question the systems and norms that perpetuate inequality and injustice. Despite the challenges, let's draw inspiration from the resilience of those who continue to fight for their rights against all odds. The activists, journalists, indigenous communities, and everyday citizens who dare to speak truth to power are a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, today we also celebrate the achievements of the 20 Artivism Fellowship graduates. At Forum Civ, we reaffirm our commitment to supporting the next generation of changemakers. They are the future of advocacy, weaving stories of resilience and justice that inspire us all. When we leave this gathering today, let us remember that human rights are not just words on a page. They are promises we make to one another, promises to build a world where justice prevails, where every voice is heard, and where every individual has the opportunity to live in dignity and freedom. Together, we can ensure that our rights lead to our future, starting right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ingrid, for the amazing welcoming remarks. Wapi makofi yake once again.
I think we will do better as the day goes along. But yeah, thank you so much, Ingrid, for that remarks right there. Najua kuna wengi wanashangaa hii governor's office. What is going on here?
Yes.
Kama kuna swali, we're about to answer that question because najua maswali ni mengi. Now, to introduce the next act on stage, wanafahamika kama Buni Media. They use innovative techniques to produce content that challenges social political norms in a bid to redefine Africa's global image, or rather image globally. And wangapi wanajua XYZ?
Inua mkono comfortably kama unajua XYZ, si ndio?
Bas. Ndio wale wasee basi. They're all about, fights for open, accountable communities and participatory governance and freedom of expression. So,
Yes. And for today, ile theme watakuwa wanatumia state of human rights and democracy in Kenya. So, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Count of 1, 2, 3. Show some.
Bunduki zikija na sote tuko tayari. Mko tayari? Zikikuja mko tayari? Hati na tiagasi zikija. Asema tiagasi zikija na sote tuko tayari. Zikija mbele yako we kanyaga. Kweli. Na sote tuko tayari. Here we are again. Thank you very much. MC aliuliza swali. Nani aliuliza swali? Where are we as a country in terms of democracy? Kama mtu alimjibu, acha nichague jamaa jibu. As Kenya tumefikia wapi kidemokrasia? Tunaenda mbele ama tunarudi nyuma?
Cheki, Kasmall. Liko na merchandise hapa.
Ndio.
Sawa? Na mtachangamka tafadhali. Niko na merchandise hapa.
Changamsha. Kuna mkono hapa hivi.
Okay, thank you. In regards to that question, where are we as a country in democracy? I feel like we have good policies and good democracy and human rights noted down in our constitution. But, however, these rights that are written down, very good, na zikapigwa chapa, they are not being followed, or rather, hazifuatwi. Like yesterday we had femicide, and that is one case scenario of what has been going on in the country. Personally, to me, 2024, it's a depressing year. Yesterday we had femicide, and 10 minutes in the march, our police walikuwa washaland. Ungedhania ni criminals, ungedhania man tumekuja kubom. And they came and they were so brutal, they were treating people badly. And I feel like as a country we have very good policies that are not being followed. And man, it's devastating.
It's really true that we are not moving forward.
Kasmol.
One more.
Na kupatia na merchandise. Haya. Itabidi mmechangamka. Up your game, guys.
Thank you very much, Mumbiko Kingori from Youth Cafe. And I think democracy has no its own wheels or legs. Democracy, yes, we have it, but the implementers are just out there doing worse.
Thank you. Beginning Makofi. And we have a good constitution that is progressive, one of the best constitutions in the world. Okio Mtata is here. We are all here, Gen Zs. Tuko kwa how? We also have devolution, which is somehow not working. I don't know why. Watu wameja Nairobi, watu wamekata kurudi Oshago. I don't know what's going on. Hi Salma, how are you? Nimekuona. So, this is what we want to take a journey twende county fulani. Kwa hiyo county fulani tunataka tujue ni nini magovernors wanafanya huko ndani, vile sisi tunaongelea mambo za femicide nini. Huko kwa mashinani huko, what are they doing and what is going on in the county fulani. Twendeni county fulani pamoja. Uzikija nyuma yako we. Kanyaga. Kweli. Na sote tuko tayari. Twende county fulani pamoja. Now Jennifer, yes. Ulipigia watu wa treasury ukawazushia sana kuhusu pesa zile zimechelewa.
Exactly. How can countries be hours? 4 months now.
Exactly. Mimi niliwapigia mara kama 10 hivi. Hakuna mtu anashika simu huko.
Juzi walisema ati internet iko down ndio sababu pesa hazijafikia account.
Imagine that. Na ni uongo tu.
Jana wanasema ati cabinet secretary ako na home hajaenda bank.
But worry not. Nimepata notification. Ni kama tunaweza pata 2 billion ya kujishikilia nayo. Kwanza by tomorrow.
That's great. 2 billion itatusaidia sana bwana governor.
Sisi ama county?
Ni county bwana governor. Si ni county? Hizo dispensaries 2 zenye ziko mlango kubwa zinaweza kuwa renovated na hata to stock madawa.
Umesema nini exactly? Sikusikii. Umesema?
Alafu hata kwa doctors si tunaweza lipa outstanding salaries.
Wewe wacha haraka. Kwanza tuko na accounts ngapi? Tuone kama tunaweza ongeza kama 10 hivi.
Tuko na kama 100 accounts. Good. Na nimesikia watu wa anti corruption wakisema ati hizi accounts zinaleta corruption. Ati corruption? Waulize kwani kuna shida gani county ikiwa na tupesa kando kwa kutengeza nywele, kununua mboga na kulipa rent, Corruption ni hao. Ala nonsense. Lakini si unakumbuka hiyo pesa?
Wacha leo story hazina faida Jennifer. What's wrong with you? Sasa ndio hii list nataka uende utype vizuri. Ya zile vitu nimefikiria wananchi wanaweza kuwa wanataka niwafanyie. Sawa. Tukutumie ile pesa kidogo tumepata. Sawa.
Boss. Hii process umeifanya in reverse. Wametoa opinions saa ngapi? Si mimi nafikiria tunahitaji kuhusisha watu kwa process ndio tusiwafanyie vitu hawahitaji.
Wewe Jennifer, si ulipitia secondary school?
Yeah, of course nilipitia bwana governor.
Unakumbuka zile composition ulikuwa umemaliziwa alafu wewe mwenyewe unatafuta mwanzo vile inaanza. Kwa mfano na mwishowe nyumba ya governor ikajengwa.
Lakini wananchi wanafaa ku involved bado.
Wewe, si unataka kisiagi kwa mkate yako kila siku?
Ni siagi sio kisiagi bwana governor.
Whatever. Kisiagi is the same thing. Sasa fanya hivi. Hii mambo ya too much accountability wachia ma-activists. Sawa. Fanya tu vile mmefanya last time. Mobilize jana kama 10 hivi. Si unajua penye mtama wengi hauwezi kumwaga kuku. Yaani kuku.
Tunaifanyia wapi hiyo participation? Tunaifanyia wapi?
Ongea na kina Martin wa mobilization mfanye hiyo kitu hapo nje kwa bar hapo nyuma ya bar iko nyuma ya ofisi yetu ya county. Hata mimi nitapitia hapo matime yake. Okay?
Okay, sawa bwana governor.
Na mtu asikuje mwenye hajakaribishwa. Sitaki mambo mnafanyanga over mobilization.
Yes boss.
Kila mtu atapewa supu na mfupa pamoja na kanywaji kidogo akitoa participation yake ndogo hapo.
Na si watalewa sana bwana governor.
Wakiliwa ndio vizuri. Ikifika hiyo time sasa utawaambia waweke kidole. signature ni muhimu sana kwa hii Kenya saa hii. Wote watasign hapa chini kwamba wamekubali county ijenge gate ya 100 million. Sawa. Ninunue kiti ya kukalia ya 50 million ya governor. Maua kupanda nje ya nyumba ya governor maua 50 million. Kujenga hiyo daraja kadogo kutumia simiti mbili na miti kadhaa hapo 17 million. Si ndio?
But umeandika 20 million. Are you sure hii si era wana governor?
No, 20 million. Hakuna era hapo. Hii budget ni pia ya kulaunch. Unajua launch inakuja na wageni watakuja pia wengi.
Ni sawa lakini mapicha je?
Oh my goodness. Umefanya vizuri sana kunikumbusha. Hakikisha umeweka tents, watu wakuja wakiingia hapo ndani wapige picha kama wanaweka sign. Si ndio? Hiyo ni important sana kwa monitoring and evaluation.
Articles 196 na 201 vya katiba ya Kenya 2010 vinadhibitisha public participation katika budget process kwa ngazi ya county ili kuhakikisha uwazi, uwajibikaji na ushirikishwaji. Governor, hauwezi fanya vile unataka.
Wacha. Ati nasema hiya yawe. Haya mjui hiyo wimbo. Hiya yawe. Governors tutapulo baadaye. Governors na accounts. Tumeona governor kuna accounts ngapi ndugu yangu?
Amesema 100.
Why do you think they have so many accounts in counties?
Sini za kukula do, za kufisha pesa hapo.
Za kufisha pesa. Na wakati pesa zinakula kwenye counties zinanyima wewe mwananchi human rights zake za healthcare, better education, better systems zinafanya you cannot enjoy your human rights and democracy. And that's what we are discussing here. But don't we have institutions ambazo zinaweza saidia hizi corruption yetu imalizike? Do you have institutions, my friend? Kuna institutions za kufight corruption?
Ziko.
Zinafanya kazi?
Sidhani.
Ni kama gani hivi? Kama institution kama gani hivi? Msaidie.
EACC.
EACC ni moja.
Najua polisi.
Hizo tu. Tunasema tu zile mbaya. Kama mrasa.
Musemaga poa nao wamepoa. Watu kama hawa wamekojoa nafuatilia hizi kesi jo na hawana closure.
Hawana closure.
Bado hao masanse wako kwa street, bado wana madama boy mtaani. Ni kuongea tu, bado watu wanabonga na kufuatilia sana. Bureaucracy mingi.
Very, very good. That's what we are talking about. Wacha turudi county fulani tuone kama hizi institutions tunasema zina work ama haziwork. Amba vile msanii amesema poa bado imepoa. County fulani. We, Janjes, hope ushapiga hiyo order yangu. Ati taiva in 2 hours. We bwana, mimi ni governor bwana. Siwezi ngoja pesa kutoka kwa national government kwa miezi 6. Alafu pia ningoje mtumbukiza hivi for 2 hours. Afadhali nikule ikiwa mbichi bwana. I'm coming there bwana.
Ulitumia 200 million kujenga tu choo mbili za 3 feet by 3 feet hapo kwa market kwa pesa ya last year financial year.
No, wewe ati mbili. No.
Ni mbili.
Ilikuwa moja wewe, sio mbili. Yes.
Which makes our work even more easier. Wewe leta mikono yako hapa. Leta mikono.
No, hapana, niko na rights. Ngojeni kwanza. Ngoja kwanza. I have a right to a phone call. Hebu ngoja nitafuta hii. Hello, bwana lawyer. Wewe sikia kwanza. Salamu ni za nini saa hii bwana? Fanya hivi. Pigia ule magistrate wetu ile friendly ya ukimbia huko kwake saa hii. Akupatia anitafutia anticipatory bail. Juu mimi niko karibu na shiko hapa. Hebu anitumie hiyo bail saa hii hata kama niko WhatsApp.
Anatusumbua bwana.
Nionyeshe hawa hapa. Niko pabaya bwana. Niko kwa mdomo ya simba. Sitaki kulala kwa cell na weekend inakaribia.
Ati utumiwe bail. Are you joking my friend?
No, mimi stroke hapa mpaka mlete gari ya 4-wheel drive ni bebe hapa. Ndio hata kama ninashikwa niingie kwa gari ya maana 4-wheel drive. Mheshimiwa anashikwa.
No, mheshimiwa, sasa you are wasting our time. Haraka.
No, kwanza mimi ni ngoja kidogo. Kama kuna kitu.
Hii si mtu lazima tubebe.
Ndio hii hapa. Hii ni nini? Hii ni nini? Chukeni muangalie. Hii ni nini? Nimeshatumiwa. Shika uone, angalieni. Allah.
Hebu ngoja.
Don't joke.
Ati anticipatory bail
Hiyo.
Yani unachukua anticipatory bail ili kitu gani? Kabla hata haujashikwa bwana, haujapatiwa
Ndio hiyo sasa.
Yes, you people are making our life difficult to us, Mnatupotezea wakati. Kwa hivyo ulijua wewe ni criminal?
Yes and no. Kwanza sababu mimi si mjinga. Ukiwa governor lazima uko umejipanga. Makosa yanaweza kupata mali yoyote anytime. Ni kujipanga my friend.
Avande. Hii hapana, hii haiwezi kubalika.
Yes. Haiwezekani. This is misuse of justice system. Lazima ufike kotini.
Twende.
Ukijaribu kusonga
hii kumfu yako utapeleka kwa sela.
Niko nayo kwa WhatsApp simu. Kwa WhatsApp. Mtu atapata injury hapa. Mtu atapata injury. Mmoja hapa na.
Learn from that arrest? As much as the criminals are ready, kitu understand pia ni at least kuna information inaenda kwa ground and there's civic awareness. People wanna realize that our funds are being misused and they are taking responsibility.
At least kuna awareness kidogo,
Aya, Kasmall, before you proceed, tafadhali. Lazima watu waamke, si ndio? Lazima watu waamke, watu wachangamke.
Also, the projects that are being done in the community, they are not adding up to the amount of money that was allocated for the projects.
From the act, it seems our leaders know what they are supposed to do and just ignore.
So, Kasmall, wewe ndio utaamua, sawa? Haya. Ni moja tu, so ile jawabu itakubamba, hiyo ndio tutaenda nayo.
What has stood out for me is your story, anticipatory bail. Like they are actually anticipating watakuwa arrested, and they have this magistrate within their payrolls.
So we realize that human rights and democracy in this country is for a privileged few, si ndio? Kama ni jenzi angekuwa anashikwa saa hizi kwa hiyo shughuli angearestiwaje? So you know what would have been happening? Yeah, but there's a difference between how a jenzi is being arrested and how the governor is going to be arrested, or an MCA, or sasa nataka tujue what can we do about it? Because we are here to discuss reducing inequalities and democracy and human rights. What can we do about it? Tunaweza fanya nini about it? Tushaenda kwa sisi tukaabductiwa.
Mi kitu tunaweza sema ni kitu tunaweza do sahi as citizens ni kuorganize, kukuwa na civic engagements na kuno our political education in order to differentiate our right from left, because as of now Ruto anatumaliza bana.
Anatumaliza mkataa kusikia. Kasongo yeye mobile nangai. So now
so shika. We've got all the powers to distribute.
I don't want any powers. He size 2 it can tell. The lady there inaka kumtoshea. Tumpigie makofi. I had no choice, guys, don't worry. Let's stand up and sing one song before we finish up. Tusimame tuimbe wimbo moja ndio tuweze kuchangamka, because we all sema kuchangamsha watu. Hii song tulianza kitambo na Greg Tendo hapo tukiwa vijana wadogo. Na ni ya tu stretch kidogo baada ya kukula imba hiya ya we hiya ya oh hiya ya we imba hiya ya we oh hiya ya we
hiya ya ufisadi we webaki nyuma, sitwaenda na haki.
Ufisadi we,
webaki nyuma, sitwaenda na haki.
Hata bunduki we,
webaki nyuma, sitwaenda na haki.
Hata risasi kwana,
webaki nyuma, sitwaenda na haki.
Hiyaya we,
hiyaya, 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 hiyaya.
Oh, hiyaya we,
hiyaya, 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 hiyaya.
Sote simama we, simama, simama, simama imara. Oh, simama we,
simama, simama, simama imara.
Ole yo,
yo,
ole yo,
yo.
Asanteni sana, back to you.
Wapi makofi ya Muni Media?
We get entertained and at the same time to learn.
Yes.
Very important. Kumbuka pia to get interactive on our social media pages. Pale Forum Sieve, #haki, piga picha, andika ujumbe pale, kitu umelearn, something that you've learned today, something that you want to share today, because we know we are living in an era whereby digital is everything. Kwa hivyo, ensure that you put a digital footprint pale to ensure that those who are not here can still get the message wherever they are.
Yes, Stella. Without any further ado, can you introduce the next speaker?
All right.
Because of time.
At about this point in time, allow me to introduce Abraham Isoi kutoka Embassy of Sweden in Nairobi. Makofi kwake tafadhali.
Karibu sana Abraham.
Yeah, those are songs that we used to sing when we were still in primary school. Kakai Kilonso. Good morning. Good morning. How are you? How are you? I come from the other generation that we call millennials. So we don't have a lot of those other things that Gen Zs have. But we really identify with Gen Zs. My name is Abraham Isoi, not Abraham. And I have a story behind my name. And I always like to say so that people get to know where the name Abraham comes from. It's an Abraham with an S, so meaning Abraham. When I was in Form 1, way back, some years back, there's this set book called The Mind Boy. And if you happen to have read that book, it's a very nice book. And it identifies with the current situation that we have in the African context. It was written by one person from South Africa called Peter Abrahams. And it was talking about one young man who used to work with in the mines in South Africa. And this guy used to do a lot of, he came from a background that is, let's say, humble background. And one of the characters in that book was a lady who was well connected and well networked. And one comment she made was that with money, you can do everything, including buying someone to go for jail for you. So if you connect to that book, said books are meant to give us the scenarios of the societies that we live in. So I connected with it, and ever since, in Form 1, some years back, until when I went to Form 4, then I had to register my name to change it from Abraham to Abrahams, because I identified with every content and every information that was in that book. So that is the story behind my name, and now you know. So I work with the Embassy of Sweden in Kenya, and support in managing programs around governance and rule of law, which is very well connected with the theme of the day, and also the event that we are celebrating today, that is democracy and human rights. And I was asked to do some reflection on the insight on the democracy and human rights in Kenya. I may not have a very rich history around that insight on democracy and human rights, because my senator here, my good friend, Senator Umtata, can give us a lot of insight around that. But I'll give you a small insight based on the experience that I've been able to go through for the last 19 years when I started working in different institutions and CSOs in Kenya before joining the embassy 4 months ago. We could say we've come from far. When we had one party state, the Kanu, the Baba, and Mama that we used to know, for those of us who understand the democracy, I mean, around the one-party state Kenya. Until way back in 1990s, early 90s, I think 1992, if I'm not wrong, that multipartyism came into being. Then 2010, again, of course, we had a lot of conversations and a lot of engagements around having a new constitution in Kenya. The Bomas draft and every other draft that we used to know, the Kilifi one, there was another one, Naivasha, I don't know, until we had the 2010 constitution, which embedded a lot of structures, a lot of articles that really supported democracy and human rights in Kenya. And we were able to celebrate in 2010 when President Mwendazake Mwai Kibaki was able to promulgate. And we were so happy as Kenyans. Of course, we had the opposer side and the proposers. And you know what happened? And we got it. And we said, now Kenya, we are going to be a better country. But what happened? Someone said here, yes, we have very good policies. A lady talked about it. I would also say we have very good legislations as a country, very good sharias. But the big problem in our country is the enforcement of these laws. Someone said the very best constitution that we have. Very true. What I would say about the democracy that we have in Kenya. We are not yet there. Senator was telling me an aspiration to become the president of this country in 2027. And I was challenging him and said, we need those kind of people who understand where we've come from. And we would want to see people that will really enforce the law, implement the constitution the way it is, without thinking of either amending it or putting some clause in it so that they can be protected when they are doing the evils like we saw the governor was doing in one of the counties. The Buni media was able to present to us. So that is what we are looking at. We want people that will enforce this law, because it has the clauses, it has the the aspirations to protect the rights of each and every person, regardless of your status, regardless of who you are or the community you come from, whether you're from the minority or from the majority, like the way I come from, or you're from wherever. It protects your aspirations as a person, as a citizen of this country. So the Embassy of Sweden in Kenya, we promote and we continue to deepen our engagements around democracy and human rights. And this is what we are looking forward to. Our strategy for 2021-2025 is coming to an end next year. But again, we made a deliberate move that we want to engage more and more around issues of democracy and human rights. Why? Because they are fundamental and they are within the Constitution of Kenya. If Sweden as a country can also say we want to deepen those engagements, what about us as Kenyans? What's our take? I'm calling upon you that you need to commit yourselves. In whichever level you are, Gen Zs in 25 of June this year, you did what you did, and you put us in a roadmap in this world. So how do we engage more and more and ensure that the governance that is so wanting in Kenya now is uplifted to a good governance by ensuring that we pressurize and ensure that we push these people who are within these public offices to implement this constitution and all the structures within our laws to the latter, so that we would say the rule of law is governing our country. Finally, I want to say it's our rallying call. We have a collective responsibility. It's not for the embassy, it's not for the Senate, it's not for the parliament, it's for all of us as Kenyans. in whichever small way that we have, that whichever space that we occupy, that we need to collectively ensure that we pursue and pressurize those in public offices to implement the Constitution and ensure that they uphold the democracy and human rights to the latter. I know what's happening. We still have a lot of evil. So things happening that are not as per the Constitution that we have in Kenya. Police brutality. And I'm really, really saddened by what happened yesterday. Those people were rallying and calling for end to femicide. Our girls being killed here and there, our mothers, our girlfriends, our sisters. And the police came out in large numbers to just dismantle that, disorganize that kind of thing. It's really disheartening in a country that we say that we really uphold the rule of law. So colleagues and friends, I want us to ensure that we do our part and ensure that we push and ensure we pursue what is right for each and every person in this country. I don't know much to say, just to wish you all the very best, just to continue engaging, get a lot of lessons, get out there and also share the lessons with other colleagues who are here and other friends, and we will continue to ensure that we push and what we say, tuanguke nao, wenye wanafanya nini, wenye wanatuangusha nyuma, wanaturudisha nyuma, wasipo wanaita nini kwa Kiingereza, if they don't implement the Constitution. That is what we want to see. It's only the Constitution that is supposed to be implemented to the latter. Then we are good to go as a country. I wish you all the very best and wish you well. Greetings from the ambassador, for Caroline Ficini, and also our head of development cooperation, Anika Odoste, and my colleague and friend that we support on issues democracy and human rights, Anna Carlson, who is on vacation, and our colleagues at the embassy. For Ramsip, congratulations, and all the citizens who are here and friends, asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We can do a better round of applause. We need to be part and parcel of this, but also history is important because inatukumbusha where we are, where we came from, but also it makes me realize that tukisoma juu ya Maumau, saizi na realize sisi ndo Maumau, right? Gen Z ndo Maumau wa sai. Millennials, Gen X, and everyone else.
Yes. Tuanguke nao, si ndio? Tulisema tuanguke nao. Can you come on stage tuanguke pamoja basi? Mr. Abraham, kwa heshima tu. Just come on stage. DJ Kelv, alikupatia hint na wewe ukusikia, si ndio? Wapi makofi yake akikama on stage? Haya, tunaanguka nao. Backup kwa Chelimo. Step up on stage.
Hiyo backup imetosha ama bado hajatosha? Nani mwingine?
Mheshimiwa Tia Galgalo. Ningemuita Mheshimiwa Senator Mtata, lakini wacha kuna kitu muhimu anatengeneza. Lakini ataanguka nayo baadaye.
Obviously, DJ.
Haya, tunaanguka na rhythm, si ndio? Bad governance lazima anguke. Haya, tuombe wote basi tunaanguka pamoja.
So as we gather today, I request that we recognize the challenges we face. Yesterday, it was in public domain, and the world kept watching the gender inequality and femicide in Kenya as it unfolded in our eyes. So gender inequality remains a very significant barrier to our women and girls in Kenya, and therefore it prevents us from realizing our full potential. Despite the 2010 Constitution guaranteeing of equality, entrenched patriarchal norms and systematic failures to perpetuate discrimination and violence against women, femicide has reached alarming levels that we have all seen recently. The events of yesterday highlight this stark reality. Instead of this government and the regime fighting against femicide and protecting the rights of vulnerable women across all parts of this country, the law enforcement agencies chose to unleash brutality on innocent protesters who were just advocating for justice. They were not carrying firearms. They were not doing anything that is not in the 2010 Constitution. So this response not only undermines the principles of equality and justice as it is enshrined in our Constitution, but what it was meant to do was to deter and discourage activism that is aimed at addressing the ills of this society, which includes gender-based violence. Remember, Article 27 of our very own Constitution guarantees that every person is equal before this law, and therefore is entitled to equal protection and benefit without any discrimination. The same Constitution in Article 28 upholds the inherent dignity of all individuals, the right to have that dignity respected and protected. So when our women and girls face this violence and systemic neglect, these rights, therefore, are blatantly violated. So simply, we are not respecting the law. We've seen the examples of cases of femicide, such as the tragic death of Ivy Wangeshi in 2019 and Agnes Wairimu in 2012, and the scores continue to date 2024, which had the highest. Let's underscore how the justice system often fails to provide timely investigation or accountability. I'll pick an example on Wanjiru's case. Her murder, allegedly, was involving British soldiers stationed in Kenya. It went unresolved nearly a decade now, raising questions about the commitment to justice for gender-based violence. Additionally, the failure to allocate adequate resources and implement measures that address femicides, as with disregard to Article 43, which guarantees our economic, social, and cultural rights. This systematic neglect perpetuates a cycle of violence that impacts negatively on women who are the bedrock of a society. Remember, if you affect a woman who's supposed to nurture and bring forth, you kill a generation and a community at large. So the government's failure to prioritize that and curb femicide not only violates our Constitution, but it erodes public trust, addressing the issues that require firm commitment to uphold constitutional protection, accountability, and ensuring a society where girls and women live free from fear and discrimination. The second aspect that I would like to highlight today is on youth inclusion in Kenya. So ideally, we should be included. However, we are excluded. So the topic should read, youth exclusion in Kenya. So the exclusion of these youth from meaningful opportunities denies Kenya's young people who, without a shame, we are saying we are the heartbeat of this nation, the chance to fulfill our potential. We have a youthful population that holds dreams and aspirations of this country. This marginalization undermines national progress and violates our rights. Young people exercise their democratic rights as guaranteed in our Constitution. Often, we've seen with the Gen Z revolution, face police brutality, repression, highlighting systematic failures to uphold the constitutional rights. Article 55, just to remind all of us and the government, mandates the state to take measures to enhance youth to have access to education, employment, opportunities for political participation. However, what we see is contrary. High rate of unemployment, limited access to decision-making processes. We are never involved. We actually told you're too young to make decisions for your country. and lack of empowerment programs that is meant to expose the gap between the constitutional ideas and the reality. So youth who are seen to attempt to voice their grievances through protests or public demonstrations like we saw in the Gen Z, and which is enshrined in Article 37, are often met by excessive use of force from law enforcement agencies, and nothing happens because the law enforcement agencies receive the instructions from the government of the day. So, quick example, the Gen Z protest in June, which is still fresh in our memories, where we lost a lot of our young people, our comrades. We go back to 2023, we go back to the Gen Z protest in 2023 to 2024, and the anti-government protests on the cost of high living, which affects us, the police brutality, and the beatings and arrests, and not forgetting, it is this regime that taught us abductions, that you can wake up in the morning and you're not guaranteed. You tell your parents, bye, or your friends, you're not guaranteed you will come back. So we live in certain times. But remember, that Article 29 guarantees the rights and freedoms and freedom to security of any person and protection from violence and inhumane treatment. 2017, another cycle, we saw the post-election violence. Youth were the forefront of these political movements. They were targeted by security agencies. We remember a very sad tale of baby Pendo, Samantha Pendo in Kisumu, 6-month-old baby, and other young victims who lost their lives. It shouldn't have gotten to that. So these examples reflect a broader pattern of youth exclusion and violations of their rights. The government must not only uphold the 2010 Constitution, but invest in the youth, ensure there is empowerment to contribute to our motherland, and ensure Kenya's socio-economic development is on the right trajectory without fear. As I spoke today in the beginning, I talked about economic, which I'm very keen on. The economic disparities in this country, corruption, governance, issues, and failures in upholding the human rights and constitutional freedom is something worrying. Remember, this economic It is a regional powerhouse, but bad governance, corruption, disregard to the rule of law by government institutions and government personnel have stagnated this progress. So it has not only violated our rights constitutionally, but our fundamental human rights. Remember, Article 10 underscores the value of good governance. It talks about integrity, transparency, accountability. However, these principles are routinely disregarded, as evidenced by recent actions by the legislature. Look at the Adani project. It speaks volumes about the lack of public participation, which is guaranteed in Article 118, and the transparency in the decision-making process. So this absence of clear accountability mechanisms in such ventures raises concern on how our public resources are managed. Further, it brings inequality. Remember, we are also being overtaxed, and it has led to the plight of ordinary citizens, and reports now indicate that nearly half of average Kenyan salary goes towards taxes, tunagawana mshahara na serikali, yet there is little to show. We can't see any development done in this country. We cannot see good roads, we cannot see any sector thriving. But we are sharing a salary, nusu ya Zakayo, nusu yetu. So as funds are frequently lost to corruption, public wastage, and government spending, this violates, of course, Article 201, which requires finances to be managed responsibility with transparency. Corruption scandals, you're aware, have been so many, from National Youth Service haste to the Kenya Medical Authority, the KAMSA, the COVID-19 funds management, to just mention a few. They highlight how corruption is deeply entrenched, and this deprives citizens of its services. So huku mututoze ushuru, then you come back, waste our money and show us nothing, but you want to share a payslip with us. So the economic burden has actually plunged many into untold misery. Poverty remains at a high rate, and this undermines Article 43, which guarantees our economic rights and social rights, which includes, of course, healthcare, education, and adequate standard of living. This ballooning cost of living has made basic commodities like food and shelter far from reaching many Kenyans, which is a direct failure by the government. So addressing these challenges require commitment to the Constitution 2010. But when you have systems in place and a government which has no regard for the rule of law, then we continue to live in abject poverty and the rule of law is never respected. Another quick example is land injustices, which has been there since time immemorial. So Kenya has faced these challenges, deeply rooted in the colonial history, and it has perpetuated post-independence. They mainly manifest in inequitable land distribution. We have the forced evictions, I'm sure you know that, and the disregard for the rights of the marginalized community. As I give quick examples, look at an example is the disposition of indigenous communities like the Ogiek and Singwer, who have been evicted from their ancestral lands, like the Mau Forest and Embut Forest, under the guise of environmental conservation. While environment protection, we are saying, is important, these are carried without adequate consultation or alternatives, therefore leaving the communities impoverished without access to livelihood. In urban areas where we are now, like in Nairobi, we've seen evictions rampant, with no regard, no notice, no regard to the rule of law. We've seen Kibera, we saw Mukuru, and we saw these residents without proper resettlement plans. Therefore, their rights to Article 43 was violated. To land and land grabbing, corruption by elites, high-profile cases, acquisition of public land meant for schools, for conservation, Dambibi land being an example also, highlight the role of influential individuals in this country who perpetuate injustice. You are alive to those facts where government entities or particular individuals decide land for school is no longer important for school, we want to build hotels. So this land is illegally allocated to private developers at the expense of the public. Of course, this requires robust land reforms. However, as an advocate, I say we have good laws. The only problem we face is implementation. We also have a problem with limited access to justice as a violation of our constitutional human rights. Access to justice and rule of law have become a systematic barrier in dealing with the corruption. We are having lack of legal aid clinics, backlog of cases in court that prevents many citizens. Remember, Article 48 of the Constitution gives us individuals access to justice without reasonable delay. However, this promise, as they say, kwa ground ni different, goes unfulfilled, especially for marginalized communities and the young. A case example is the Singwa indigenous community who were evicted without legal due process, explains how lack of justice can render the voiceless against powerful actors. The community has attempted, of course, to seek redress, which have been hampered by limited resources and bureaucratic processes and obstacles. Therefore, their right to property as per Article 40 and fair administration Article 47 have been infringed. Backlog of cases, again, judiciary, it also hinders our timely, because they say justice delayed is justice denied. So it has indicated that. Article 50 also has been violated by not being given access to legal, access to fair hearing, administrative fair hearing. Remember also legal fees. If you're poor, you cannot afford, you're fighting a rich person who has taken your land because he or she is in government, and you're poor. You cannot even afford legal aid or fees. So these many unable to perform their robust duty, and we are unable to afford representation, so it brings complex cases. Many women facing gender-based violence, evictions, cannot be able to take legal action due to the cost of filing fees, obtaining legal representation, the undermining right to security and dignity, So, coupled with that, we all give up, come to a point, as I wind up, that we are all tired. So what should we do to defend civic rights and ensure accountability? We must endeavor as Kenyans to stand up and strengthen our institution and restore democratic processes. The institution is not the individual. Remember, those institutions are using our hard-earned money as taxpayers. They are there courtesy of Kenyans, not the president or the legislature. So the minute we take our power and say, you're there courtesy of serving us, you're not serving somebody else. So can you shape up or you shape out? There is no shortcut. It's either you do the job as per the 2010 Constitution, deliver to Kenyans, or if not, kanyaga, kubwa kubwa, shape out, and allow another Kenyan qualified with merit to sit and serve Kenyans. The second one is that we must ensure economic justice and fight against corruption starts from grassroots. Do not be shy to tell a young person, ukikuja and you find a police officer telling you, give me 50 shillings, I will release you. You'd rather go to court than be released. Because it starts from down there. We start corruption from down there, it goes up to the helm. Although we face a problem, a woman can be arrested or a man because he or she stole a hen. But what about those who did corruption scandals and stole millions, denied us good roads, good hospitals, good education? They are scot-free. So the double standards must stop. And it starts with you and me as ambassadors to say no. You either serve me because I am here as of right as a Kenyan and this is my motherland. If you want corruption, sorry, look for someone else. If 10 of us did that, then we'd be in a better place because it starts with us. And if we put our foot down to those leaders who are in government right now and we tell them any corruption scandal, we will protest until you go home. So you choose. You're there because of us. You cannot share a salary with us, overtax us, and then again, go and show us your arrogance by living large and wasting our money. That clarion call must start with me and you. The last is empowering youth and embracing technology. We have seen the power of social media. Let's not leave it at that. It must go in tandem. Remember, half of this population of the Kenyan population, some are not in areas where there's network. There are areas where network, for you to get network, I have to climb a tree. So this must go hand in hand. As we do civic education, as we mobilize on social media, we must have ambassadors on the ground to speak for good governance and economic reforms. Because it is that economic reform that has given those people the power to disrespect us and talk to us the way they want. It is that economic power yielded to them that they use it to make us more and more vulnerable. When you go there, CDF is your right. But because the power belongs to, they have the money in the pocket, you must queue for 5-6 days and I'll give whoever I want. That's the attitude. Kenya imewapa kiburi ni hiyo pesa yetu. So once we remember that at the grassroots level, tuko na mambo mawili, good governance and just economy. We push that narrative. If you are here to make money where natengeneza pesa, we go to the private sector. We want leadership. Tunataka mtumishi, hatutaki mheshimiwa. Wewe na heshimiwa kwako nyumbani. Hapa ni kazi. So we must endeavor to go down there and say enough is enough. So this activism, let's maximize on social media. Let's maximize on technology. Let's maximize on platforms like this. But let's remember, we are going to festivities. Ukienda ushago, go to the ground and tell the mamas, the wazes, and the younger people who do not have internet. Tell them the future ni yetu. Our forefathers did their part. We must, it's like a relay. You run, pass the baton. They fought our political rights. This second liberation is on our economic rights. Because hiyo ndo inapea mtu kiburi, you give that person a vote, 2022, atakuja 2026, amekuja na gari kubwa, vioo zimefungwa juu, nani anampea kiburi? Pesa yetu. So the minute we address economic reforms, and we talk about debt issue, and ask who ate this money, where did the money go, was the law followed, then now we're on the right trajectory. So all these are sideshows. Come and tell me I'm a Kikuyu, I'm a Luo, I'm a Embu, I'm a Somali. Iyo yote as we don't care. Because mfuko ikiuma inauma. Kuna mtu hapa alipi ushuru. So ikituma inatuma wote. If healthcare is crippled, it is crippled for everyone. So let us just remember, those are diversionary tactics. We don't care who meets who, what they do. What we are simply saying, economy na good governance. So as we go for Christmas, my claricon call, tuende to have that candid discussion. Mtu akitaka kuwa mheshimiwa akuwe mheshimiwa kwake. Sisi tunataka mwenye atatushughulikia. So that one, let's not apologize over it. And please, the young people, this is our time. Needless to say, we need mentorship. I agree. But the journey to economic liberation must start with us. It is us who don't have jobs. It is us who are told we are not experienced. So, democracy in this country is where it is because our forefathers fought. And I liked, she said we are the new Mau Mau. Hii Mau Mau haitaisha. Hata si tukizeeka when we are 50, kuna Mau Mau wengine wana. Kwa sababu every cycle we must transform. But for us to reach levels, we must start from ourselves. Tuanze kijijini kwetu Christmas, mwaka mpya ikikuja, wakileta their finance bill and everything else, we are ready. Now they are taking advantage. They are saying, oh, hii ni hapa tu elites wa Nairobi. But sisi wa Nairobi, tell them tunawangoja wapi? Mashinani. We'll be on the ground. Thank you very much, and I want to wish all of you a lovely day, and thank you for Forum CIV for inviting us, and let's walk with the struggle. Mbele pamoja, Kenya ni yetu. Asanteni.
Gifts bado ziko.
Kibao
Kibao?
ziko. Yes.
Aha. Na bado tunazidi tu kusonga.
Yes.
Naona kuna watu wameketi nyuma sana na kuna some empty seats huku mbele. Itakuwaje?
So itakuwa hivi. Front seat tafadhali tuache hiyo, and then hizi zingine tafadhali tusonge mbele tu join huku mbele. At least tukae poa, si ndio? Tukae poa hapo tukiwa live on air tafadhali. So wenye wako nyuma tafadhali tukuje hapa. Hii second row. Tukujeni tujaze hapa second row. I see my friend anaitwa Dan from Action Aid. Karibu hapo. Hii row yangu tafadhali tusonge tu mbele. This second row tujaze hapa. Hizi empty seats tusikae mbali tafadhali before we proceed. Tuchangamke, mnakaa poa mkisonga. Wapatia freedom na liberty yote. Kiti hii second row tafadhali tusonge to save time. Hey, nawaona. Cheki tukam huku mbele.
Tusonge tu.
Tusonge. Hii bado hizi viti hazijaja. Hapa the second row hapa. Tafadhali to save time. Ashas pia mnaweza nisaidia on this. Tafadhali hii second row haikai poa na ile pia. Tujaze hapo. Tusonge tu. Najua kuna wenye wako wa darasa wako wanapenda kukaa mbele, lakini for today tafadhali tukuje tu hapa mbele, si ndio?
Umenotu wale wasi wamesonga, si ndio? Baadaye tutacheza kama sisi.
Mimi tutacheza kama sisi. Haya, we. Naona my
ni Kenya.
Hata ukuje ulize Chelimo wanafanyanga nini pale Forum Civ. Ndio huo hapa karibu. Kuna Mr. Misoi pia hapo. Muulize Embassy of Sweden kunaenda aje. Tafadhali karibia hapa na kupatia free airtime. Uongee na viongozi hapa. Na pia tuko na super senator in the building. Pia unataka kujua ni mswada gani anataka kupitisha next, ndio? This is the right time kuuliza hizi maswali. Tafadhali tukaribie.
Asante sana kwa wale wameweza kukaribia. Tuzidi tu kukaribia, and also kwa wale bado wako njiani, let them know that we are already going on for the Democracy and Human Rights Festival. At this point in time pia ningetaka ku appreciate the Honorable Tia Galgalo, ambaye ni the first woman representative from Isiolo County, and currently she is, yes, makofi. Yes. And she is a commissioner at the Land Commission. Asante.
Yes.
We appreciate you, madam, for being here.
Na pia usisahau, I want to acknowledge the presence of, tafadhali wave to the audience.
Wave tukuone kwanza.
Karibu.
We have a youth bank that, if not properly handled, can be a time bomb that can blow this country to pieces. This is Hendrik Sam.
Wanadhani asi bongo lala, ikikupita we bongo lala, na walosema jana iwezi fika leo, tuko ground tunasoza, ajiji kukumewaka sana, na mabisto wanachafua rada.
Vijana oye! Wazee oye! Omtata uko pale uko mzee. Hamujambo. Kwa majina naitwa Honorable Tia Galgalo, na siku ya leo niko na furaha kuwa hapa. Na nafikiri ya kwamba mambo ya democracy and human rights, some of us to join in year 2007. Pengine wengine hawajazaliwa. Sio? Ilikuwa kitambo 17 years ago. Ningependa tu kusema, nafikiri mambo mengi imesemwa, mambo ya women being slaughtered, put in paper bags. I'll be emotional, I don't want to speak about it. I think it's the highest now. As we are aging, we are finding that our children are being killed. Future generations are being wiped out. And just because they speak their minds. And maybe some of us who are now older and who are exiting the stage, we've not found some of these things that you are going through now. It's quite difficult, and I think we should continue fighting for our rights. You should continue using your platform. Some of us never had some of the space that you have now, and you should continue using that space. And I believe the space that you are using is the right space, because it's now. It's this generational change. So during our time, we've not had an opportunity of maybe using digital platform, working from home, wherever you are, talking to each other. We do not have that space. And as a mother, I would want to say that we encourage, continue. We are behind you. Tutaendelea tu kusukuma. We will not close our children at home. We want you to go out there and represent us and continue fighting for your space. I don't know, I just want to talk about land, because I'm in the National Land Commission, and I want to say that many people don't think that the land issue is a human rights issue. I've been in the commission for the last 4 years, and what we've gone through, I've seen that there's a lot of suffering out there. We are currently handling historical land injustice, which is a mandate given to us by Constitution. And we've gone across this country. We've gotten the claims from different individuals, including marginalized communities, widows, people who've been affected by colonial system, where, for example, the white settlers came and they took their prime land and they were pushed out. They were evicted without compensation. They've been removed from their ancestral land without any consent from them. So currently, as we are going, the commission is handling historical land injustice across the country. And there are quite a number of them. And when we look at this historical land injustice, most of it were recorded with us through the claimants, and they've done petitions. We've had public hearing to listen, and it is disheartening. And the most unfortunate thing is that there's no budget. Even if we make, for example, final judgment on what they went through, and even making final determination on their case, there's no money to compensate these people. So we are basically doing more like a PR exercise. We are mandated to do that, but there's no respect for what is in the Constitution. So I would want to say that as much as we are talking about the current issues, let's also look, because land is our asset. Without land, we can't do anything. It's social, it's economic, it's everything. So as I'd maybe urge Forum Civic and other partners to also look at what is going on currently, and also we join hands and we push these human rights issues in the commission. We have issues of land grabbing, especially public land. I think you've seen in the TV, graveyard is being taken away, a school is taken away, and the people who are taking the same land are people who are powerful. People who are supposed to be, this institution are supposed to be protected by the Constitution. But at the end of the day, are the government institutions speaking to each other? They are not. There's no synergy. As much as we have National Land Commission, which is mandated to take care of the public land, public institutions, land that belongs to public. But at the end of the day, you realize that titles are being issued from the Ministry of Lands. And there's impunity. Nobody does anything. People go to court and they win. So you leave poor people, widows, without land, people who have built their own homes through their own sweat, maybe through support from their children who are working. They are told this land, the title belongs to somebody else, and you've lived there for 40 years. But because the land is not registered, somebody else goes out there, they pay money, and then they are given titles. So you are told, this is my title, get out of this land. And we've had many cases across Kenya where people have built their own homes. They're taking their children to school. But after 40 years, somebody comes and you don't even live in that particular area. So these land grabbers and these people who get fake titles, letters of allotment, you'll not even hear people talking about them. But they come, and you are forced to pay either 4 million, 5 million for your own ancestral land that you've been living with your children. But it goes, if you don't have the 4 million, then that person comes for the land. So there's a lot of issues, and we would want to work closely with you as Gen Zs and as young people, so that at least you also understand some of these concepts, and you will be able to push. Because I think currently the issue of killing, but there are other things that are silent but very important as well. So I think we should join hands and push these things together. On the issue of compensations, I know the compulsory land acquisition currently ongoing across the country. But the saddest part of it is that many of the people who the land were acquired forcibly have not been paid. There's a lot of pending payments that are supposed to be done 10 years, 5 years, until some of the owners of the same land have died, they've left their children, and they've not been paid. So maybe we've not been loud enough as a National Land Commission, but I think this is a high time that we join the rest of Kenyans. I know we are working with the national government, but again, keeping quiet does not help anybody, because Kenyans are as well suffering. So we are joining into the today's theme, where we are saying defend democracy and human rights, and land is one key factor. Asanteni sana.
Once again, a round of applause for our Commissioner, National Lands Commission. So right about now, tumekuwa na fellowship of 20 activists. Wamekuwa in session, wakifanya vitu na social change. Wamekuwa na amazing producer anaitwa Greg Tendwa, amekuwa nao na Mwalimu Mtisia. So at least this is the right time tuone ni nini wamekuwa wakifanya in this journey of social change na activism in general. So Abdul, this is
I live in Nairobi, Kenya, but I am a writer. Beyond stage, where else can you find me? You can find me on Instagram at Wangoi, KIMOHY.
Yes, I've been part of the second cohort of the Activism Fellowship by Forum Steve, and I've learned a lot. Really, this is going to be like lifetime lessons that I'm going to do. Yeah, I'm from Nairobi and Mombasa and Kakamega. That's
they are able to have conducive environment that artists can be able to do their art conducively without fear. And the third objective was that they earn a living out of their art.
Being part of the Forum Steve Fellowship has been in one enlightening. I've learned so much I couldn't have anywhere else. I think so. And it being in the residence 1 week alone how the magnitude of the learning has been going on.
This has been a really enriching happening. And one of my favorite things. Every single morning we have this called the Wall of Diversity. We have this sticky note, difference. Every single morning we get to reflect on how best did you include every single person, how did you observe this particular all different experiences of having as individuals. And I think that is such a nice thing because we get to have very different perspectives. We get to share our diverse experiences.
We have very interesting class with Liz about intellectual properties as you should copyright your how you should register in case someone steals your material, in case someone uses your material without your consent. How do you go about? And these are things like from the marginalized places, community. We really did know
about kwanza hapo ndio kuna mingi sana. Wanted to know how to protect as an artist, personal life, and you have your art life. So when we get chance ya kujua how to protect them both. Pia nimepata kujua better ways which I can push my activism more to a wider audience. Pia venye unaweza turn into business. As much as I was doing well business, there were some gaps that I feel and me feel your one way feel more.
One of the things I've learned in this fellowship, one of the things that stood out for me was how art was done, how the murals were drawn on the walls and how it inspired the concerts and just how it was used as a revolution. One main thing that I've from different paths towards the residence is on learning the history of our art, culture, and how that is the movement that we have right now that have come before us, how we learn these movements and kind of employ our creativity, socialists, and not only fight for the causes of other people, The highlight of this fellowship for me has been meeting in the advocacy space from our grassroots level. And in my form, I usually get my observations and learnings on social media. So to find how those two intersect has been very interesting, which then informs how I will approach my interaction with my fellows that I've met here on how to go into the spaces where they do their advocacy, so that I can ensure that the work I am sharing out there is not just from my own interpretation, but also from that person that is going through. I mean, all of us from a very personal and emotive level.
Another thing that have been taught, people have different ideas, and people don't have to agree as a person.
So ni vizuri mkae chini idea mwingine, and then you can come to a consensus. You don't have to agree, and you don't have also someone's ideology. So it has been an amazing experience and it's something that I feel like as an activist, we really have to be cognizant about and that show up in the world, we're able to show up in other people's shoes, we're able to respect and we're able to show up with so much empathy and to create even better solutions as they would make sense to the people that are going through these experiences.
I've been very much encouraged by the level of embracing diversity. As you've seen at the very end, it was really an inclusive space. And every day we did the diversity space, it was always clear that they had a lot of struggles together, and that helped them surmount the differences of diversity that they encounter, gender, different geographies, etc.
The bonfire sessions have been intense as can be. They have been evocative. We've had silences while stories were being told. Telling loud silence. And out of these stories, they have felt what life felt through the speaker's shoes. The bonfire sessions have been eye-opening.
And even create an art by that particular session. Like just by sharing my story, sitting back and realizing that this thing is so deep to me, made me get back and even get to stand up with a creative piece of art can be used to represent me as a person, the struggle that I'm going in.
It's been a very intense and inspiring creativity, learning, seeing what other artists get inspired by. One of the assignments we had was we grouped it to groups and come up with something that will actually be presented today. So for myself as a digital creator, I'm really appreciative of the experience to work and collaborate with other visual artists in the physical form, the drawings, the doodling, the murals, and kind of learning those fundamentals from them.
It was so challenging, working with different type of genre from artists, but as much as we're not disagreeing, we were doing different things, but we came out to a certain point where the group decided to come with an agenda where we can check on the points where I on my part of a visual artist, I can draw, the other one can create a video, same topic. It was nice collaborating with them.
Mwendwa, especially one thing that I've learned from him is the methodology that he uses teaching us, which is not from authority, but it comes down to our level and also learns from us.
I felt we were having more conversation. Give me your idea, give you mine. We merge and something stands out.
Today being the last day, I feel sad, but also I'm happy that I've connected with network. From here I'm not the same person as I was in terms of network. I know visual, I know films, I know rappers, whom I'm sure we are going to make a big change in this world generally.
Having come from a marginalized community in accounting of Kenya, I feel privileged to have taken part in the fellowship. And my takeaway going back home is using and being inspired by other artists from the county to use my art as an advocacy tool, the aspect of inclusivity and diversity.
I am honestly very excited to go back into my work and beyond, continue to spread the message, but now with more structure, more information, spreading that to other younger artists. I am looking forward to
this program has continues such an amazing opportunity for me because I'm learning not just how my skills as an artist, but also leadership skills in this very important in the work that I do, so that when I head back home, I'll be able to work with other artists and even promoting social change within the community in various aspects. Because now I have information and the knowledge aside from just the talent.
Na mimi kukuwa hapa hivi na receive for the opportunity and only that believe that watanipeleka mob na nitacontinue for social issues nikitumia creative yangu ya spoken word.
I'm looking forward. I hope that the next cohort will have more disability on board, so they also get a chance to learn and share the experience as activities they have.
Taking it forward, I'd like to recommend for MC keep on sponsoring such events and activities to enhance our capacity and inspiring generations cause the struggle continues.
That has been the journey for the fellows. Wamekuwa kwa fellowship for some time, kupata to learn how best they can be able to use art, the different forms of art, to bring change and speak about the different societal issues that are happening in our country and beyond. And guess what? All of these artists, 20 of them watakuwa na perform later on in the afternoon. Yes. You want to catch all the action, kwa hivyo hakikisha kwamba later on you still stay put and be right here for all the action. I'd like to appreciate a couple of organizations that are present. Crew in the building. Yes. CMD. Humble. Creative Spills, Akili Dada, Siasa Plays, African Censored, Mpo. Awezi kosa. Rona Foundation, Action Aid, Voices of Change, Voices for Change, Global Peace Foundation, na wengine wengi will keep mentioning the different organizations represented right here. Lakini sasa hivi, we want to do something awesome.
Yeah, right about now.
Right about now.
Yes.
Nile time.
Yes.
Time gani?
Introducing one of the prominent people we have in this country. Sindio? Yes. Wapi makofi yake kabla mjamtaja? Ni Super Senator,
Public Defender 001.
Akona interest ya the Kenyan people at heart. Remember, and authentic.
And he's one person who is not afraid to go against the tide. What is right to him is right. He doesn't cut corners.
Yes. Alisema bribe zero. Na in fact, unajua ile gari anaendesha?
Anaendesha gari gani?
Anaendesha tu gari normal.
Where is a normal car?
Normal car? I think ni Demio.
So long as inaweza kumove from one place to the next, gari ni gari.
Gari ni gari. Bora una serve interest ya wananchi, si ndio?
That is the most important thing.
So ladies and gentlemen, comrades, tusimame tafadhali. And let's, namunisaidia kuimba hiyo wimbo. Ni shujaa mtata we. Ni shujaa mtata wetu. Ni shujaa Mtata we,
ni shujaa,
ni shujaa Mtata wetu, ndio maana
nasema
ndio maana tunasema ni shujaa, ndio maana tunasema ni shujaa, ndio maana tunasema ni shujaa. Comrades power!
Power!
Comrades power!
Power!
Long live Mtata, long live! Long live Mtata, long live!
Long live!
Karibu Super Senator.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the great honor. I am most humbled. I'm most humbled for the celebration you have given me. I'm also most honored to be on this stage. This used to be my home in the 90s. I first performed on this stage in 1990. And it was a stage we loved using. Although we were mainly domiciled at the French Cultural Center, this stage has unique features. And anybody who understands theater, you can do almost anything you can imagine on this stage. And so, one day, in 1994, it came to light that President Daniel Arap Moi and his hangers-on were salivating for these 6 acres because between the University of Nairobi and Kenya Broadcasting Corporation is what we call the Kenya Cultural Center. It sits on 6 acres. This wall, the wall you see here, cuts across the land. This theater goes further. It came to light that President Moi, with Tiny Roland of London, through MacTo, Tiny Roland of London owned Londro. They owned the Norfolk Hotel. Then it came to light that the Norfolk Hotel did not have ample parking, and they wanted to upgrade the hotel, I think, to whatever star. So the only land that was available was this one. So the National Theatre had to go down, and a parking lot had to be erected here. It shocked some of us. So many artists gathered here. We said, you are not going to allow it. And a few years earlier, Professor Oki Okombaka had fought and stopped Moi taking over Uhuru Park using Wangare Maathai. It was not Wangare Maathai who stood up against Moi. It was Oki Okombaka who stood up against Moi, but he wanted somebody who could give him his or her name so that he could go to court to stop what was happening at Uhuru Park. He approached many people, they declined. It's Wangare Maathai who accepted to be a client. So they went to court, and what happened, happened. But today Uhuru Park still stands, and we have our gratitude to Professor Okombaka and to Wangare Maathai for having stood up against Moi and having won. By saying no to nonsense. And that's very important to say no to nonsense. All of you of the Abrahamic religions, be it Islam, Christianity, Judaism, we believe that the origin of man, human beings, came from Adam and Eve. We also believe that all that God created was good, and God put Adam and Eve in charge, and told them, you shall take care of the earth. But God did not tell Adam and Eve that you will be in charge of yourselves. You'll be sovereign over yourselves. God told Adam and Eve, you are not the Alpha and the Omega. You are not the beginning and the end. You are going to be subject to the law. You will do everything, but don't eat the fruit. The law. And I tell you, for a believer like me, if only Adam and Eve had said no to the devil, we would still be in paradise. So the importance of saying no to nonsense is anchored in Scripture. So Wangari Maathai and Professor Okio Okombaka said no to Moi. We have Uhuru Park standing today. Although some idiots have interfered with the free access, but it is there. That we shall be addressed. It will be addressed another day. So the theater comes up. They just come from the village. Arjogoa wapi hawiki wapi. Yeah? You know that. So they came here and then with people like Professor T.E., so many other people. So we said, we are going to mount a demo to protest against the takeover of this theater, to turn it into a parking lot for motor vehicles. And for those who may not know, this is the only national theater we have in Kenya. This is the only facility of this kind that we have in this country. All the other things are just imitations. This is the only complete theater we have. And it was built by the British, not for you and me, to entertain their soldiers during the Second World War. I can even see the orchestra pit has been built over because they don't know what to do with it. But it was the National Theatre, it was the only space we had, and therefore, we agreed that it is not going to be taken over. On the appointed day, when we were supposed to have a demo, the might of the state was unleashed. The GSU. That time, the GSU was more dreaded than it is today. Because there was no constitution to say haki yetu hakuna. The president was the ultimate authority. So when the GSU came, our numbers began dwindling. And you know, artists can be very, very poetic. They said we can resist intellectually. We can resist in other ways. So people melted and I remained alone. So I carried out the demo. One man against the GSU, I took up the demo in 1994. I was arrested. I was locked up here, Central Police Station. I unleashed a weapon called a hunger strike. And that's how it went on. And today this theater stands because somebody said no. Let us learn to say no. Let us learn the power of saying no. That is when you begin realizing your rights. That's when you don't lose your paradise. So today, I'll begin by saying, I know many of you are Wasomi. You have heard of the Magna Carta, issued in June 1215. The first document where it was declared that nobody is above the law. The King of England was forced to sign that document to say he is not above the law. 1215. 2021, 2024. Some people think they're above the law. That's why they act with impunity. You know, acting with impunity basically means you think you're above the law. Coming back to today, I think we have got it a bit wrong. What we have here today is protest art, not just art. We are celebrating protest art. Art that occurs when you are facing an existential threat, be it oppression, be it whatever, be it slavery. That's the art we are celebrating. We are not just celebrating art. As an artist myself, who has published a number of books, art is so vast. So what we are celebrating today is protest art. How do we use art to protest and to expand the democratic space? But beyond that, I would like to come and celebrate art that also celebrates the human condition. Have celebratory art, not just protest art. So this protest art must birth celebratory art. We must be able to celebrate. We are not designed to protest. When you are protesting, you are under oppression. We must work to a day when we shall use art for celebrating ourselves. When we shall use art to tell our good story. So, we are in the face of protest art. And protest art is extremely important. Not just for documenting history, but for inspiring us that the impossible, what we think is impossible, only takes a bit longer to achieve. For nothing is impossible when the people want it. So, this protest art is an art form that is very good. I've also delved in it, and when I wrote a play called Voice of the People, and especially those who want to understand my political philosophy, go read my play Voice of the People. There you'll find my protest art intertwined with the trickster narrative. The narrative which expands the dimensions of morality, so that you can be on an equal pedestal with the oppressor. An example is the story of the hare and the tortoise. I've told it before. There are two versions. There's a version my grandmother gave me when I was growing up at this bednight tales. And there's a version that you find in textbooks. The first version that you find in the textbooks is the one where the hare challenges the tortoise to a race. Okay, the tortoise obliges, he has no option but to accept. So they go to the start-off point. When the whistle is given, the hare takes off, leaves the plodding tortoise behind, goes around the curve, looks behind, doesn't see the tortoise. He takes a nap, falls asleep. The tortoise comes on struggling, overtakes the sleeping hare, plods on, painful step after painful step after painful step. Then it gets to the prize. He takes it. The hare then wakes up from his nap and begins running, but the tortoise has already taken the prize. And you are told, patience, hard work, all this stuff pays. But the version my grandmother gave me is different. The hare and the tortoise, yes, go to the starting blocks, are challenged to a fight. But before the day of the race, before the day of the race, the tortoise does not sleep. The tortoise realizes he's totally disadvantaged. There's no way he can win against the hare. So the tortoise goes out and begins networking, looks for his relatives, builds a network of tortoises. At every curve, there's a tortoise. So when the race begins, there's a tortoise who has already taken the prize. And however fast the hare runs, he can never take the prize. Some of you will say that that's immoral. It's not. The immorality is in putting a hare against a tortoise to take a race. That's the injustice. When you are faced with injustice, you must look at the questions of morality from new lenses. That you must turn the injustice on its head. You must think out of your disadvantage. If it had been that the tortoise and the hare agreed to take lashes on their back, I'm sure the hare would have also thought of something else. So, the colonial story, the way the colonialists came and distorted a very innocent African story that tells you, work smart, don't do hard work, work smart. They turn it around and say, be obedient, accept injustice, take in there. One day the oppressor will make a mistake and your salvation will come. No. We must network, we must hold hands, we must do whatever, and we must win it. So, and you heard the other day when I announced I'm going for the president of this country, some gas bags were shouting, I'm a poor man. How can you call me a poor man and I eat 3 meals a day? How? I don't understand this. But if it's a question of comparing ourselves in terms of wealth to the West, just look at our traffic jams. Traffic jams that look like a junkyard, second-hand cars, even the big ones are second-hand cars. So what wealth is this we are celebrating? We hardly have a middle class. This is a country which has have-nots, those who have and those who don't have. We don't have a middle class. Let us not fool ourselves. We must work to create a middle class. So when we come here and we have this kind of challenges that we are facing, some almost existential, we must become that tortoise who is lined up against the hare to run. And we must build our networks. If we hold hands, if we stand up, they say, there's an African saying, that when spider webs unite, they can tie up a lion. Are we together? So this protest art is very important. It is supposed to be a vehicle through which we find our liberation. It must inspire us, but overall, it must bring us together. And you have seen that some of the best artists you have had in Africa have not been by accident. Look at the Congo. Produces a lot of artists. But think of what Belgium did in the Congo. The theft, the plunder, the killing, what have you. What that has not been answered. Nobody has paid for it. We continue as if nothing happened. But now Congo produces that. Look at South Africa. Look at whatever. So this protest art that is coming up from you should keep reminding us that we are human, and as human beings, we have entitlement. And that is the anchor of human rights. Human rights come because we are human beings. They are not anchored in anything else. They are not given by the state. Now, in terms of engaging with the state to deliver on its obligations as a duty bearer for human rights, our anchor provision in the Constitution should be Article 47, Clause 1. The right to fair administrative action. That is lawful, procedural, and all that. The rule of law. We must fight for the rule of law to be able to anchor our rights properly. And if the dispensation we are going into, the challenges we face now, are as a result of disregarding the Constitution of Kenya. You have refused to implement the Constitution. And for me, if you have got to get rights, everybody looks at Article 43. I look at Article 47. if we get proper administrative institutions in place, we will not be protesting. Yesterday, a very, very noble undertaking by people not threatening the state, simply airing their frustrations and demanding that maybe some specific action should be taken by law enforcement to protect women who are vulnerable, who are not able to fight in situations where they are getting killed. Something needs to be done. The killers to be arrested and put away and made an example of, so that somebody fears, basically calling for the rule of law to be applied in instances where women are being murdered in this country by men. Tear gas. That impunity, that belief that they're above the law, is one that we should address. And I think in the new year, we are going to address that thing in a very, very dramatic way. We have Article 143, Clause 4, on the immunity of the president. The upper clauses say, okay, the president cannot be touched in civil proceedings, in criminal proceedings. But Clause 4 says, the president can be touched for things that can be prosecuted under international law, including treaties Kenya has signed. We must breathe life into that. And Mr. Ruto must be prosecuted for the abductions, for the corruption. Kenya has signed a treaty against corruption. Doesn't give immunity to anybody on corruption. And for the senseless killing and the violation of the denial of people to organize politically. We must take Ruto to court and prosecute him as an individual, using the Constitution of Kenya, Article 143, which grants him immunity, does not give him absolute immunity. He is a duty bearer, he is the head of state, he is the commander-in-chief. Is he done commanding these thugs? We must take action, we must read life into that provision. And going forward, human rights, the state requires money to be able to guarantee some rights, like socioeconomic rights and what have you. And this money is public money. Chapter 12 tells us in prescriptive terms, mandatory prescriptive terms, how we must handle public money in this country. And it says, proposals, if the government has got the power to tax, but those powers to tax are also controlled, they are contained by Article 40 of the Constitution on property rights. You cannot just begin a camp with a bit for right, you cannot just take my property and give to another person, you cannot just do whatever. So those rights, and once that money is collected and the loans are taken, it goes into the consolidated fund. And then from the consolidated fund, to take it out, Parliament must appropriate, write an appropriation act or the budget. And then the controller of budget must supervise how it is used. Today, something very strange happens. The budget, which is supposed to be the only policy document that the Constitution of Kenya requires of the government, means nothing. It's done, it's put there. If you go and look at the monthly statement of actual revenue and net expenditure, which the Treasury publishes every month, on 30th of every month, and you compare it to the budget Parliament has passed, you realize that we are living a lie in this country. There's a complete raid on us. People, the poverty we are experiencing is being caused by the treasury, which is being run by politicians, and they come up and do whatever they want to borrow, they want to take whatever, they don't care about the budget. And even you hear the president, he goes on a safari, people challenge him, we have got a broken bridge here. Instead of saying, okay, where's your MP, can you bring that thing to Parliament for it to be included in the budget for next year? He says, Bwana PS, shilingi 1,200,000 utaweka hapo. Kutoka wapi? And that's why I'm saying, in the Constitution, the Treasury and the Ministry of Finance are supposed to be separate entities. The Treasury must be run by professionals like the Central Bank. The Ministry of Finance, and whatever should be for policy, should deal with policy. But once the money has come, it must be managed professionally. When you hear Commissioner Tia saying that they have no money to do their work, that should not happen. Once the budget is passed and is given to the treasurer, like Akasha, he releases the money to the various groups. Not for politicians to hold on to that money and use it the way they want, and they starve institutions. So one of the things we need to do is to take control of our public finances and make it impossible for anybody who is president to just order around and the money is given to him, or money is put on projects. Money must come through the budget, and when the president midway, you become broke, say, umtata bwana uko namna gani, unaweza kuniinua aka 50. The president should be able to say that if he's having no money. Not to call the treasury and say, do you have something? The other day, during the senator came to me. He said, that I've been opposing you when you come with this thing. But today I've seen it with my own eyes. We were at State House. And a demand was made for 200 million shillings to be brought. A call was made. And within an hour, cartons arrived. So I was telling him, I don't believe this. And there's no money to employ teachers. There's no money to hire doctors. We cannot continue like that. The control of public money must be taken away from politicians if you want to have human rights in this country. Let the politicians mobilize the policies and collect taxes, but once they are collected, there should be no capacity of a politician to take that money at will. Anything must go through the budget, then the budget must be implemented by the control of budget and the treasury as a professional organ. And at the end of the day, they give us a balance sheet to show how they have spent our money. So we cannot talk of human rights within a construct of poverty. Human rights and poverty are anathema. They don't go together. It's an oxymoron to talk of human rights and poverty in the same sentence. You're not a human being. You are created to be rich. Even within the traditional setting, when a child is born, the naming ceremony requires resources. When you are admitted within the family, the naming ceremony requires resources. The reception, so we are supposed to live not in poverty, but in wealth. And so, let us know that Article 43 will remain a pipe dream unless we as a people take control of public finances and put it under professional management. Let politicians come up with policies, let them go to the budget, and once included in the budget, then that money can leave the consolidated fund. If we don't do that, we are fooling ourselves. Thank you very much, and may God bless us all.
Yes, yes. Once again, a round of applause for our Super Senator. More power to Mtata, more power. More power to Mtata, more power. Kumbuka hii fight tuko sisi wote, si ndio? Sio Mtata peke yake.
huku kwa legislation yeye anacheza kama yeye, huku chini pia sisi tucheze kama sisi, si ndio? Si ndio? So right about now at least tumekuwa na speeches, si ndio? Sasa tuta cut short hizo speeches, si ndio? Are you ready for the first act on stage? Are you ready? Kumbuka this is huyu artist ni baadhi ya wenye walikuwa 20 pale kwa ile fellowship ya Forum Civ. Activist fellowship. So he comes from Korogosho. Wangapi wanajua Chocolate City? Wapi kelele ya Korogosho? Jamani mgeto kama mimi, si ndio? So mimi ni made in Mathare, si ndio? Na unajua vizuri Mathare na Korogosho zinakaribiana. Nasema Korogosho alafu Salima anacheka. Pia wewe ni wa Korogosho. Si ndio? So lazima tukue proud kwa zile mtaa tumetoka na lazima zichange, si ndio? Mtaa zetu zina language juu ya bad governance at the end of the day, si ndio? Alafu watu wanachukua hiyo opportunity kwenda kucampaign pale. And then mnajua vitu wanaenda kufanya kwa National Assembly. So ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the first act on stage? Are you ready? Siwaski, you're not ready. So ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the first act on stage? Introducing the one and only Cricket Rights!
Niache shipite boss kwa mimi.
Kata hiyo bwana. Mgoaze tunakaa awesome. Ati imba iya yawe. Oh iya yawe. Ololo iya ya. Oh iya yawe. Mkoaje lakini? Mmesikia anaitwa nani? Cricket. Kidogo tu kata. Nilisikia wakisema tutaunganisha stima, tutaunda barabara, tutajenga serikali na vijana ya bodaboda na mama mboga. So aka slogan nikagasha goa. So we Mr. President ni route gani unatupeleka? Kusema education ni free na vile books ni expensive, mwambie ni ku-exercise our minds. Kusema education ni free na jana kuna mtu yalisai shule ndio alikosa uniform, ni ku-exercise our minds. So unafilaje sasa zenye uwezo wako unakuongoza national anthem na tujenge taifa, alafu Mukuru, Korogosho na Dandora wanabomolewa. Unafilaje? Imba iya yawe. Oh iya yawe. Imba iya ya. Oh iya yawe. Yeah. Are we set? Ati imba iya yawe. Yeah. Oh iya yawe. Yeah.
All pirates, yes, they rob by, sent tied to the merchant ships. Minute after they took I from the bottomless pit and my head was made strong with the hands of the Almighty, and move forward in this generation triumphantly. Won't you help me sing, sing, oh, oh, sweet songs of freedom for all I ever had. Redemption song, sing, oh, oh, redemption of freedom.
So leo hata wakichange my body lazima nita free my mind kama misere. Sita betray hii motherland kwa kusubmit cooperation. Kwa hii country imejaa patriots kwa jails na prisons. Economy ni colonialist na hii regime ina create poverty na kufanya ama youth wanakuwa criminals. Nimekataa kunyamaza kuona tunaoga mikono kusub bullets. Leo hata kama history haitaandikwa na pen, waambie ni basi waiandike na rifle. Zinafia imprisonment kwa regime ina treat citizens kama slaves, inatudeny human rights na bado kwa public holidays na imba love, peace and unity. So niaje hii country ni most democratic time others wanakufa na njaa. Niaje hii country ni most democratic time others wako kwa detention cells na torture chambers. Country ni prison, home ya oppressed, alafu a small minority na nje privileges. Exam papers zimechelewa kufika Turkana, ati transport ni udu. Na ballot papers zilifika before 6 am. Wewe acha bana.
Redemption song, redemption song, sweet songs of freedom, sweet songs of freedom.
So gunshots na sauti za tinga hata kwa speaker, kwa mwananchi amenyesho inafanya hati zao even more. Weta, alafu kuna sauti ina ring kwa mind. Mukinichagua hakuna mwananchi atabomolewa tena. Mukinichagua hakuna kijana atapigwa risasi. Hebu nione yule jamaa anasema tuanze na ile jamaa ya bottom. Lakini we Mkenya, soma story ya Jaramogi, utagundua Kenya bado hakuna wrong history kwa classes. Ndio maana youths legacy ya mseka Steve wajui. Kazi tu ni biko. December 12 tuna celebrate Jamhuri Day, but story ya December 12 movement nani anainarrate? We Mkenya, pambana. Time ina fly. Na daily nation propaganda za Orezo kwa flights kujaribu kuland jobs kwa youths. Nation ni sick. Hata doctors wako mgomo. Hakuna budget ya kulipa doctors, but kuna budget ya unconstitutional CASs at a cost. The Star News Bulletin. Mwakenya nilikeji kina Karemi wanatumia kupass exam za history yenye stories za kina Karari. Ndudhu zimepigwa njama na kuerase kama role ya women kwa Maumau.
Emancipate yourself from mental slavery, cause none but yourselves can free your man. Have no fear for atomic energy, cause none of them can fulfill the time. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Some say it's just a part of it, cause none of them can fulfill the time. Won't you help me sing, oh, 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 sweet songs of freedom, cause all I ever had, oh, 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 redemption song, redemption song.
So hata wale walikuwa kwa scandal ya NYS bado wako kwa government offices wanaana. Meru walichagua governor wakidhani atapiga Kawira, but saa hii hakuna mwangaza. Nairobi Johnson bado anasaka jaa. Kwa government inanua curtains za 10 million. Wewe jiulize akina nani wanabeba mapasia. So Zakayo, maliza, uende. Time church na kwa the spiritual arm of the dictator. We Yohana, Maki, enzi akina Ezekiel. Time ushuru inazidi kumpanda. Kumbuka days za Jesus ni kama Zacchaeus alipanda saika motrindi asitoe zaka. Yo Zakayo, shuka. So ni wazi wamekula chumvi ndio plot vile sugar itakuwa na mercury. Ndio kufunga wananchi macho. So ni kanisa ilitumika kuomba kura, wakasoeana Biblia, but sasa wanatumia kifua kuongoza. Time constitution ilifaa kukaa tiba. So Zakayo, maliza, uende. So call kutoka kwa streets. Call kwa Orezo ni short call, but najua itakuwa na haja kubwa. Call kwa Orezo, status imechange, umeanpin chat zetu. Hata dipin hustler na dose kwa self, real hustler na dose kwa shelves za vibanda kwa streets. Ananyeshwa daily na bado unadai power yako Irene. Mr. President, serikali ilikuwa ya mama mboga ama ya mama mwenye mashamba ya mboga. So utaunganisha stima aje? Time Power News story shocking, airport imekosa lighting. Kizunguzungu majirani wanacheka, wanaongoza na kina Samia na bado hawana suluhu. Historia vijana wa bodaboda, kwani ilikuwa ya kututake for a ride ama? Na Zakayo, mbona historia kuunda barabara imekuwa ngumu kama kujaza maji kwa poti imejaa holes?
Oh, watoto wangu mimi baba yenu, sina nguvu tena ya kuua simba. Simba ni mkali, aliua baba akaua mama, sasa torokeni watoto wangu mimi baba yenu,
sina nguvu tena ya kuua simba. Simba ni mkali, aliua baba akaua mama, sasa torokeni.
So policies walitype alafu zikasainwa na ball pen, na hapo ndio tulichezwa. Koti wakapiga perfume na expectaji wataheshimu court order. 21st century bado gava yako inatumia unga pregnation vote. Mkulima wa kahawa na golos after sales juu ya kutoa chai. So nani haoni Kenya taa? Bado hakuna. Nani ataarticulate article 1 ya constitution bifiti? All sovereign power
belongs to the people.
All sovereign power
belongs to the people.
The people ni set flani ya rulers of protect wealth kwao. Sunday wamekram apostles creed, alafu Monday greed drive na testimonies za vile 7 days without prayer inawafanya weak. So hujasikia kiongozi wa Wanga alikuwa na bongo na bado alikuwa deceived na sweets. Mambo leo still ni ukoloni, believe me, hata Mugabe angekuwa Kenya hangetaka anyone amuite roba. Hawa ni roba. Washa bana. So tunaishi na country where the president anapenda the youth but most strategic jobs anapenda the old, na kwa hiyo mood still awari country yenye na constitution. Kama ni leadership nachagua humanity kwa leader wangu. Jo kama leadership ni school degrees na certificates, basi hadi zile karatasi za ititu zilikuwa true. Ni fedi na dalism misinterpret. So pieces mob za peace wasanii wanaandika lakini bado hana amani. Kiongozi mwananchi alichagua already anamfichia white. Already ana stock ya ngano ya kubandika posters ya campaign na tukana tunakufanja. Wanjiku wezi airport kwa Irimo, mkulima Roskoko na majani chai analia njaa toka time ya Nyayo. Afya center ni kama base fulani, kiongozi wako uendea snacks, dogs ni less, hospitals ni less, na zenye ziko hazina madawa. Ndoka na complain of protective gears, yana texture ya 4M, na last time nurses wali strike si vijana. Si wages zinafanya mwalimu kuhata kidato, si wages zina donatives kwa evicted Kariobangi, Mokuru na Ruai. Unanyomoke Ruai kinya haki. So equality kwa happy time kuna mwenye nchikare na kona aneka ya paki na aneka smoking zone na parking large kuliko cho flani kwa Dandora, Korogosho na Mathare. Equality kwa happy time kuna mwenye nchikare na kona aneka ya paki na aneka smoking zone na parking large kuliko cho flani kwa Dandora, Korogosho na Mathare. So tunataka police service ya police force. Utumishi kwa wote, si utumisi kwa kara wengine. Jukara wengine ni same na photographers kila time. They've got a clear shot. Makara wengine ni kama kwa class waliitwa sura viatu vile wamekuwa sharp shooters. Tulienda recruitment za makarao, alafu tukaambiwa tuko na shida ya macho. Alafu after kutembea station tukapata afande amevaa miwani. So niambieni nani alifunga mwingine macho ama tulifungua macho? Jua tu kuwa na za macho. So niambieni nani alifunga mwingine macho ama tulifungua macho? Jua tu kuwa na nini?
Watoto wangu mimi baba yenu, sina nguvu tena ya kuwa simba. Simba ni mkali, aliua baba akaoa mama, sasa torokeni
watoto wangu mimi mama yenu, sina nguvu tena ya kuwa simba. Simba ni mkali, aliua mama akaoa baba, sasa torokeni.
Mkoaje wase? Unajua nikikam nilikuwa nafikiria nimepita area fulani, alafu nikaona Kenyans on X wamekuwa wana inject sana. Unajua kwa nini wana inject sana? Yule daktari mwenye ako pale kwa clinic alifaa kupewa watoto chanjo. Pesa ya chanjo ilikulwa. Ni kubaya. So hii gavani kama fundi fulani wa mjengo, kwa kila story inakukoroga. Ukitaka kujua how much the government sucks, jiulize wangapi walipatikana kwa gunia mukuru kwa jenga. So niaje bado unangoja news kwa TV yako na unajua always watatell the story of the ruler and not the ruled. Kwa Dandil bado wanaitisha public participation. Unatakaje kusoma history yenye wao wenyewe ndio walidocument history yako? Nani anaitel kama we mwenyewe hautaki kuidocument? Waambie hii movement imesimama, hamwezi reverse. Tushasoma from kina Kimathi na mama Freedom Corner, hata na Betros za kina Rao na Khalif bado itasimama kiotero kama pyramids za Cairo. Robert anajua hii salai ku stop poverty na guns, bullets na abductions. Wataingiza Kiswahili gani? Manze hii ni ngeli gani? Law enforcer amekataa kufika koti, na wenye ku administer justice una David Nene Maraga qualities. Angalia mwananchi nalipa ushuru kununua risasi itaua kijana, risasi bado nitalipia mochari. Angalia chachi la kivunja mbavu, mwananchi gava ilistava kabaki mifupa mikavu. Angalia ringtone ya mwananchi ni Angalia ringtone ya mwananchi ni nipe mabawa, nipeperuke juu kama ndege, na malio ndege ilifaa kupawa na uza. Hizi kihindi bro. Angalia mwananchi analipwa mishahara ya sungura after kiboko ya taxes kadhaa, kutoa mangiri kadhaa. Mafisi wanadishi pesa ya development na wanataka tuwasima. Haina noma. So mwana wako darasha ameban kwa shule, wezi invest ya social services juu zina profits. So rari ya gima ya morarare kebasi wanakukumbusha that kwa campaigns walipromise maji kwa wote, basi saa hii champagne kwa wachache na maji wakachannel kwa games wezi afford golf. So jiulize kama after hizo meetings zao bado utasema mkuu tano tena. So jiulize kama after hizo meetings zao bado utasema mkuu tano tena.
Dunia nizamishe ama uniweke niishi peke yangu, kwani ninapomwamini kila binadamu mwishowe ananigeukia. Dunia nizamishe ama uniweke niishi peke yangu, kwani ninapomwamini kila binadamu mwishowe ananigeukia.
So sijui kama mmekuwa mkifikiria hii story. Tuliambiwa Yesu anarudi juu ya nani? Wale walidhulumiwa, wanyonge. Lakini sijui kama mmeona vile Kenya inakuwa police state. So nimekuwa nikijiuliza, huyu Yesu atatufikia na tuliambiwa katafika kama mwizi ama walishamweka kwa gunia mukuru kwa jenga? Comrades power. Comrades power. But mnajua nini comrades? One day workers wata unite na system ya majamba zitabaki manjaa basi. Mkulima wa baadhi ata question mbona after produce ako manjaa basi. Basi uferi wafanyikazi kwa shamba za maua, selector ata change playlist na kucheza tracks za mapinduzi basi. Kwa sherehe tapiga pamba local after kudevelop industries zetu za cotton basi. Members wa unions ka kotu watarise, payslip zao zinakonda na Francis ananona at no worries basi. Streets zita flood fighters wakiprotest kwa system yezi jenga hata drainage basi. Tutarinem streets Mama Victor, Gladys Dito, Veronica Nyabura, Milka Wajiro, Dea Wajiro, Monica Wango, Wagare Madhai, Nekesa, Musa na rekorwa togoria mwaria manamtekeleze katiba basi. So stanzas za newspaper tutarewrite history ya watetezi walijoin system inadhulumu wananchi basi. Farmers wata embrace organic farming na scandals za fake fertilizer. fertilizer zitaisha basi tutaoccupy cereals board. Mahindi waliacha inaoza tukiimba njaa tutashare basi. Streets za Zuckerberg zitajaa posts za kuvua Gates na Elon Musk za ukapitalisti basi. Charity programs tuzimalize mtaa tukicommit kwa solidarity basi. Chama zitakuwa na wababa hawata mama kwa speeches za liberation basi. Wafuasi hawatajanga kujenga shule kwa churches zenye watoto wao hawata afford basi. Export ya teachers itaisha na class zetu zitakuwa na walimu wa kutosha basi. Lectures kama za Miseremugo, Kamoji wa Ashira, Goge wa Thiong'o, Maina wa Kenyati, Mazrui, Edward Oyugi zita inspire militant students. Onyangolo, Tirop, Tito Adungosi, Karemi Ndudhu, like Zawafula, waibuke basi.
Nimtazame nani, nimwamini nani, nani wananigeukia, vigeugeu, vigeugeu, vigeugeu wananigeukia. Nimtazame nani, nimwamini nani, wananigeukia, vigeugeu, vigeugeu, vigeugeu wananigeukia.
So ukifika mtaa ambia huo mwanaume mwenye anadhulumu wanawake that hata uwe mwanaume mbele ya God sisi sote ni wanawake. Hatutamwambia nini? Huyo mwanaume anadhulumu wanawake mbele ya God sisi sote ni wana. So hii Kenya imejaa violence, best dance style mapangale. Nshande kwa codes za setit. Pick up line kwa blogs, another victim. Kwa pitch inspiration ya wachezaji ni vile ball star na igonga. Mdems kwa strangle, pumzi imekatika kwa BNB. Body parts kwa damn site, sitting room unangoja next episode ya Mkuru. Ambia polisi waache kubit around the bush. Kwa madems wamepatikana kwa kichaka hatutaki statistics. Perpetrators ni wangapi mmearrest? So most cases ni za BNB. Perpetrator amepotea in thin air kama suspect wa Kwale. Mahakama lazima court wasukume hashtag ndio judgment kwe online. Journalists wako protest. Tunafaa kucounter their narratives. Do not shoot the messenger. Sisi sio criminal. So nani criminal? Nani anafaa kuwa shot? So remember not to forget Sharon, Starlet Wahu, Rita Waeni na all victims wa femicide. Remember not to forget Sharon, Rita Waeni, Starlet Wahu na all victims wa cases za femicide.
Nakaa ndo tabasamu, naona baadaye, tutaonana baadaye. Nakaa mpendwa, tabasamu, tutaonana baadaye. Nakaa mpendwa, tabasamu, tutaonana baadaye. Mpendwa ndio, tutaonana baadaye. Mpendwa ndio, tutaonana baadaye. Nakaa mpendwa, tabasamu, 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 tutaonana baadaye.
Mauaji yakija, sote tuko tayari. Mauaji yakija na sote tuko tayari, yakija kando yako we
kanyaga
kwa nguvu,
kanyaga
na tena
kanyaga, kanyaga na sote tuko tayari.
Kasongo akija sote tuko tayari, Zakayo akija na sote tuko tayari, akija kando yako we
kanyaga 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 na sote tuko tayari.
Once again, once again, once again, once again, once again, once again, show some love for Quick and Blood. Amazing, amazing masterpiece. Once again, wapi kelele ya Quick and Blood.
And guess what?
Yes.
In the afternoon,
Yes.
kuna more action.
19 artists to go.
19 to go.
Are you ready? Are you ready? In the afternoon after lunch.
Yes. All right. Right about now, tunataka kuingia kwa panel conversation.
Yes.
But before that, allow me ni appreciate to a couple of partners ambao wame come through together with Forum Sieve kuhakikisha kwamba this event gets to happen today.
Yes.
Buni Media Crew, Githurai Social Justice. Yeah. Badili Africa, Andy, CGHRD, tuko na Kilifi Citizen Forum, tuko na Isiolo Gender March,
Gender Watch.
tuko na CMD Creative Spills, Akili Dada, Siasa Place, African Censored, Saku Accountability Forum, tuko pia na Mukuru Youth Initiative, MUI, and Rona Foundation.
Wapi makofi ya partners wetu? And remember, hashtag for the day, hashtag Aki kwa wote.
Hashtag on all social media forums.
Yes.
Follow at Forum Sieve ESA. 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 ESA.
Yeah.
Yes, Forum Sieve ESA. Hashtag Haki kwa wote on all social media pages. TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and Instagram.
Remember ukipiga foto yako hivi, unaweka hiyo hashtag Haki kwa wote. Ule mwenye atakuwa amepiga foto mingi ama kona likes mingi, unajua niko na gift hamper pale backstage, si ndio? Nacheza kama mimi at the end of the day.
All right, over to you, Slim Vic.
Yeah.
Cheza kama wewe. On to the next one.
So introducing our moderator for the day. Ni demo hapa. Wapi watu wa Korogosho? Watu wa coach wasikie, wapi watu wa coach? Mimi muita demo wa coach. He hails from Korogosho. Ni HRD for so many years. Amekuwa akifanya hii kazi. Na saidi yake na kwa saidi ya psychosocial ametusaidia sana. So ladies and gentlemen, introducing the amazing moderator. Wapi makofi ya Salima Njoki.
I have to make a disclaimer. Mkiona na hii makeup is courtesy of Badilia. So mkiona nikishine ametoa uchafu ya coach kwetu shago. But it's a pleasure to be here. We shall have a very short session. I shall be moderating. It shall be short and sweet. Quickie. Tuko pamoja? So itakuwa quickie tamu. So on stage, please help me to invite Zaina Kombo, an advocate of the High Court, my former boss at Haki Africa, currently with Amnesty International. Please keep Psych her up. Hatatusaidia. And then keep clapping. At least motivate mpaka afike hapa. And then tarararara, my artist in the house, nikiwa moja wao. Please put your hands together to Eric Waina. Keep clapping. Tusiwanyime makofi, keep clapping, mpaka at least afike hapa kae chini. And then lastly, si tumesema ni short panel. So tunakuwa watu watatu, but tumesema ni short and sweet, quickie. Then lastly, please put your hands together to Zahaluse. So, hii panel yetu ni watu wadogo lakini powerful. So keep clapping mpaka come. Keep. Tumesema we are not. Keep mpaka kae. Keep doing it. Thank you. So I think before we start our panel discussion, we are celebrating International Human Rights Day. And we've just come from 16 days of activism, right? And there's somewhere I read today that imagine we are celebrating Human Rights Day, 16 days of activism, and then we are celebrating that with violations. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, wametupatia icing on the cake na violations. So, before we delve into our topic, our different thematic topics, kindly, let's just all be upstanding. Naomba tusimame. And we observe a minute of silence for our gallant youths, young girls, whose lives were taken prematurely. Thank you. So tunaweza kaa. So tutaanza pale kwa Zaina Kombo. Namkumbuke nimesema alikuwa mdosi wangu. So you be kind. So alikuwa mdosi wangu Haki Africa. For the people that didn't know, she was my boss at Haki Africa. But nevertheless, this is how we're gonna do our panel discussions. We'll hear from our panelists, English ilikamna meli, panelists, and then from us also as audience, as they're sharing. Because I know we also have wealth of experience. We are Kenyans, we've lived in this country, and if we are not Kenyans, at least you've read, you've watched what's happening in this country, and we are talking about the state of human rights in this country. And if you want to narrow it down a little bit, specifically, just think about this year. If you have nothing else to look back to, just look at this year. What has happened? What has transpired? So we'll hear from them, and as they are speaking, please write your comments, your questions, and we're saying we're keeping it short and sweet. 30 minutes, meaningful, impactful. Tukitoka hapa, we have action points. Tuko pamoja, nasi ile ya Ruto. Thank you. So I don't want to introduce anyone here because I'll do a lot of disservice and injustice to think that I can do an intro of what is written. Unajua wanasemaga whatever you present kwa CV na mtu akijipresent, those are two different things. So just Zaina Kombo, just tell us who you are, what you do, and currently even the campaigns that you've been able to conduct at Amnesty, and the strides you've taken. Karibu.
Thank you, Salima. My name is Zaina Kombo, a human being passionate about human rights, an advocate of the High Court, a woman human rights defender, and a loving person, a loving human being. That's how I consider myself. So at the moment, we have a campaign dubbed Human is My Identity. For those of us wenye tulikula tear gas jana, if you saw the screen around archives that had the hashtag #FemicideKE and the Human is My Identity screen saying only weak men violate women, that's the campaign I'm running right now. And it was a pleasure to have, I must give them credit, AdWorld, the owners of that screen, gave us the screen as a CSR to support women because they understand that women's lives matter. We have done a couple of campaigns. Protect the Protest is part of Amnesty Kenya's campaign. But yesterday, mdosi wetu alishikwa. Yeah, so in terms of rights, the Constitution, where Article 37 is in the grave, ni kama imebakia kumwagiwa mchanga ifunikwe. But it's up to us to resist. Anyway, nimeambiwa niseme who I am and what I do. That's a summary before niingie kwa vitu zingine. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Zaina. And I think as we just delved into what even this constitution means to us, because I remember years back when I was still 1 GB and very young, that was a clamor then. That is like 29 years ago. We wanted a new constitution. We got it. But in terms of, and I think Senator said, and even another speaker, we have a good constitution, but in terms of implementation, there's something that is lacked. So I think we'll have a lot of discussion about how do we safeguard, because that is the only thing we have currently. How do we safeguard this constitution so selflessly, so that hiyo ndio itatuweza kutusaidia. So I think those are things that we'll want to hear.
A brother, a friend, I would hope. I think that the work of the artist is to inspire imagination. We must be excellent. We must make people want and see a new future. I was happened to have the privilege of going up to Kakuma, the camp. Kakuma has about 14 different countries represented there, and at one point everyone began to play. All these musicians from all these different countries. You have the Nuers who are shaking their rattles, guys from DRC who are playing their small baton, the drummers from Burundi who are playing these huge drums of theirs. And for a moment there, we understood why the people who would want to oppress us, that the first thing they'd go for is our culture. Because in that moment, we were completely transformed. We were completely in sync with each other, and we knew what we were doing, and we knew where we were going, and we were completely brave. The song is still relevant, unfortunately. I wish I could say, I wrote a song which nowadays, it doesn't matter anymore, Corruption, here you'll end. But it's still there. And it doesn't bring me any pride to say that, But what is really great, like even what's been happening in the revolutions that we continue to witness, is that creators are coming from everywhere. There's no more gatekeeping. You've got access to a phone, you've got access to an audience, we will listen to you. And then even songs that were not originally considered songs of revolution are becoming songs of the revolution because they capture a moment. So let's just keep on doing what we're doing. Kenya, we're doing it really well, and we're inspiring the world. Sometimes I say the only thing that was wrong with the Arab Spring is that we allowed it to remain Arab. But now, here we are, inspiring the world and taking inspiration from them as well.
Thank you. Zahalusi, please introduce yourself to us. And again, I'm this person, I think I think when I'm sleeping or maybe when I'm almost sleeping. And I was like, what you want to talk to us about? I'm like, during our time, we didn't have, sorry, I'm just 25, but yeah, like during our time, we just didn't have gadgets. You know what we mean? The people wale wa nini. Si tumesema sisi ni generation zote, but generation 2 yetu, like we didn't have even phones, a basic thing like phones. And people even in our office can tell you, even our comms person is here, I struggle. And I'm like, if we had maybe the knowledge, the skills, the gadgets, then could it have been different? Anyway, for right now, please just introduce yourself to us. And those are the things that have just in my mind, and I'm like, digital now, digital aikukua then. So is there a difference, or is it anyway?
Hello, everyone. We're still nursing wounds from the brutality yesterday. My name is Zaha Indimuli. I'm 23. I serve at End Femicide KE. I serve as the national coordinator. We were behind the organizing of the protest that happened yesterday, the one that happened in January, and the ones that continue to happen at grassroots level that grow to those big ones that we all participate in. I serve as a women human rights advocate and defender. I serve as generally a human rights activist because, again, humanity is more important than the context and understanding of gender. What unites us is the fact that we're all human. We work very closely with Zaina. I'm very happy to be here with her in this panel, and Eric too, now that I'm here.
Not me too.
And you too. I think when we started organizing within the movement, we quickly thought nothing really has changed from the past. The only introduction we have is transmission, which is now gadgets, whatever. But our forefathers and our ancestors still used to communicate, in fact, loudly and broadly. Smoke signals, drums. Let's remember the slave trade and the fact that us African women would make our Kantu lines to showcase the route of escape. Communication is very relevant. Our words, our poetry is very important. And that's what we translated it to the digital space. I think I surrendered my TikTok from being a luxury content creator and baby girl to full-time loan activist, which is absolutely fine. And I quickly realized that we have a narrative of understanding in Kenya. We're very visual. Kenyans want to see now. And the consumerism had to be maintained in that people would understand that femicide is not necessarily, for example, a gender issue. It's not a gender war, but it's a human rights violation war. And so, unfortunately, it had forced us, and trigger warning, when we got our latest, first of all, our youngest victim this year was a 4 and a 9-year-old, and they gang raped them, and they cut them up, and they hung them on a tree in Kakamega. And now with the case that we had in Kisumu, we all can understand what beheading is, right? Like with a sword, right? The victim this time was beheaded by a hammer, where they smashed and smashed and smashed her head to pieces. Even in road accidents, your skull doesn't break out. So you can imagine, for you to break a human being's head skull, it would take so much. But then the question becomes, where do you find it within yourself to commit such crimes when the UN Women is telling us that the most scariest place for a woman to be is at home? So all these contexts had to be brought up, and the digital space has done a really good job at that, in that we were able to describe, and unfortunately, we were able to go to visits, because we were working in the space, going to these victims, seeing the reality of the body, and unfortunately having to take my phone out and record it. And it's this last few weeks that I was like, we cannot be traumatized alone, let everyone feel it. And I started a very good video, talking, and I just posted that picture over there. And I think it brought out the whole, oh my, like, yeah, this is what femicide is. No, it's not murder, it's not kukula fair. because the girl was 17 and she had 2 kids, and you can imagine she was married off maybe at the age of 13, and all these things around gender-based violence are very much attached, and we cannot separate them. It's an economic issue, it's a justice issue, it's a health issue, because we've seen in some hospitals where women are being raped at their X-ray scan rooms and often murdered, and then the medical report becomes that she had a health condition. They're happening, it's true, it's a reality. And the 97 women in 90 days should actually be 97 women in a day, because by January alone we had 600 victims.
That's a huge, huge number. And I don't want to say like the cliche statement, there were people's sisters and then they mean they're just lives lost. And I think I liked the bit you said about we are visual, and the other bit you said about like us, we had also that during our time, you know, the example you gave. But I'm wondering, how do we, in terms of intersectionality of that and the participation and inclusion, how do we marry this? Because this is what was being done. This was what was happening. And now they've come sophisticated gadgets and apps. But how do we use this even to amplify the discourse that we're having today on human rights and democracy?
So, first of all, kudos to the artists, because one of the few things that assisted us to get this information to grassroots were musicians. Also, my good friend Fancy Fingers, they broke the hiatus this year, and Sauti Sol released By the River, specifically to support the cause. And it's been artists that have been assisting us to go to the grassroots. Do you all know when you go to the Soko during the, or even in Chama, women groups where they sing a lot, you know, even if it's praise, before any women meeting starts, we sing.
No, let me ask for you. Kuna watu wanakuwa kwa chama za wamama na za wababa? Hawako hapa.
Okay. So the intersectionality.
Mimi tu, hawako hapa.
The intersectionality comes with the fact that we noticed a trend. There's a lot of music and art in struggles. There's a lot of youth engagement, there's a lot of women engagement and men, because again, one of the few questions that we were asking is that when did men associate strength with violence? Because that's exactly where the problem began, where the biggest bully in high school was rendered the strongest, yet actually if you separate them from the crowd, you probably would be able to beat them up. There's a lot of strength and power that has been given to the association of violence and what power is. But debunking the intersectionality of how these digital spaces and digital gadgets have worked, radio came in very important. So as we released, for example, statements online in English, we had a couple of groups translating it in different language groups. And also with the ad that was there in town, it was in Dolo, it was in Kikuyu, it was in every single language, in that the struggle is diversified to different contexts within the country. But we took keen notice in chamas, sokos, meaning markets, supermarkets, border riders. So right now you'll get to a car and probably you'll find one of our border partners with a helmet informing you on femicide, but equally putting a hotline where you can call in case of help. We started debunking domestic violence from it being from the parents' view and the victim's view, unfortunately to have children view. What do they see? How does it translate to their trauma day to day? How do children also consume violence and how do they also project it? Because we do have kids that have faced violence at home and they end up violent, but we also do have kids that have faced violence at home and ended up dead and very quiet. And all these emotions were very important. And so going to schools, listening to children and what they had to go through, understanding that this year had quite a big target on university students. And so TikTok became a very good space for us to debunk. And so looking at trends that we can, how many of us know See China?
Carter.
The girlies. How many of us know this song called Peggy by See China? Guy. So often than not, when we hear most of the rap that happens, it's very derogatory, right? In women. I'm going to hold her and I'm going to do this, I'm going to the shit out on you. So we hear those words. Now imagine a woman saying that about a man. Get on your knees and grease my feet. I'm in the back with your who. Do you understand? And so C. China is a very good artist that I've seen come up. And one of the few things she does in her song is that exactly how they degrade us in music, not they specifically, how music has been used to degrade women, she does the interchange, and not necessarily inciting violence on men, but putting men in a systemic place where you can understand what that would do to you without any issue. And so we're seeing a lot of men saying, oh, this is exactly what these empowered women do. Empowering women has become such an issue now. The women are very masculine. But we have been made masculine to protect ourselves from being killed, and not just killed physically. Women are being killed emotionally. Women are killed verbally. Women are killed for absolutely no reason. Women are killed for apparently a reason. We're killed to exist. All this, the art industry has established a very safe space for us to intervene. And so we're having women in the markets, they won't call it femicide, but they'll say you are killing a woman courtesy of them being a woman. And now we're having men understanding that this conversation has to be looked from, it's not just a woman, that would have been my sister. That would have been my mom, that would have been my aunt. And then when you analyze the connection of femicide to you as an individual, it debunks and breaks the barrier of what dominance looks like from a person who's privileged to be very violent.
Awesome, awesome. And that takes us to Eric Wanaina, because I think you've just nailed it on the role of art in these campaigns. And Eric, even hearing from Super Senate, is the role of art. I mean, some of us know, but what is the role of art? And how can you use it even to transform our society and even start from home, so that even our parents stop telling us, hakuna kitu ingine ya maana, hawezi kuwa kama Zaina ambaye ni wakili.
Wow. Well, like I said, I think the work of art is to help people to imagine the situation. I worry. Well, I mean, I don't want to get into a situation where they're like, okay, the purpose of art is to teach. You know, I mean, it does have that, but I think it's inspiration is an important thing.
Mm-hmm.
The option to have that it provides that it's an alternative as a career is an important thing to present as well. Yep. I mean, I know someone who's a pediatrician who's having a hard time getting a job. You know, in my house, I've said to my kids, there shall be no doctors in this house. There shall be no accountants. There shall be no lawyers. What will you eat? Facetiously, I'm joking, right? But it's because that's what we were told when we were growing up. You know, thankfully, I wasn't told that. My parents were very supportive. My younger daughter wants to be an astrophysicist. And I said to her, you're too clever to be a scientist. What I'm saying to her is that, I mean, she'll sit there and she'll dissect Harry Potter. Or she'll come and she'll tell me what's happening in Syria. And I'm there like, this mind that you have, I don't want it to. And of course, if she becomes an astrophysicist, it's great, it's wonderful, right? But I think that we've also relegated the arts to be a place where it's the failures in the class who become artists. Yeah. I'd like to think I was a clever child, and the options as clever children are medicine, law, architecture, engineering, maybe accounts, you know. But I was able, very early in life, because of the openness that my parents had, I was able to discover this new way. And I discovered that I was going to be a musician, standing on stage, singing to a group of primary school kids. I was 17 years old. I was standing there with some friends of mine. We were auditioning to sing at our prize day, and I was singing this song, and these kids are brutal. They could eat you alive. But we sang, and they shut up and were amazed by these harmonies, and I came out of my reverie to see them standing up to applaud. And as a 17-year-old, when you discover what you want to do when you're 17, it's both a blessing and a burden. It's a blessing because, yay, you've discovered what you want. But it's a burden because you know that nothing else will ever do. The work of the arts is to, we talk about, like right now we started a thing about 6 years ago called the Nairobi Musical Theatre Initiative. We have about 34 what we call fellows who are a combination of composers, lyricists, and theatre writers. And one of the things that we are learning is that the story that you start to write is not the story that you end up writing. But you sort out the difficulty of the story and the process through the actual act of writing. And this is, I think, a thing that the arts helps to do. If we allow ourselves to be immersed in said art, we will come out of the other side having been transformed. I had the wonderful pleasure of going to see, it was a festival called the Nomadic Festival. You had musicians from predominantly Turkana. So you had Turkana, Samburu musicians. It was on Friday night at the Oswald Center. And other than the wonderful beauty of the fact that we were there listening to these human beings who come from the cradle of humankind, and they're there, the women are dressed in this wonderful brown, which is a canvas, to this amazing jewelry. And they wear this every day. We only wear it when we're told, dress African. They're like, this is how I dress every day of my life. Then the men, it's like if they're wearing like a kanzu which is striped, it's like by law, the socks which are knee length have to be striped another stripes. And so there they are on stage doing their thing. And you always imagine, and I've always said, what's really nice about concerts is that people want to go hear songs that they know. It's true. It's like when you go to the club, you're like, oh, it's my song, let me go to the dance floor. But we were listening to songs that we'd never, ever, ever heard before in our lives. And the colors on stage, and these guys doing their thing. And I came out later and we all said to the organizer, this cannot be a single night event. This thing needs to be a set book. As in, it needs to occupy a space, and kids are coming from all over the country to watch this show and just enter this thing and be inspired. I'm asking myself, where's the violence coming from? What's causing that, you know? I have a nephew. There, I know I'm answering a very long, and you said only half an hour, and this answer itself. Okay, sorry, okay, I'll speed it.
We're having a quickie,
yes.
Remember, yeah.
Okay.
Like all of us, yeah.
So, they're in the dining hall on a Saturday night, and they get called out of the dining hall because one of the dorms is on fire. They come out of their dorms, all these kids come out of the dorms, see a dorm on fire, okay, I grant it, some kids get excited and they start to throw stones. The headmaster summons them the next day and they all get suspended. 2 or 3 days later, they're told, come back with 3,000 bob. This is a school with 2,500 kids. The school raised 7.5 million shillings by blaming the children. So I'm talking to a relative of mine and I'm there like, can you believe what's going on? And this relative, who I shall not name, was there like, yes, but in fact, what they should do is pour cold water on those children so they can tell who the other instigators and collaborators were. was like, what has happened to us? Why would that, why would you want to do that to people? Why would you want to have to submit people to that kind of violence? Who hurt us to that level that that is the recourse?
Wow. I hope you didn't pour cold water to those kids. You know, now, sometimes, you know, I'm a psychologist. Now I'm putting on a psychologist and I'm like, oh, God. Anyway, Zaina, this year, the state of human rights and democracy. And what I don't want to say is cliche, is this thing of democracy is the will of the, this idea, the will of the people, for the people, by the people. So first, just tell us, is that cliche? And then number two, how can we, as a people of this nation, because it's a beautiful nation, beautiful people, how can we safeguard the constitutional gains that we've made so far? And for me, it's also so personal, because that is my youthful years that were taken. Because I started activism at the age of 18, and I'm still 18 right now. Thank you.
Just to take you back, Salima, everything in life is about art. Cooking, cleaning the house, making love, everything is about art.
Okay.
Wacha niachie hapo.
Niko na homa.
Kwa hii pande ingine, I think we speak too much about the Constitution, Article 1, Bill of Rights, but there's one article that we keep on forgetting, Article 3. It says, every person has an obligation to defend the Constitution. The article itself, the subtitle reads, Defense of the Constitution. And it says, every person. Then, let me go to Article 19.
Every person here even means Zakayo? I'm just asking.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Nilikuwa tu kujua.
Yes. Every person. Not state officers, not... So be it. I want to speak about Article 19 because it is the one that gives us the reason why we recognize human rights. So, number one is to promote social justice. 2, to help us realize the potential, our potential as individuals and communities. 3, to uphold our dignity as individuals and communities. And right now, because we have a lot of cherry picking on rights, I want to remind us, human rights. Like there are 2 words, right? So we have women, we have PWDs, we have youth and all other groups. But the overarching is human rights. So before you see Zaina, Salima, Eric, Zaha as who they are, the artists, the activists, and whatever, see the other person next to you as a human being first. That is the only identity that will then make you give them their dignity and their rights. But we want to put ourselves into those little tiny boxes of, oh, this one is a woman, oh, this one. We all have different identities, and that is why Article 27 says non-discrimination, and it elaborates like, is it 16 or 17 identities? Because this woman you want to kill is a mother. They could be PWD, they could be a refugee, they could be a queer person, they could be, the list continues. Their struggles cannot be reduced because of one identity that you choose to hate. Right? If nothing else you remember from me today, please, you can as well go and read and read and read. Article 3 and Article 19. That is why we are out on the streets. That is why we are singing the Maandamano songs. That is why we are doing because if we continue with what we saw yesterday, then we should as well forget about democracy. We cannot have democracy without security. If I'm not able to go out and work, safety and security is at the core of democracy. We cannot have a society where more than half of the population are living in fear, and you call it a democracy. And when they go out, you tear gas them. So we face violence at home. We are out here, we want to vent, you also want to kill us in public. Where? No.
Where? No.
Can I just add,
very quickly,
dovetail something there?
Very quickly.
My wife always asks, where will we learn democracy? When in the home, traditionally the father is always right. In the church, the pastor is always right. In the mosque, it's always the mom is right. Where are we going to learn it? You know?
And if it's either my way or the highway. So that is one question, because now we're going to a Q&A. So do you want to respond to that now, or we just get some few questions, because there are people who are looking at me badly and they don't know today I have makeup, so I don't want to disappoint them. So remember, we're still doing a quickie. So we'll invite questions. Already you have one. So we'll have questions, comments from us quickly, and then they respond, they give us their parting shot, and then because I'm the one standing in between you and your basic right of food. So, kuna moja, kuna swali. There's one here, so there's one here. There's one at the back. Is that Bilasio? No? Okay. Going once, going twice. Okay, there's one here. So we're gonna get those, and we shall call it an afternoon. But I think next time, tukiandika invitation 9, please, tukue hapa 8:30. Ndio tukue na time long ya kudiscuss. Sawa sawa. So the mic, who has the mic? Okay, you go first. And please just tell us your name, where you're from, and who you're shooting the question to, or maybe comment.
My name is Janice Ama. I'm from Dandora. And I'd like to ask, I forgot her name.
Zaha.
Zaha. I'd like to ask her, so some of us, like girls in Dandora, we live in a violent relationship, like girls go and get married because of what they are going through and because they want to escape street life. So what I'd like to ask if you try to help them and they don't want to come out of the violent relationship, and some end up dead, and no one does anything about that. Like you said, on January there were 600, you found 600 killed. Well, in January there were more than 5 killed and slaughtered, beaten to death, choked to death, maybe woke up, niliamuka nikampata, tulilala tu vizuri, that's what they say. Tulilala tu vizuri, nikaamka nikampata pumui. So what if you try to help them and they refuse to be helped? What can we do about that?
Thank you for your question. We take the 2 who has the mic. You have the mic? The mic here. Hama neza penda hii yangu. But remember, even when we're having lunch, we can still keep talking, discussing, exchanging contacts and networks. Karibu.
Thank you. My name is Betty Sharon. I work for Collaboration of Women in Development, Quid, Mombasa. My question goes to Eric Wainaina. Eric, today is my second time meeting you. I'll start by appreciating you. I met you in 2014, and I still remember that day like yesterday. The room was full of masculinity. As a celeb, I did not expect that from you. When I came in, you stood and gave me the space to sit. And I asked you, are you sure? You said, yes, I am sure. Just sit. And thank you so much. I always talk about it. As a celeb, I did not expect that from you. My question is, it may be a little bit difficult for you, but can you come up with a song for campaign for prevention of killing of the women? And join us and talk to your fellow men, to join us and talk to their fellow men, not to kill us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very personal. Thank you. The last one on that side. Sorry, kumbukeni tu tuko kwiki na lazima tuende job, so yeah, tuta talk more over lunch. Yeah, the last one, sorry. Unless you're very, please.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. Hellos. I go by the name Spontaneous the Poet. I'm a spoken word artist based in Kenya. This goes out to the legal side. So, femicide, we've talked about men being perpetrators. What happens in instances where the woman is the perpetrator and the woman probably kills the child or the woman kills the partner? How do we broaden that conversation to also encompass this other aspect? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Like Okweli, the last one here.
Okay, my name is Christopher Arunga, a digital rights activist. My question is to Zainab. So you've said that your campaign is called Only Weak Men Violate Women. It's a good name for a campaign, but also you insist on the importance of having it under a collective umbrella of humanity. So don't you think there's a contradiction somewhere? And in the same line, how do you think we can make this conversation fashionable and positive to be included in other sectors and very early social lives of our children in schools? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So do we start with Zaina? Take it up.
Yeah. So to you, Eric, and maybe to touch on some of those who have asked, human beings are fundamentally flawed. and human beings are primordially selfish. That is why we have books like the Constitution, the Quran, the Bible, and other religions have their text. For culture, I'm not too sure, but what I will say is let's learn from the books, not people. When it comes to religion, I say differentiate between Muslims and Islam, Christians and Christianity. Because as a Muslim today, if I take alcohol, that is not what Islam says. That is what Zaina has done. Zaina, the human being, who is fundamentally flawed. In the mosque, no, the imam is not the nini of the day. It is the Quran and the Sunnah that guides. And we are taught, read the Quran. So even when he is flawed, when he says something that is wrong, we are required to correct them. I might not speak about other faiths because I'm Muslim. I speak about us as a Muslim. So yeah, let's learn democracy from the Constitution. That's why I was saying, let's read Article 3, let's read Article 19. Because Chapter 4 begins with Article 19 that gives us the objectives of why we are recognizing human rights. And when we go back to the 1948 document, that is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, it says all human beings are equal in dignity and rights. All human beings, not just women, not just men, not just queer folks, not just many other identities that we have, all human beings. To the question of whether, if and when a woman is a perpetrator, yes, human beings are fundamentally flawed. And that means any one of us could turn into a criminal anytime. So it does not absolve this woman, or women do not have the immunity from criminal proceedings just because you're a woman. Trust me, Langata Women Prison is full. So even that woman needs to go through the criminal justice system. If they are indeed a perpetrator, they also need to be reported. And this is why I began by saying, let's look at ourselves as human beings first. Because if you want to grant immunity because this person is a woman, then that's wrong. Right?
Right.
There was another question. The name of the campaign is not only weak. That was for Jana. That was for end femicide. It was like a clarion call, yeah. But the campaign is called Human is My Identity. Because we are centering the human identity first for people to respect everyone for who they are and not what they are. Don't respect me because I'm an advocate. Don't respect me because I was Salima's colleague. Don't respect me because I'm Muslim. Respect me, even if you hate me as a Muslim, just respect me because I'm a human being. And the world is beautiful because of our diversity. So the campaign is not only weak men violate women, the campaign is Human is My Identity. And yesterday, the message was that, yeah, only weak men violate women because we want to end femicide. And 92% of GBV cases affect women. And we, in that campaign, we have all identities. Zaha is part of that campaign, and I ask you all to come and join us on Friday because we have our inaugural documentary on scars of discrimination at Prestige Plaza. Thank you.
Thank you, Zaina. Eric, to you, concise, short, and sweet. Can we have that album?
Yes, we can. But first of all, I must applaud the person who asked the question for your tactic. First of all, lumengia tu pole pole kisi, and then suddenly, yes, in answer to your question, it can and should be done. I think that we're living in a different Kenya. As in, like, I was taught to stand up for people in the buses that when we were kids, you know. It's just we still. I say to my kids every day when I drop them in school, be kind, be brave, you know. Because as a 15-year-old girl, my child, you know, you can get really cliquish and become very bully, and you're in the in crowd, that kind of thing. And that's why I'm saying, you know, I mean, you reference the Constitution. A cop will beat you when they're holding the Constitution. Yeah. And so I think Jacinta Ardern from New Zealand, the former Prime Minister, one of her campaign policies was kindness. You know? We've got to teach kindness in school. Is it like it's just, you can't walk in as a teacher and be there like, my wife always tells this story, she's like, this guy walked into class today with a stick. He's like, today I feel like beating some children. Have you got your color pencils? If you don't, go out of the desk. Now, those children in that class,
Yeah.
what are they going to come out being if that's what they experience every single day?
Yeah.
You know? Let's actually make it a lesson. Let's teach kindness.
Thank you. And I think now you're just alluding to the same sentiments expressed by Zaina, the humanity. Lastly, again, concise, sweet. Why do we stay? That is the question. Sindio, why do we stay?
I want to share something. And it's systemic because, again, for centuries, women have been exposed to a lot of violence that they have had to adapt. And women have had to change the existence of femininity to be able to survive prematurely being exposed to complete violence. So having lived in Dandora a couple of times, I completely understand what you're saying. But aside from that, I want us to give grace to most of these women who end up going back to these abusive relationships. Because again, they're exposed to the abuse enough to know that that is what safety is. Let's also recognize that most of these abusive patterns and why women would go back is because of the economic struggle that presents them living. Let's also acknowledge that society deems a woman that walks out of marriage, or a woman who has been divorced, or a woman who does not give birth, or a woman, or a woman, or a woman, way, way less, and very much of a subhuman, courtesy of them choosing to walk away. Let's also paraphrase that a woman has to also think about the gap of lacking a father in her children's lives, that she would sacrifice herself and her peace to ensure that her kids get to still experience that. When we tell most of the victims don't go back, we had to change that narrative, because as you tell them not to go back, you diversely encourage their trauma. And connecting that to the fact that Kenya, as we speak, is the worst place for a woman to be right now, when we tell women to leave, the question becomes to where? Is she coming alone? Is she able and ready to leave her children behind? When we're programming then, we need to rethink what safe houses means. And then you saw the other day, Nani released 100 million. To who?
Nani?
So,
Si tuseme tu tutoke. Tuseme tu tutoke. Tuseme tu tutoke.
Tuseme tu nitoke.
Tuseme tu tutoke.
Now, imagine yesterday was enough. I really don't want to find myself again in the root cause of abduction. I need a week. Guys, Central Police Station is just there. Give me peace. So, 100 million was released to who? We don't have agenda CS for the last 6 months. 100 million was released to who? Counties have been given safe money, they've been given safe houses money for the longest. We just have never seen a safe house functioning. 100 million to who? Where the significant thing that should be happening is that you tell the judiciary to work on the cases, tell the hospitals to take care of victims, tell the police to humanify their service to victims. In short, just give an executive order for things and people to get to work. And so we still have to put this burden back on women, whereby you're in an abusive relationship, but you have to think about the children, you have to think about economics, you have to think about politics, you have to think about so much. And mind you, the woman that has daughters will not leave because it's worse outside for her. So as we continue to think through what responsible and holistic victim support would look like, because that's what we're trying to develop. Again, we're burdened, even as the people that give service, having to see women being killed every single day, having to pick the bodies, having to follow up with autopsies. I did Kware, until now I can't find a therapist to assist me in this journey anymore, because everyone's like, please don't explain, I can't, let me refer you, and I've been referred 31 times now. It doesn't make sense to process these things. But those women choose to go back not because they want to. And maybe we should start thinking about what that change would look like. There's something you said, just wanted to add in.
Briefly.
Very briefly.
Please.
Women perpetrators are sentenced way worse than men perpetrators. Just saying. But equally, because I'll give you a good example. One of the few cases we closed in Kiambu where Lucy Jambi was killed, in between her murder, it was a former MCA of Riruta that was sentenced to life. He was the murderer. He had 7 men rape Lucy all the way through Wayakiwe, and then when they got there, they had bought 2 liters of concentrated sulfuric acid. It was supposed to essentially be burnt on her so that she does not ever get married again because she's too beautiful. The side chick to the former MCA drenched that 2 liters of sulfuric acid inside Lucy Jambi and made her drink it. So we do have women perpetrators. It's just that essentially, as we're campaigning at the moment, we recognize that most of these perpetrators are men, and therefore to ignite that voice around the men's spaces for them to recognize that if these men kill women like this, what do you think they're doing to us as fellow men? So we do have women perpetrators. The one single girl that stabbed the boyfriend 15 times, you know that case? She's there for life. So we do still accommodate that area as well.
Thank you, Zaha. You guys, you're aware that time has never been enough. It will never be enough. But I think my invitation to all of us, because this is our country, and you're talking about the state of human rights in this country, and these are presenting issues to us, some through experience, some through watching, listening. But my question to all of us is, what are you doing? What are you doing? And my takeaway, because I don't want to take it back to the panelists to say, what is your parting shot? What I got is, 1, we all have a responsibility to read first the Constitution. Tusisomewe kama last time, tusema kama baba amesoma pia sisi tumesoma. And I think Zaina has given us even where to start. Article 3:19. So at least we have some place to start. Then what I've heard is every struggle kuna zinaingiana, si ndio? Then number 3, we need to debunk easy myths around domestic violence, femicide. Then lastly, art also is a powerful tool to tell our stories, to celebrate, and also to transform the society, the communities, and the country at large we live in. And I think that's a good way to say, asanteni sana, please let's enjoy our lunch, and please just take time to also see Eric Wanaina Kando, Zaina, Nazaha, to have and to deepen this conversation. I have been your moderator, not a good one, Salima Njoki Mashari. I'm a psychologist. I know the people here, if you need any psychological help, I work with the Nuka Kenya, the CC. So pia mimi unaweza na kwa blue tent. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Wow. Shikilia kwanza. Withdraw your statement. Umesema? You have not been an amazing? Hapana, mpigieni makofi Salima for an amazing work. Ndio? Shukran sana Zaha. Shukran Eriko. Shukran sana Eriko. Comrade Zaina. Imekuwa an amazing panel. So nika photo. Then remember ni Democracy and Human Rights Festival 2024 courtesy of Forum Civ. So photo. Kelv, tulia, hatutamaliza hizi. Tulia kwanza Kelv. Ai, unachoma. Thank you everyone. Hey, thanks, umevumilia mpaka saa hii, so lazima tu respect ile article, si ndio? Si ndio? Si ndio? Meanwhile tunaweza simama tu stretch. DJ uko na kitu?
Yes, tusimame to stretch as we get ready for DJ. Umesema ni time gani? What time is it? Saa 7. Time ya nini? Chakula. So we take the shortest time possible. Tuchukue dakika ngapi?
Kwa sababu tuko na concert.
Kwa sababu tuko na
graduation party for the 20 activists wenye walikuwa fellowship. So meanwhile tuna release. Enjoy your lunch, ndio? Now smile for the lunch. How's your done? Smile for the lunch.
Right. Turudi at exactly 2:50. Kindly. Tafadhali. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit.
Shino narudo kupatana kutitibu dirire.
Twahitaji upendo ili tusonge mbele.
Kutambura kwetu zichida hati narudo.
Ukosefu wa upendo ulete dhiki ya mambo ni twende. kazunguzuka mbele. Weongoza nikufuate. Tuende mbele, zunguka zunguzuka mbele.
Na Mr. Moja nikitusiwa, unajua vile kwa uenda vile au fanya hapa, tuko kuwachapia pia kuwachampia kiasi. Yeah, kama kulikuwa na safety belt basi kulikuwa na tenda ya mishipi, ukiona blackout kuna tenda ya magenerator. Wameipeleka tufa, wameenda hadi story agenda, hadi rights za mende, ati wase wanaipenda kaile channel ya South Africa wameitwanga na
Mute hizi zingine zote. Tutengeneze sasa hiyo. Bado hiyo ndio ule anaenda kutumia. Nishaiweka. Cheza.
Penye si struggle za dando. Yeah, yeah.
Masho tuko macho anko nipe heshima lazima hasla tashiba kabla lipekeja fadhali we kilema hema kabla ulalejela msela tigika na mabega kubali we ni memba wahenga walisema gema kisifiwa lazima utazidiwa
na mizane ni aje
Exponential potential. Walitudharau. Who's laughing now? Exponential potential. Wana drown kwa machozi zao, tunaogelea kwa jasho zetu. Who's laughing now?
Mbogi Genje, tunataka picha ya Kenyatta kwa walenje. Mbogi Genje, sindo Mbogi Genje, tunataka sura ya Kenyatta kwa walenje.
Hey, hey.
Hello.
Hey, hey.
Kamgapisa tu na kulike mekuma.
Aya, sikilia Mr. DJ. Ule mtu atachangamka after lunch. Kama anaweza kujapa mbele, si ndio? Ndio hii merchandise. Mwenye anaweza changamka tafadhali. Tuna dance ya democracy at the end of the day, si ndio? Wapi makofi yao akikam? Haya. Mr. El Nino alongside MCV Slim alongside Stella. Tuende. Haya.
Piga smile kamgapisa tu na kulike mekuma kweni tatu. Gidhi nyasi agagwadu. Una bend pose alafu na raru. Piga statue. Inua mkono alafu cheza na mguu. Piga statue na kulike mekuma kama tatu. Simama
piga one. Shikilia. Haya. Mnadai ngoma gani? Mnadai anguka nayo swing, mnadai gani? Yoyote ile.
Ongeza volume.
Haya, Mr. DJ wape.
Beba, ni wadak. Beba, najoshia skia. Najoshia skia. Cheki. Najoshia skia wewe. Unaweza swing. Beba, unaweza swing. Unaweza swing. Beba, unaweza swing. Beba, unaweza swing. Wadak.
So skin nimedonjo kwa club. Kuna mademo tena ni wa nice man. Nacheza kote kuote ndadunda. Singafuni yokote. Kwanza kwa choche.
Kwanza kwa choche.
Shikilia. Aya, mmeona malitisho inaenda? Si unajua nyinyi ndio the judges mnaamua, si ndio? Nyinyi ndio majaji mnaamua at the end of the day, si ndio? Lazima nigeane hii show. So tuwapatie the final round ama final round alafu mnaamua, si ndio? Wapi makofi yao na kelele wewe? Aya, lego Mr. DJ.
Unaweza swing. Wadak.
So skin nimedonjo kwa club. Kuna mademo tena ni wa nice man. Nacheza kote kuote ndadunda na ye msingafuni yokote. Kwanza kwa choche.
Kwanza kwa choche. Kwanza kwa choche. Cheki. Dumo choke. Kwanza kwa choche. Cheki. Kia, unaweza swing. Niko kodunda. Na emerging tikituta. Ni manazi. Uwezi stuka. Watching na mawalang magunga.
Haya, tuende. Final countdown, tuende.
Kipusa. Deke wako bitch wachapupa. Wachapupa. Siku anakaa nainua. Nainua.
One last time.
Cheza na tuta.
One last time. Tuende. One last time.
Correction. You gonna do. Msupa we ni keki. But unajidu.
Aya. DJ amepatia bonus. Bonus. Aya, tuende basi. Hey.
Put your money where your mouth one day. Yeah, that's what me prefer.
Hey, set it.
Set it. Pick up when me set it, you have it. Set it. Pick up when me set it, you have it. Pick up, so when me set it, you have it.
Ati ni geni.
Chape ni setie ni shande. Goja mapikin waka.
Haya, shikilia Mr. DJ. Haya. Lazima nigeane hii t-shirt, si ndio? Nataka nianze na hii side. Wangapi wanasema anaweza ama hawezi? Nataka kusikia nduru yake, si ndio? Haya, kwa mara nyingine. Wapi nduru yake? Iko hivi, si ndio? Haya. Wapi nduru yake, Joe? Hey. In a count of 1, 2, 3, wapi nduru yake? So niende anaoka wewe na tishona anaidunga, si ndio? Anaidunga akipiga miondoko, si ndio? So Mr. DJ, vaa tishona unapiga miondoko basi tukimalizia. Haya, dunga tisho wewe.
Yeah. Big beats. When you drop it down low, hey.
Mastingo, hey.
When me said it, you have it. Pick up, so when me said it, you have it. Pick up, seems.
Yeah, ni chape ni.
Shikilia.
Shande. Goja mapi.
Shikilia wapi makofi yake wakitoka stage. Ameweza, si ndio? Ameweza. At the end of the day, it's all about the democracy and human rights. Festival 2024, courtesy of Forum Civ. So Stella, step up.
Hey, mambo vipi?
Umeona mambo?
Niaje wase? Mko fiti? Manzi, asanteni sana for kuzidi tu kutulia na sisi hapa. And kwa hii festival, the Democracy and Human Rights Festival.
Pia not forgetting, kuna mapartners hatukutaja awali, si ndio?
Manzebu ataje.
Kuna VSO International, Strathmore Uni, Inuka Africa, Greco Youth Cafe, Elog, kuna Nadhana Kenya, Media Council of Kenya,
actually
Tagling Media, National Police Commission, Healing Hearts, Red Box Media, Ubunifu Hearts, wako hapa, si ndio? Represented by DJ Kelv, si ndio? Lakisama Social Justice Center, Fin Church Aid, kulikuwa na NAC Kenya, kuna Ecotrek, Togling Films, Nukani Sisi, Amnesty International, Lea. Kuna watu wanajita Mbogi ya Choche. Wapi Mbogi ya Choche? Big up, si ndio?
Haya, kuna niaje, wamekuwa very active kwa hizi 16 days of activism. Wamekuwa kitichwa kuhusiana na GBV and stuff like that. So big up Mbogi ya Choche. We see you guys. Tunawacheki sana.
Kuna Refugee Independence Support Organization, Heads Up Africa, Campus Me Too, Dreams, National Youth Guard Alliance, Youth Agenda, Young Women Leaders Connect, Action Aid, Global Peace Foundation, na Voices for Change. Wapi wa makofi wa mapartners wewe?
All right.
So on the basis of time, Stella, on the basis of time, tunataka kuintroduce the first act.
Before to introduce the first act, pale kwa socials kama kama kawa, take a picture, weka hashtag pale haki kwa wote, and tag Forum Civ ESA, Forum Civ ESA, taggers, and of course kuna giveaways. But right now, mko tayari for the very first artist. Mko
after
tayari?
Lunch yani.
You guys are ready?
Swaski. Are you ready for the next act on stage wewe? Are you ready? Wapi kelele wewe? Hiyo kelele si feel. Huo msanii hawezi kuja saa hii. Huyu jamaa ameperform on the biggest platforms. Nani anajua Oktoberfest ile ya Tusker? Nani anajua? So huyu jamaa amefanya mambo yake venye inafaa at the end of the day. So, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the next act on stage? So, in a count of 1, 2, 3. So, wapatie clue bado. Amko ready?
Wako ready. But pia wale wasoko nyuma, if you can come forward kidogo tu itakuwa fiti.
Yes.
Itakuwa fiti.
Yes.
As msanii ako ready.
Yeah.
He's ready.
Yeah.
It's a he.
Watu wangu wa Dando wako wapi? Watu wa 32. 32. Watu wa 32. Dandora City. Wapi kelele ya Dandora wewe? In a count of 1, 2, 3, introducing one of the baddest musicians, poets out of Dandora. Show some love for the one and only KG's Heavyweight.
How are you feeling, Nairobi, tonight? Please make some noise.
Check, 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 1. Check, 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 1, 2.
Sasa inaitwa KG's the Heavyweight. Natoka Dandora, I'm a performing artist. 2024 from Forward Fellow. Democracy Festival, if you are ready, ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise one more time. KG's the Heavyweight. Natoka Dandora, I'm a performing artist. 2024 So people, are you ready? Twende, kila mtu. People, are you ready?
We are ready.
People, are you ready?
We are ready.
If you are happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, and you really want to show. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. People, are you ready?
Yeah, we ready.
So people, are you ready?
We are ready.
I wanna hear some energy. Kila mtu asimame juu, kila mtu juu.
Check, check, check.
Kila mtu. Twende. 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 So people, are you ready?
We are ready.
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 Hapo juu. People, are you ready?
We are ready.
If you're having a good time, please make some noise. It's a pleasure to be with you here. So right about now, Davey on the keys, Kuya on the drums, Justine on the bass guitar, Sam and Chucho on the lead and rhythm guitar. We have Randy and Shana on the vocals, and the beautiful Tori on the clarinet. Make some noise for the money band. Anyonyeshe mkono, twende. 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 Aibu peupe mchana, shika tama dua, mfalme yupo uchi wa mnyama. Inatamausha sana kioo cha jamii, ushairi inaangaza. Don't you see the king is naked? People, come see the king is naked. Don't you see the king is naked? Everybody wonder, how is the king naked? Don't you see the king is naked? People, come see the king is naked. Don't you see the king is naked? Everybody wonder, shock. Maswali bila majibu, maradhi hawezi tibu. Si lemon hawashikanishi nikisema nimeuma ndimu. Kondoa na kesi na umbwa mwitu, huku fisi ndio hakimu. Kila soko ina mwenda wazimu, dalili ya mvua mawingu. Maswali bila majibu, maradhi hawezi tibu. Masahibu, matabibu, masahibu yametusibu. Hekalu inaporomoka, kuta zinabomoka, wafuasi wanaasi, mji mzima unachomeka. Vipi wafungwa walitoweka? Twende, aibu peupe mchana, shika tama dua, mfalme yupo uchi wa mnyama. Inatamausha sana kioo cha jamii, ushairi inaangaza. Don't you see the king is naked? People, come see the king is naked. Don't you see the king is naked? Everybody wonder, shock. The king is naked. Visima vina maji, wanafunzi hawana masomo, mkilala unono, kutwa kucha ni migomo, na watoa rangi even though mi sio painter. Mnapenda kurandaranda na nyi sio makapenta, mmevuka mipaka kupita kiasi, design mko out of border, satuwaoni vizuri kama picha yenye iko out of focus. Maswali bila majibu ndio maradhi hawezi tibu. Wanaotawazwa hawajahitimu, waliohitimu hawajatawazwa. Wanahabari bado wanakandamizwa, wanaharakati kuangamizwa. Usisahau majaji wakiingilia kati kutekeleza haki ambayo ni ngao, askari nao wanawamaliza. Ushairi kio cha jamii, ushairi unaangaza, hekalu inaporomoka, kuta zinabomoka, wafuasi wanaasi, mji mzima unachomeka. Sema the king is naked, so people are you ready?
We are ready.
People are you ready?
People, 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 are you ready?
Nikisema people unasema power. People,
power.
People,
power.
Nikisema people unasema power. People,
power.
People,
power.
Bila kidungi kwa west, kichuri si test. Gentleman si impress, my impress. Vitongoji bila kazi, viongozi watiaji sana. Kipaji na shanga ni aji. Opinion polls, millennium goals, senator ma predator, killings za ma sibling, damu ziko scam. Hatutaki guns, tunataka plans, punguzeni. Vilabu na kasino ongezeni, vitabu na kalamu za wino, miswada maktaba, barabara si madeni, na misaada toka nchi za kigeni. Ni aje buda, weight ni heavy. Nikisema people unasema power, so people,
power.
People,
power.
Nikisema power unasema people, power.
People,
power.
People.
Nikisema people unasema power, people,
Power.
People,
power.
Nikisema power unasema people, power.
People, people.
Anionyeshe mkono hivi tena kila mtu. Manze nataka energy. Twende, bounce, twende. Twende. So people, are you ready?
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 Agriculture, communication, entrepreneurship, investments, horticulture, exportation, leadership, development, poor planning, no facilities, shut down, lockdown, no activities. You wanna see my creativity? Chant down Babylon primitivity. For the people, by the people, and with the people. Democracy, equality, justice, practice, integrity. Nikisema people unasema power, so people,
power.
People,
power.
Nikisema power unasema people, so power,
People,
power.
people.
Nikisema people unasema power, people,
Power,
people,
power.
Nikisema power unasema people, power,
People,
power.
people.
Must go, kila mtu must go, sema
Must go,
must go,
must go, must go. Must go, must go, must go, must go, must go.
Kila mtu,
must go,
kila mtu,
must go, must go, must go,
bana mnanienjoy bana.
must go, must go, must go, must go.
Ufisadi must go, ukabila ufisadi
must go,
ukabila
must go,
ukabila
must go,
ufisadi
must go.
Iko sawa,
Must go.
ashukisha kidogo. So thank you so much for MC for putting all this together. Yani. Big up kila mtu mwenye amekaa mausio. So after the June 25th we saw the uprising of the Gen Z movement that led to the rejection of finance bill. Sawa. And it sparked a conversation within and beyond borders in Africa. So the next song inaitwa ABCD, African Black People Democracy. So if you're black and proud, kama umeshika rangi manze, mimi natoka Dandora. Wapi nduru bana? Wapi nduru ya watu wangu wa Githurai wewe? Wapi nduru ya Badili Afrika wewe? Wapi nduru ya watu wa Mukuru wewe? Iko sawa, tuende kazi. Iko sawa. Skiza, bounce, tuende, bounce, kila mtu. Manzeni patieni energy jo, mmetoka lunch. Kila mtu asimame juu. Kila mtu juu. Kila mtu, tuende, tuende, tuende. Different culture, different backgrounds, same struggle. Different culture, different backgrounds, same struggle. Different culture, different background, same struggle. Different chapter, different back sound, same juggle. Different thoughts like Mau Mau, Rosa Parks, Oliver Tambo. Different folks like Tupac, you know how we play Rambo. I'm Black King, Black Panther, Black Stallone, you are a Black Queen. Black Smarter, Black and Humble, it's a Black Wing. Black League, Black Shadow, no matter where you from, Black is future, I'm Black Tyson. For no reasons, for being black you end in prison. For so reasons, for being black we have a mission. For no illusions, for loving rap, this is freedom. I'm Black Enterprise, we are black. Peace and freedom, say my Africa. Black,
black,
citizen,
citizen,
democracy,
democracy,
Africa,
Africa,
black,
black,
citizen,
citizen,
democracy,
democracy,
people,
people,
power,
people,
potential,
potential,
possibility,
possibility,
power,
power,
people,
people,
possibility,
possibility,
potential,
potential,
people,
people,
power,
power,
potential,
potential,
possibilities,
possibilities,
power,
power,
people,
people,
abilities,
possibilities,
potential. Kamondo chiogo kinyago ni nyasairo kamano ni nyinguon gi wuoi gi chunya tieko kamano atero pie baf amadho chai gi mandas achuado suit woda lega mako bas to kabayo wanga kocha nyathi moro wange ler mitoka suya mos to nyingi ngapendo jabero duoka ni siprosa kinyi opendo ka jawera duoke ni wach mos nyamama tibonjo maber Dala ukanye, can I get your phone number please? Siko perfect with time nice attractives. Tactics, holiday, twende Paris, Dubai, Mumbai, Hawaii, Kitaka, Greece. If you're black and proud, make some noise. Nyonyesha ngumi moja twende. Sema Africa,
Africa,
black,
black,
citizen,
citizen,
democracy,
democracy,
Africa,
Africa,
black,
black,
citizen,
citizen,
democracy,
democracy,
must go,
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 must go, must go, must go,
Githurai must go, Githurai
must go,
ukabila
must go,
corruption
must go,
Manyabara
must go,
Amamblena
must go,
Sugoi boy
must go,
heavyweight
must go.
Nikisema heavyweight unasema champion, heavyweight,
champion,
heavyweight,
champion.
Nikisema heavyweight unasema champion, heavyweight,
champion,
heavyweight,
champion.
If you're having a good time, please make some noise one more time. So niko na kijana anaitwa Helicopter mazee, uni beshte yangu. Ukijana alipigwa risasi yani na makarao, so I had to go to Kenyatta Hospital to go and see this boy, and you're not immune to anything man. One of my biggest shout outs bro. So kwa hii country, all sovereign power belongs to the people. How's here? And we are the people. Sio? Nyonyeshe mkono one more time. Twende. Twende. Sema yeah. Sema yeah. Sema yeah. Sema yeah. Sema whoa. unasema power, so people
power,
people
power.
Nikisema power, unasema people, power,
people,
power,
people.
Aya,
yeah.
Justine on the bass, step forward. Make some noise for Justine on the bass guitar.
Yeah.
Catch a vibe. Kuya, drums, kuya, drums, kuya, drums, kuya. Devi on the keys, Devi on the keys, Devi on the keys, Devi. Devi on the keys, Devi on the keys, Devi. Tori on the clarinet. Tori, give them some clarinet kidogo. Listen to Tori on the clarinet. Aya, ingoma mwisho napiga nikimalizia is off my new album inaitwa Undisputed Champion. Merchandise out now 1500, au sio? Unaweza support hapo nje. Ama unafikiria wasanii utoa wapi pesa? Nunua sweater usishikwe na baridi mtu wangu. Tuende ngoma mwisho. Hip hop. To all the hip hop lovers, mimi natoka Dandora. So kama unapenda hip hop, wapi nduru wewe? Wapi nduru wewe? Sikia hip hop sasa, mistari. Sikiza. Mademu wanamadwa kwa hii nchi manze. This is the worst regime to ever go down. This is very unfortunate. Baba na mama wanashangaa, jamaa zako wanataabika. Kukoje, hali vipi za maisha, mawazo yanakusonga, afya yako inadhoofika, vikwazo pia, kucha usiku mchana kutwa, saa zingine unapiga picha na si safi, saa zingine unapiga picha na hata upati. Wahisani wamegaramika, zako lika na kupati, umeponda mali, umefilisika bila haki, ila hakuna liye mkamilifu. Umesamehewa, karibu tena maradufu. Karibu kiti nawa mikono, jihisi nyumbani, jihisi. Maswali bila majibu, maradhi hawezi jibu. Maswali bila majibu, maradhi hawezi jibu. Sikiza, kitendawili cha maswali si mafumbo, si methali. Mawimbi yamezidi maarifa, muogeleaji. Hatujui hatima ya safari, yamezidi unga maji leo hii, hali si hali. It's okay not to be okay, bro. Sis, it's okay not to be okay. It's okay not to be okay. My brother, my sister, is okay not to be. It's okay not to be okay, bro. Sis, it's okay not to be okay. It's okay not to be okay. My brother, my sister, I'm from the ghetto. So after a long day hustle, your mom has to stay woke up too late at night, just for your papa to get back through drunk. So she gets slapped, stepped and stabbed right in front of your eyes, but you cannot do anything about it. As a kid, I mean, you suffer trauma, you lose concentration, you won't even focus. You are left on a coma. But once said a philosopher, education is the key. I mean, have you ever bothered to ask yourself, then why is the future not so bright, not so light indeed? If I am wrong, I don't want to be right. Too many opinions indeed. We fake smiles from the outside, but from within it's a bleed. I never chose to be a poet. Poetry chose me. I'm from the streets where you can't afford to pay a lawyer. So on a bad day you are told to plead, ironically and literally, for the oppressors to satisfy their own interests of greed. Leave alone the true 4s and 3s. Ladies and gentlemen, naitwa Heavyweight the MC. Au sio? Nionyeshe mkono. Twende. 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 Kitendawili cha maswali si mafumbo, si methali. Kitendawili cha maswali si mafumbo, si methali. Mawimbi yamezidi maarifa, muogeleaje. Hatujui hatima ya safari, yamezidi unga maji leo hii, hali si hali. It's okay not to be okay, bro. Sis, it's okay not to be okay. It's okay not to be okay. My brother, my sister, is okay. So nataka kuonyesha dance style simple. Kila mtu amka, tukimalizia amka. Amkeni juu. Twende. So to the front. Kila mtu. To the back. Twende. To the front. To the back. And to the sides. And to the side. One more time. Changamkeni. To the front. Kila mtu. To the back. And to the right. To the right. To the left. To the front. To the back. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for your time.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Tell you that's some heavyweight energy on this stage. Yeah, mambo vipi? Mko fiti? Hapo sawa. So much more. Hiyo tu ni ya kwanza. Vitu deadly, vitu kali, all that coming through. Tucheze pale kwa social media kama K kama kawa. Right now niliwashow tuko na wasanii tofauti. We have artists who sing, spoken word, visual artists, artists wote utaona on this particular stage. Right about now, allow me to introduce an amazing artist. She is innovative, she is creative, visionary. Her art is very futuristic. And to top it all up, she is amazing. Kwa makofi, shangwe na vigelegele, kindly welcome Jackie Njeri.
My name is Jackie Njeri and I am a digital artist working with new and emerging technologies to showcase my art. I am part of the Forum Sieve Activism Fellowship, Cohort 2.
Long live. Hi everyone. My name is Jackie Njeri. I am many things. I am a multi-hyphenate creative, and today I want to present you with one of my passions that really drive me, which is art, technology, and human rights. And that is why I'm an activist, and combined with art, activist, if you like. So with you, I had shared these brochures. Please, if you can grab them. If you don't have one, someone is gonna pass one to you. Do we all have it? Right, so please open this part, this page. I'd like to just use a bit of your bundles today for good. So please, please follow the instructions. Go to the App Store or Google Play and download an app called Black Terminus AR. Once we have quorum, I think we will proceed. If you have the app, please let me see by your show of hands. Are you able to download the app? As you download the app, I would like to take you through on the brochure. We have the fees must fall. The artwork represents, the barrier to entry that we are currently facing entry into universities due to poverty. On the second page, we have Mchezo wa Town. If you take a deep dive into it, you will be able to dissect a few themes. I'm sure a lot of you who are on social media, you understand what Mchezo wa Town is. On the third page, we have phones, not stones.
Because they know hot metal must pierce fresh
At the
flesh.
back here, we have Zakayo Shuka.
In a country
And
where
lastly, we have
security
a
organs supposed to keep peace.
So those are
hell-bent
artworks
on breaking
that
peaceful protest into pieces.
are sort of like a social
On
commentary
raised
or
nations
political
flag.
commentary about the things
In
that
a
we are
country
currently
where
going through in our
the
country.
ruling regime have nothing straightforward.
With that
showing
said,
only
let me
the
see
finger
by
to
show of
the
hands again
sacred
who have managed to
constitution,
download the app.
with mass abductions and killings.
Anyway,
In a
when you
country
have a
where
chance,
graduates
when you have
their
access to
future chopped,
Wi-Fi,
and
what
when
you're
they
going to
raise
experience
eyebrows
through
and voices,
navigating this brochure is what is shown. You'll scan this artwork, and then you will Can we please have the video artwork for this? If we could please have the video artwork for on the screen. So when you're interacting with the artwork, this video is going to pop up. Again, a lot of us are familiar with the themes being addressed. So in this artwork, there are hidden symbolism about the things we're talking about. So we can see the overturned wheelbarrow, which, you know, we know what party we are talking about there. We have the Kenyan shield, and we can see our lions taking a walk away from the current, you know, people taking charge of governance. Sorry, there's a bit of struggle with the work, but you should be able to see it on your brochures. Moving on from that, we're going to look at the Fawns Not Stones. Which, this is the Fawns Not Stones one. How many are able to view from the app again on this page?
In a country where vultures camp on air whenever there is protest, because they know hot metal must pierce fresh flesh. Innocent blood must soak the floor. In a country where security organs are supposed to keep peace.
I guess those are the cons of tech, huh? Long live. More power. Right, so in the spirit of the end femicide, I'd like for us to take a minute of silence to remember all the women we have lost to this unfortunate situation. Thank you very much. When you get the chance to download the app, please go through the artwork, and you can look up more information about me and my work at the back of the card. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you enjoy.
Yes, yes, yes. A round of applause for Jackie once again. So without wasting time, I'd like to introduce the next act performing artist. Ladies and gentlemen, wapi makofi ya Makena?
Hello, my name is Dorcas Makena. I'm from Mombasa. I'm an actress, a filmmaker, a poet, and a model. This year, I was able to be a fellow under Forum Civ Activist Fellowship, and I really learned a lot engaging diversity in our community.
Okay, my name is Dorcas Makena.
So
I'm a young female actress, poet, model, and a filmmaker. Thank you. Okay, so under this activism fellowship, I decided to do a film that is called Voices Unchained. And I decided to do this film since it is a transformative film project that tells the story of resilience, empowerment, and the pursuit of justice in the face of adversity. The film itself follows the journey of a young girl who turns her pain into purpose, using her voice and art to inspire social change within her community. The film was inspired by the real-life challenges faced by our communities, particularly children, young people, and women who often endure systematic injustices in silence. Witnessing this, it encouraged me under the protest movement, personal stories of resilience, and the transformative power of art deeply motivated me to tell this story. And as a filmmaker, I believe in the ability of visual storytelling to reach diverse audience and ignite meaningful change. With Voices Unchained, my goal is to connect with people, provoke thoughts, and encourage communities to unite and take a stand for justice. This project is not only a film, it's a movement to break the chains of silence and empower individuals to become agents of change. I always say that silence is always the biggest enemy of progress. Thank you.
Once again, a round of applause for Makena.
Martin ein Stück weiter.
Everybody be alert in a come take a position. Make sure you don't fear that. Drop, broke your back, miss a 1, 2. Kanyaga, dance ya waku, dance ya kudonjo, dance ya maju. Drop down, kanyaga, clocks is my shoes. Dance ya madondo, dance ya magoons. Kanyaga, dance ya waku, dance ya kudonjo, dance ya maju. Drop down, kanyaga, clocks is my shoes. Dance ya madondo.
Oh na na na, yeah. Isn't Martin ein Stück weiter? Oh na 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 na.
Mpenzi mtazamaji, unapoweza kuona ni nyuma yangu ni vijana wanaojulikana kama Gen Z kutoka maeneo ya Kisimani. Leo hii wamechoka na kunyanyaswa na viongozi waliowachagua. Acha tusikie.
Oh na na na.
Mpenzi mtazamaji, unapoweza kuona ni nyuma yangu ni vijana wanaojulikana kama Gen Z kutoka maeneo ya Kisiwani. Leo hii wamechoka na kunyanyaswa na viongozi waliowachagua. Acha tuwaoji tusikie ni nini ambacho wamepanga. Naam, pengine tuarifu tu kwa kifupi, unaitwa nani na kisa kuu cha wewe kuandamana ni nini?
Kwa majina naitwa Nifa, speaker, paza sauti. Mchezo ina bati. Na amekula pesa zote za ujenzi. Haki yetu. Viongozi wote wakiapishwa wanaanza next elections moja kwa moja. Choka sana.
Na pengine unapoweza kuona hata tena tumwangalie mwingine tukamhoji.
Haki yetu. Wanaokidnap watu.
Samani, utaanza kwanza na jina lako.
Kwa majina anajulikana kama Jamal Tindo. na wanaokuja kukidnap watu wanakuja kama polisi. Vijana wanapigwa risasi na hiyo kesi haitiliwi, sawa, na wanakuja kutekwa, na cha ajabu vijana wakishikwa wapelekwe police station. Tunashangaa vijana wakishikwa wanapelekwa huko kwenye maji ya taka, wengine wanaisha kudhulumu haki zao. Vijana wananyanyaswa, wanatupwa kwenye matimo baada ya kuachwa jeraha, wengine wanaisha kubakwa. Uwe mwanamke uwe mwanamume wabakwa. Haki yetu. Kuna kipindi mamangu mzazi alibakwa machoni kwangu.
Nimefurahia sana siku ya leo. Kama kuna siku nimeenjoy leo. Pressure.
Moja kwa moja.
Buju. Buju. Umekuja?
Choka sana. Na pengine unavyoweza kuona, hata tena tumwangalie mwingine tukamhoji.
Wanaokidnap watu
Samani, utaanza kwanza na jina lako.
Kwa majina najulikana kama Jamal Tindo, na wanaokuja kukidnap watu wanakuja kama polisi. Vijana wanapigwa risasi na hiyo kesi haitiliwi, sawa, na wanakuja kutekwa, na cha ajabu vijana wakishikwa wapelekwe police station. Tunashangaa vijana wakishikwa wanapelekwa huko kwenye maji ya taka, wengine wanaisha kudhulumu haki zao. Vijana wananyanyaswa, wanatupwa kwenye matimo baada ya kuachwa majeraha, wengine wanaisha kubakwa. Uwe mwanamke uwe mwanamume wabakwa. Haki yetu. Kuna kipindi mamangu mzazi alibakwa machoni kwangu.
Usiogope. Yaani nimefurahia sana siku ya leo. Wewe. Kama kuna siku nimeenjoy leo. Would you be able to come back? Tumeelewa?
Nikiwa na umri wa miaka 7 pekee mamangu alibakwa. Kitendo hicho kwa hakika sitakisahau tena maishani mwangu, sitaweza kukisahau, na kwa hakika sitachoka kusemea nchi yangu mpaka mwisho wa kifo changu. Yani sitachoka kusemea nchi yangu. We want justice. We want justice. We want justice for
Naam. Asante. Unapoweza kuona hayo yanajiri hapa hivi kisiwani. Nikiripotia Arampa TV, mimi ni Heli Alan.
Haki yetu. Haki yetu.
Yes, a round of applause for McKenna. And to get to check out the entire film, you can always check it out on her YouTube channel at Dorcas McKenna. And pale subscribe and get to watch the whole film. itakuwa fiti sana. I'd like to appreciate the presence of the chair camp, Mr. Kwatemba Geoffrey, and also the CEO Kibali Awards. Also, Akondani, where you at? Mr. Geoffrey Kwatemba in the building? All right, tumpige makofi. Ako juu? Yes, and also the CEO camp, Mr. Morris Okoth, as well as the founder of Talanta Mtaani, that is Mr. Morris Okoth. Makofi kwake as well. And to the two of them, thank you for always supporting Kenyan artists and for your presence here today. Also remember, pale kwenye mtandao tucheze kama sisi. I'm checking out the tweets, I can't see you all. Siwaoni. Kumbuka, our pages are at Forum Siv ESA, that is Forum Siv ESA, on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and also on Instagram. So cheza kama wewe, hashtag haki kwa wote. Now, I know you're wondering what's going on here, but let me share a bit of disclaimer. The next video we're about to show is a bit graphic, so just putting out that disclaimer. The next artist, anafahamika kama Wanga. She is an activist, passionate about gender equality, and also championing for climate justice and queer inclusion, as well as mental health. Put your hands together for Joy Wanga.
I do not want to be a shooting star. I want to be a shooting star.
I'm happy that it rained today. I didn't have to go for my morning run, to chase after my thoughts of, this could be my last run, and my eulogy would read, she ran a good race.
Tech team.
It's not a good time for a replay, to take you back to a time you stole my voice.
The times zenye nime feel very, very unsafe, times zenye I cannot say shit because
Hi people. It's not a good time for a replay,
I'm a
to take you back to a
artist
time you
based in
stole
Kisumu.
my voice.
I use color lines and patterns to give voice to the voiceless. I'm also the founder of Lecture Gallery, an art hub in Kisumu that brings artists and art lovers together. I'm also part of the Forensic Activism Fellowship, Cohort 2, 2024.
I do not want to be a twinkling star. I want to be a shooting star.
Hi people, my name is Rose Wanga. I'm a multidisciplinary artist based in Kisumu. I use color lines and patterns to give voice to the voiceless. I'm also the founder of Lecture Gallery, an art hub in Kisumu that brings artists and art lovers together. I'm also part of the Forensic Activism Fellowship, Cohort 2, 2024.
I do not want to be a twinkling star. I want to be a shooting star.
I'm happy that it rained today. I didn't have to go for my morning run, to chase after my thoughts of, this could be my last run, and my eulogy would read, she ran a good race.
project is called the Wochemakwar project. Wochemakwar is translated to Luo, that means red shoe. The first red shoe installation was done in Mexico in 2009. From the Activism Fellowship that we've been part of with ForumSafe, we learned a concept that basically talks about how all oppression is interconnected. So looking at the crisis in Mexico, currently Mexico is the leading country with the highest number of femicide cases. But then also looking at our own backyard, we find that tumeanza kufika huko, right? Like we're heading there because
where I come from. Women have been silent for so long. I have been silent. I have thrown these memories to my mind's archive. I've ignored verbal abuse, sexual abuse, you name it. I've decided sometimes not to talk because of the fear of being shut down, for the fear of people might not believe where I come from. Men are creating safe spaces for us. So where we come from, we hope to create an amazing coexistence. Amazing performer. On to the final. I hope mna feel fiti. My name is Wangoi. Among the daughters of Field Marshal Dedan Kimathi. In me I carry the spirit of Field Marshal Muthoni wa Kirima. Wangoi, go forth and speak your dialect. Tell them. Mere maundu mau na ti Amerikana matatu nitunogete gukuo wana andu anana thiini wa matatu mere matana noga mere wakinya mere utananyita mukwanju mambiririe gugwita kanyanya mere ndeto icitanaga nda mambiririe guciita propaganda. Turn to your neighbor and tell them mere. Tell them mere. Mungu hatuna nguvu, mfukoni tumebaki tuna nguvu. Hizi baraka ulitaka ziletwe kwetu zinakuwa hijacked daily. Na hawa viongozi mlisema leaders come from you. Leaders come from you. Leaders come from you.
Do they really come from you, child? Do they really
Do they really come from you, Jah?
Wanakuchocha vipropa. Haki ya nani hakuna haki? Aliyefaa kugatekeep amelala. Kwa gate mlinzi amelala. Our men in uniform wanatuambia na tukae na undugu, amani na hatuna raha. Daily ni karaha. Mnazidi kuongeza color red kwa flag. Yo white kidogo imebaki, mnazidi kuificha by creating more chaos. Nashangaa wanaosimama na haki wanaangushwa daily. I want you to turn to your neighbor and ask them, do these leaders come from Jah? Do they? Tell them.
Do they really come from you, Jah? Do they really come from you, Jah? Do they really come from you, Jah? Do they really come from you, Jah?
Amkeni ndugu zetu, ni Sado amelala forever. Life zao zilikatiwe short na him mkono refu. Yani on the daily, all we are trying to do is put a meal on the table. Na nyinyi mnataka aliye chini endelee kuwa chini, if possible 6 feet under. Mnatukanyaga right on our necks, officer, I can't. Hewa nayo imejaa gas. Manze na jaa gas nikiona mother analia juu mtoi wake hakurudi home. Alafu bado kwa hii national anthem mnatuambia na tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nguvu gani tena? Nguvu gani tena? My question is, do these leaders come from you, Jah? Do they? Ask your neighbor. Touch your neighbor.
Do they really come from you, Jah? Do they really come from you, Jah? Do they really come from you, Jah? Do they really come from you, Jah?
Na tujenge taifa letu. Najua ni wajibu wetu kujenga hili taifa, but si kama foreman na pocket kila kitu. Si after kuacha mwananchi expectant then unamuondolea ngazi. Si after kumpea high hopes then unamuondolea ngazi. Si survival for the longest, imekuwa for the fittest. But ni kama saa hii survival imekuwa for the richest. So one more time, and this one last time, I want us to do it together. If you can't stand, we jump together. Turn to your neighbor and ask them, do these leaders come from you, Jah? One more time, one last time.
Do they really?
To your neighbor, if you can stand.
Do they really come from you, Jah? 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 Do they really come from you, Jah?
Thank you.
Come from you, Jah? Do they really come from you, Jah? Do they really come from you, Jah? Oh,
guitarist waitwa nani?
Kwa majina naitwa Tajeo.
Yeah! A round of applause for Wangoi Kimani. That's my girl right there. She's amazing, Sio? I tell you, amazing performances coming through. Okay, penda performance, mshangilie. Don't be afraid to stand up and dance. Because you know what? It's all about celebrating the various artists and also supporting what they're doing, and they're using their skills, their talents to talk about human rights and democracy. Now, what's wrong with guitar? The Money Band. Okay, all right. Are you guys ready for the next act? Mko tayari? Watu wangu wa huko juu, upstairs. Are you guys ready? Yeah, I love the sound of that. So the next act, he is brilliant. When he writes, he flows. He's an amazing writer, an incredible rapper, one half of skill music. Yeah. Oni kina nani? Just shout out. Who are you guys? Skill Music Empire. All right. And when you meet an artist and unamuuliza, you're an artist, but what else do you do other than music? So this guy, he's a thief.
Yeah.
He's making a living out of his art. So that's amazing. And the last thing I'm about to say about him, he is the current African air guitar champion. So, kwa shangwe na vigelegele, kindly put your hands together for Charlie Slim.
Niaje wase, muna feel fiti? I like the energy. Big shout out to all of you for coming, manze. Big shout out to all of you because you believe in human rights and democracy. So anasink mkono wake uko juu, acha tumuokoe, au sio? Let's go. Yes sir. Check. Ati unafilaje the Money Band? Wapi makrop today? Yes. Nimechoka manze. Nimefika mwisho. Yeah. Can't sleep at night, dreams ni delusional thoughts, wacha zinanishoti kamba stress, hakuna utofauti wa mawazo, maybe nina need some deepest, nihipe kidogo kuwa deepest, njia kwa brainless utasi, paralysis na mgoja, kama you have a seat, nafinywa tena niko depressed, the demons in the present my weakness, every night niki break down, niki cry, niki wonder why everybody will turn back on me, following the rest in my head, I'm at the fact that so many people are in neglect, we are helpful and needed the most, yo, hey, where do I go, who do I call, I don't wanna eat it up, shut the blinders. Kwenye rukuni yangu face na my blinders. Stigma ya nini, watu bonga mingi. Family rejection ikasiki yo msingi. Yo, family rejection ikasiki yo msingi. Yeah, let's go. Nimechoka. Nimechoka. Think about what you know, what in the school. Selfish me, vitu ni mingi sija complete kwa sija release, pesa sija relish. Ngoja kidogo tani misi haba, wacha nibaki hapa tani sikukula sapa. Life is good, kuna hope, na kwanza acha nipe hii rope. Hii ni ya wale wako sunken place. Vitu zita change, ukichange your face, change your attitude and change your fate.
Yo, hii ni ya wale wako sunken place. Vitu zita change, you change your face, change your attitude and change your face. Twende, let's go. Tumetoka. Yes, kuna hope for life manze, usijinyonge. If you are depressed, talk to someone. Kuna light at the end of the tunnel, they say, au sio? Yes sir, without further ado, Flawless Konya. Flawless Konya karibia. Hii ni ya wale wanapenda environment, au sio? Ofiti nafilaje? Wale wanapenda mazingira, hii ni yenyu, au sio? Yo, inaenda hivi, acha niwafundishe kiasi. Ati unakata miti, why polluting rivers now? Show love to mother earth, kumbuka yeye ndio alitubath. Nasimama strong to protect where we belong. Take a pledge, everybody now come along. Unakata miti, why polluting rivers now? Show love to mother earth, kumbuka yeye ndio alitubath. Nasimama strong to protect where we belong. Take a pledge, everybody now come along. Wachana fossil fuel, innovate don't be cruel. Ama tutakuwa hizo fossil na usiseme hatuku fossil. Melting glaciers, many in a sea. Tuna mind the earth go each and every. Okay my DJ, let's come again. I hope it's clear. Hi. Yes sir. How you feeling?
Na feel fiti.
Yes sir. Lazima tu protect mazingira yetu, au sio? Konya waambie kitu. Mbona ukate miti, why? Let's go. Unakata miti, why polluting rivers now? Show love to mother earth, kumbuka yeye ndio alitubath. Nasimama strong to protect where we belong. Take a pledge, everybody now come along. Unakata miti, why polluting rivers now? Show love to mother earth, kumbuka yeye ndio alitubath. Nasimama strong to protect where we belong. Take a pledge, everybody now come along. Wachana fossil fuel, innovate don't be cruel. Ama tutakuwa hizo fossil na usiseme hatuku fossil. Melting glaciers, many zina sink. Tuna mind the earth kuchafua bila kuthink. Future generations watapata hewa imeshrink. Carbon emissions kwa drink, plastic kwa oceans na drink. Finally in our bodies, very sad. Punguza mortality rate, inakuwa bad. Poaching kuwa elephants, wache kuwa dust. Clean air, hewa safi, clean water, maji safi kazamzam. Gai mwenye nagadabu hola ukamkam. Bless this land and nation. This is my prayer and dimension. I say, bless this land and nation. This is my prayer and dimension. Let's go. Unakata miti, why polluting rivers now? Show love to mother earth, kumbuka yeye ndio alitubath. Nasimama strong to protect where we belong. Take a pledge, everybody now. Unakata miti, why polluting rivers now? Show love to mother earth, kumbuka yeye ndio alitubath. Nasimama strong to protect where we belong. Everybody now come. Skiza. Unakata miti, why polluting rivers now? Show love to mother earth, kumbuka yeye ndio alitubath. Nasimama strong to protect where we belong. Take a pledge. Konya, twende.
Tunahitaji boundaries kwa CO2 emissions. Tufanye legal logging ikuwe kama treason. Ukifikiria tu poaching unaenda prison. Tunataka biodiversity na sio mass extinction. Nani mwingine amenotice kuna change in seasons, earth inakuwa na joto, oceans ina rise, juu nasikia zile ice caps zinapunguza size. Now is the right time kuaka, tuko wise juu tukilalisha tutapay a heavy price. Tuko gifted na intelligence, hatuwezi kosa option. Nyuki zita thrive, maua zikiblossom, either skies chilling under palm trees. Hiyo blue ya ocean ime compliment fiti. Hebu check hiyo mofariti vile inakaa fiti. Usichukue so ukidai kuikata, takuchukua masoki tacho umejikata. Let's go. Unakata miti why polluting rivers now. Show love to mother akubuka yendo alikusala. Mama strong to protect where we belong. Take a pledge everybody, turn. Unakata miti why polluting rivers now. Show love to mother akubuka yendo alikusala. Mama strong to protect where we belong. Take a body down. One more time. Unakata miti why polluting rivers now. Show love to mother akubuka yendo alitubad. Nasimama strong to protect where we belong. Take a pledge everybody now come along. Hey. Skiva. Thank you sana Konya. Yes sir. Jina ni Sale Slim, mtani Mathare, mlango kubwa. Najua from East London to the world, I see. We spread this message all over from here to the world and beyond. I see. The next song is called Manipulation. You know, it's about creative economy, especially financial freedom ya wasanii, au sio? So tunakata manipulation na tunachangamuka. I am joined on stage by none other by Jack Christian Gorilla. Joe for your title. Psyche pande kidogo. Yeah.
Twende kazi buda.
Big shout out James Kishori. Yo. Hii mwenye anasikia kusimama ikibamba unaweza simama au sio? Manipulation. Yo. Money. Twende. Okay, yo, twende. Manipulation no, pahali imefika yo. Temptation ni mingi bro, kuomoka lazima ni tizi yo. Manipulation no, pahali imefika yo. Temptation ni mingi bro, kuomoka lazima ni tizi. Twende. Manipulation no, pahali imefika yo. Temptation ni mingi bro, kuomoka lazima ni tizi yo. Manipulation no, pahali imefika yo. Temptation ni mingi bro, yo. Yo, nipe psych, twende. Yo, 1, 2, 3, play. Manipulation no, pahali imefika yo. Temptation ni mingi bro, kuomoka lazima ni tizi yo. Manipulation no, pahali imefika yo. Temptation ni mingi yo. Sikia sauti itoki, sina voice, wananyonga wanyonge, wanaacha wanatosi raki na polish na clean. Wina team bogi yote fresh wana scheme. Maziwa mala topa the cream. Piga hiyo show wanabaki wakiscream. Nani anachanga amini fanya miujiza wa amini. Ukipwa na juice tara wako chini. How will you cross now liban the bridge? Everyone you meet and play apart from partakers wa energy ya soul. Watch your step, God bless my souls. Bless my souls. Watoi kwa keja na my mama. Simu mteja sitoki. Gone are the days to live so wild. Vitu tulilusi sibongi. Always represent una raise the bar. Na wewe mali yako isonge. Discipline Kenya ni moja. Ile siku tutakuwa huru tunangoja. Hii ndio hoja yo. Umoja kwa wingi jome. Manipulation no.
Bahali imefika yo. Temptation ni mingi bro, kuomoka lazima ni tizi bro. Manipulation no. Bahali imefika yo. Temptation ni mingi bro, kuomoka lazima ni tizi bro.
Walidhani tuko gens, mkani bado tunazoza. Tunapandisha ngabe na pita kibira na sports car. Waraze na kula unono, donze na kulisho sosa. Kibera hakuna wanyonge, hadi mapenzi ni poka.
Let's go.
Easy blessing na receive, fanya nyoka wana try kudeceive. Kazi na piga ni clean, legacy nyuma na wacha is big. Easy blessing na receive, fanya nyoka wana try kudeceive. Kazi na piga ni clean, legacy nyuma na wacha is big.
Ziki pilka, express feeling thoughts, sauti kwa speaker, put it down kwa paper. Nikifunga macho, tablaona ni amita, rough rider, msinga ni amroda, hallelujah good news injili imefika, fire, devil is a liar, bulletproof kifuani Biblia. Booster scheme, utakimbia, bazoka tataza, gaza, ngumu kuelewa ni wapi zinatoka. Energy time, kwa sanaa, tumekeza. Mapromota, wataka mjoo na pesa. Pochi, igeuka joo ya biashara, basi cheza na M-Pesa. Yo, cheki.
Manipulation no. Bahali imefika yo. Temptation ni mingi bro, kuomoka lazima ni tizi wo. Manipulation no. Bahali imefika yo. 1, 2, 3, 20. Manipulation no. Bahali imefika yo. Temptation ni mingi bro, kuomoka lazima tizi wo. Manipulation no. Bahali imefika yo. Temptation ni mingi bro, kuomoka lazima ni tizi wo.
Walidhani tuko gens, mtani bado tunazoza. Tunapandisha ngabe na pita kibera na sports car. Waraze na kula unono, donze na kulisho sosa. Kibera hakuna wanyonge, hadi mapenzi ni poka. Easy blessing na receive, fanya nyoka wana try kudeceive. Kazi na piga ni clean, legacy nyuma na wacha is big. Easy blessing na receive, fanya nyoka wana try kudeceive. Kazi na piga ni clean.
Yo, manipulation no. Bahali imefika yo. Temptation ni mingi bro, kuomoka lazima tizi bro. Manipulation no. Bahali imefika yo. Temptation ni mingi bro, kuomoka tizi bro. Manipulation no. Bahali imefika yo. Temptation ni mingi bro, kuomoka lazima ni tizi bro. Manipulation no. Bahali imefika yo. Temptation ni mingi bro, kuomoka lazima ni tizi bro.
Walidhani tuko gens, mtani bado tunazoza. Tunapandisha ngabe na pita kibera na sports car. Warazi na kula unono, donze na kulisho sosa. Tizi hakuna wanyonge, hadi mapenzi ni poka. Easy blessing na receive, fanya nyoka wana try kudeceive. Kazi na piga ni clean, legacy nyuma na wacha is big. Easy blessing na receive. Say. Skip music jamani.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes, this next one manze, kama unaijua, I need you kuja hapa mbele. Song inaenda hivi. Please Mr. Police. Yeah, you say that. Please Mr. Police.
RIP Johnny Mingi.
RIP mpaka lini?
Nishike nipeleke ndani, usishuje police. Mr. Police. Ngoja, wacha iseme mara moja.
Twende.
Please Mr. Police. RIP Johnny Mingi. RIP mpaka lini? Nishike nipeleke ndani, usishuje police. Mr. Police.
Yo.
Haya tishe.
Cheze Mr. Police tukimalizia. Unaweza gapi tumbape jamaa. Don't feel shy. Coco. Yeah. Music jameni, ski music jameni. Let's go. Skiza. Yo. Twende. Life ilikuwa 50 kilo yangu, so si kwa madhe. Share koroboi bed, sister na brother. Suddenly sister kukwara ndio para kusnatch. Masimu vibetu kwa rodi.
Buda, wago.
Na life. Let's go. Life ilikuwa 50 kilo Kiwa vyangu sosi kwa madhe share koroboi bed sistena brother suddenly system kukwara ndio para snatch basimu vibeti kwa road kuhepa boarding na scolding na modi mayut mbona mna shoot uongo si kolo si drugs hiyo ni issue wasewa na drug alafu nowadays hakuna kusanya mambao ni tisa na lock ya ngao ni mbenga mchuma mazishi misa after jail kusanya madhao it's so sad in Nairobi Islam the youth man is being killed hata kawa hajafika mbao madem pia wameingia kwa game masling mapetko kusunda kimali online fame eish tachisha sisha bisha misha lisha aepoa nao wamepoa nishike nipeleke ndani usipige risasi usifiche jo idea shule weke risasi one side let's go please Mr. Police yo RP Johnny Ming RP mpaka lini nishike nipeleke ndani usishike polisi wako ndani mabuda wako ndani wasifu wako ndani police Mr. Police yeah let's go please Mr. Police yo RP Johnny Mingi yo RP mpaka lini nishike nipeleke ndani usishike polisi ndani maboy wako ndani madem wako ndani na chombo wako ndani polisi tushasimama washanza kusacho washanza kutupa matusi ni kacho washanza kushow vile mini mesa wanataka nitoe machain nimevaa Mr. Police first of all mina right chenye navaa bro si wende unibai ka inatisha au ka ni suspicious ni approach ka as a matter of fact Mr. Police wanafaa kunilinda vita si lazima nionyeshe upendo pro heshima tunawasha moto wezi zima naonyesha nani weni simba buda weni human na mimi pia funny my youth wanna live in fear mimi na Jonas kia so na make it clear una inchi ndio inchi my youth wanataka respect my dear nishike nipeleke ndani na shoot bila swali watoto wako mtani chilling kwani huna feeling si rahisi kuzika na wewe wako mtani sleeping Kenya ilijengwa na siku ngapi unataka kuimada na mbili mwili plus akili si wote human so takufa so wote please Mr. Police yeah RP Johnny Mingi yo RP mpaka lini yo nishike nipeleke ndani usishute polisi Mr. Police wako ndani mabuda wako ndani wasifu wako ndani police Mr. Police everybody please Mr. Police RP Johnny Mingi yo RP mpaka lini nishike nipeleke ndani usishute polisi Mr. Police ndani mabuda wako ndani wasifu wako ndani police Mr. Police please Mr. Police RP Johnny Mingi RP mpaka lini nishike nipeleke ndani usishute polisi Mr. Police ndani mademo wako ndani na ndani iko ndani kila mtu iko ndani kila mtu
Mr. Police Mr. Police Mr. Police harassment indeed watching us bleed police don't proceed harassment indeed watching us bleed police don't proceed
one side please Mr. Police RP Johnny Mingi RP mpaka lini nishike nipeleke ndani usishute polisi Mr. Police wasifu wako ndani wako ndani police Mr. Police please Mr. Police RP Johnny Mingi RP mpaka lini nishike nipeleke ndani usishute polisi mabuda wako ndani wako ndani wako ndani police Mr. Police Joe yeah police Joe please Mr. Police Joe RIP Johnny Mingi sana RIP mpaka lini nishike nipeleke ndani usishute police Mr. Police yeah RIP Johnny Mingi thank you so much yeah shukran kimuzi jamani hey
talent made in Mathare. By the way, Charles Slim, MCV Slim, sisi wote ni wa Mathare. Wapi makofi kelele ya Charles Slim? So, hatukai sana due to time constraint. Tunakimbia. So, nataka kuintroduce the next act on stage. So, he's a writer, a poet, a storyteller, an editor. Amepublish vitabu mbili. Latest one inajiita Being a Chapbook. Na amedocument stories za Gen Z protest. Soon atakuwa na release album yake. Title inajiita Kio cha Jamii. He is the co-founder of a collective writers, poet and visual artist called Rafinki. So, hiyo ni hint imetosha. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the next act? Introducing next on stage. Show some love for the one and only Oyamo!
Hello. Yeah, I am a writer, poet. This is my book, Iko Hapo Nje. Please go check it out. And yeah, I'm a poet. I'm going to perform, and it's poetry, and it's storytelling. But then I'm heartbroken, and let's do it. Band ready? Tufanye ile kitu tulifanya Mumbai. Dear X, I want a rematch. I really do. You know, I've been making some thinking lately, and I reckon that when you found me, I was still naive and Adam holding, see this snake in your tongue. And no, don't let this smile kid you, because I am mad as hell on an Easter Sunday. And in these acting shenanigans, I've become an adult. In your manipulative games, I shall no longer play part. I have learned that there is power in the language of the tongue, not correlating with that of the actions. You have taught me well that you can stand before people and say, water gives life, and then use the same water to life out of peaceful demonstrations. People say that men can live in the desert with no water. You have done worse. You abandoned me in the floods without a twig to cling on. Do you know what irritates me the most about you? Clearly you don't. I forgot you never listen. Well, here it is. It's because you act like you're surprised that I'm referring to you as X. You never pay attention to my hashtags on Twitter, do you? With a straight face you book more and more and more and more and more and more deduction from my salary in the name of housewife allowance, and then expect me to believe you when you say, honey, I love you so much. Oh dear, you're such an actor. You deserve a Grammy or even an Oscar for the last prayer scenes you keep organizing, playing both the role of Jesus and Judas. Who told you I need a house? Such a kiss on my cheek. And why do you clench your fist, ready to start war when I ask you to explain why war in a far place has fueled the hike of fuel prices in our home, when our neighbors who purchase the same fuel from the same place have theirs at a cheaper price? It's only an explanation I'm asking for. Don't I deserve that too? Oh dear, you have pulled too many surprises on me. You're the pinnacle infamous example of online shopping. I mean, what you order versus what you get. What are the numerous abroad trips for? You're supposed to be my sunshine, but now in this home, you have become nothing but a flash. And no, I don't enjoy an iota of your travel stories. Them fake abroad jokes? Hell no. I thought you had to utilize my wits in building this home, not to brain drain me. Oh wait, I just recalled this one. I mean, what do you take me for? Where do you get the audacity to tell me that my fingers can command a laptop to shit money? Oh dear, you're without doubt proven to be a serial liar, a con. Why did you bring me fake maize fertilizer? Of all the places you can take me for a holiday, dear, why Haiti? You dare say that I do not appreciate how well you treat me when you can't even pay my doctors. You dare call me lazy, that all I want is to receive and I don't want to work for it. Have you seen me in Nairobi, running helter-skelter playing hide and seek with your boys in my attempts to finance your budget? I guess you haven't seen me in Mombasa, sweating profusely in my attempt to extinguish the fire that your debts have set in my pocket. Clearly you have not seen me in Kisumu, languishing in despair after your friend has stopped me from fishing in Migingo. Clearly, you have no idea how hard it is to raise capital in this city of Nakuru. It's evident that you know nothing about me. When here I thought that we are all animals, it turns out I am just but a donkey. And you are a pig. And now you're even bringing your fellow pigs to a matrimonial bed. Oh dear, I want a rematch so bad. I really do. I am done being in this cage. I want to be a free bird. No. I shall not let them cheer you on this time. From now henceforth, I am your nightmare. I'm the one to stop your wedding to any other. So trust me, when the bishop shall call upon anyone who has a reason to stop your wedding, I shall be set with a Nigerian bag full of reasons. And even if he won't, I promise you, I shall come to the wedding dressed in undisputable evidence that you do not deserve another marriage. Well, that was about the heartbreak. The next piece is titled Red Tide Woman. Yeah, it's a beautiful poem, I promise. as a certified victim of character development, I agree. There are certain things about this love thing that I do not know yet. But there are two things that I am certain for sure. One must do them before you commit to any woman. Number one, you have to figure out if indeed she's a woman. Number two, and this on a serious note, you have to visit their home. Not to meet her parents, but to add flesh to your knowledge of her by meeting the borders in her area. Let me tell you, Maina, those border guys know that woman beyond the borders of the picture she has painted to you. So, when yet again these guys unanimously rumamonga to me that woman is a red tie, my next stop had to be at a gynecologist. In my hands, I held a case of life and death. I wanted to know if such thing as a red-tied woman does exist. And if it does, how do those ties really look like? Are they like bloody red or what? And if not, how then can one tell that this woman is a red tie? In his fingertips, the gynecologist held years of book knowledge. And the book stated that this matter is still under investigation. Too many witnesses have disappeared. Too many have declined to cooperate in fear that the gods of the red ties may send the Grim Reaper to their homes. Guys, I have zero doubts about my love for this woman. And no, I am not a coward. It's just that too many good people have died for this woman. I want to live for her. I may want to fancy the saying that love is blind, but no, the sight of history can't stop shouting at me. Pioga Mapinto, the poet who loved this woman to the core. With his pen he shied not from bleeding ink for this woman. But how did it end? She bled life out of him. I'm sure you all remember J.M. Kariuki, how madly in love he was with this woman. Yet still, she coldly put him to death. How bullets that cannot be traced back to the hands of this woman rendered him lifeless. Oro Jordan, Robert Ouko, who killed such a lover? How intolerant could you be to end such a lover boy? Oro Jordan, Professor George Saitoki, even with his math PhD, he could not see how calculated his death. Jacob Juma, how he publicly seemed for this woman. Yet still, when she decided to end him, she didn't blink twice. I'm sure you all remember Chris Msando, how he beat his chest boasting of how he'll protect his love for this woman. Yet still, we only have inhuman deaths to look back to. Baby Pendo, even before she learned how to love this woman, she was wiped out. At some point, River Yala could have been mistaken for the Red Sea, for the numerous blood-soaked corpses that this woman dumped in it. The other day, it was Kware at Mkuru. The other day, it was Bisley Kogi. It was Denzel. It was Rex Masai. And the list is endless. Yet each and every day, someone keeps falling for this woman. It's like we are blind to the fact that dating this woman is like walking on a field full of landmines. Look at Tokyo Mtata. Look at Boniface Mwangi. Look at Hanifa Adam. And the list is endless. I do want to commit to this woman, but first, I demand some answers. When will the blank pages in the books of investigation be filled? Will you ever get one with balls enough to show us how red the ties are? And how many more deaths of lovers, woman? Too many good people have died for this woman. I want to live for her. Thank you. I'm going to do the last poem, a short one, Swahili one. But before then, this is the album cover for the poetry album I will be releasing soon. All the poems I've performed here, they will be in the album. I have an exhibition table out there. You have a chance to listen to the album, 2 songs from the album. It has 11 tracks. You have a chance to listen to 2, and then we'll contact you once the album is out. So let's do the last poem. So the reason why I had this attire, as you can see, I'm like a karate master of some sort. And it's because of this last poem. Just in case someone comes and attempts to attack me or do anything, this to you, I'm ready. Yeah, ready to handle you. I'm saying that with all the fear in me. Najua, unajua, penye mi uishi. Najua, unajua, penye mi uchukua dishi. Najua, ukitaka unaweza nikujia leo magizani, au hata mchana, ukiamua, au na upinzani. Lakini, afande please, kama tu wewe, mimi pia ni mtoto wa mtu. Kama tu wewe, mimi pia ni ndugu ya mtu. Kama tu wewe, mimi pia ni mzazi wa mtu. Usiwe kimwewe, kuna chicks wananitegemea. Kucheza kiwewe haimaanishi utumie nguvu. Uwanjani wa matokeo tu. Vita vya kweli uishi akilini. Tutalilia haki hadi lini? Na wewe utazidi kutumika hadi lini? Kwani haujui kuna tofauti ya kulinda amani na kulinda zao mali? Sawa, hao ndo foreman, wewe fundi, lakini usisahau sisi ndo wenye huu mjengo. Kwa mtu ameinua flag, mbona pull the trigger? Ebu leo niambie black and white, ni nini ukusumbua? Ebu nichanue mbiza green, ni nini ukutrigger? Mbona uko so ready kumwaga damu? Mbona favorite vocabulary yako ni brutality? Sawa, kama tu mimi kizungu mingi na upendi, lakini mbona favorite language yako ni ya kuomba kitu kidogo? Nyumba ya mabati na upendi. Sasa mbona unatetea huyu mwenye ana rule na iron fist? Mshahara wako najua ni duni. Sasa mbona unatetea huyu mwenye anakuongeza ushuru bila kukuongeza mshahara? Subaru isikufanye ujione Mungu msee. Sawa, wengi utashika, utabduct na hata utaua, lakini kuna point ufika, revolution haiwezi kuwa withdrawn. Change uletwa na wananchi na CEO yako gan. Sijuzi uliua, tushazika. Sasa mbona bado ni wewe tunaita cops? Najua unajua kutumia bunduki. Najua unajua penye ukini siwezi pona. Najua ukiamua kuniua no na hata ipoa haiwezi niponya. Lakini afande please, kama tu wewe, mimi pia ni mtoto wa mtu. Kama tu wewe, mimi pia ni mzazi wa mtu. Hebu jiulize, probably kama si wewe tungekuwa na better country. Probably kama si wewe haungekuwa bado unaishi kwa nyumba ya mabati.
No. haki kwa wote, and you can tag us at Forum Siv ESA, that is ESA, Forum Siv, yeah, on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and on X as well. To tag pale, we'll appreciate, take a picture, write a comment, zote. Yes, and let's create awareness about what's happening here today. Next, she is a visual artist. Amazing. Kazi yake safi, maridadi. And she uses video and short documentaries to tell stories. And just in case you're wondering, okay, there's a revolution, kuna maandamano, what next? Please put your hands together for Koi.
Hello. So maybe what waiting. Okay, let me do just a quick intro of the video art documentary you're about to watch. My name is Koi. I make documentary shorts and video art concepts. And today you'll be seeing a short documentary video art concept that I made together with my brother Kwapo Nyuma. And it really answers the question of what next in our revolution in 4 visual chapters. So the first visual chapter it's called The Artist, and it explains really what is the role of the artist in our pursuit of change. The next chapter, it's called The 4 Crusaders, which is highly inspired by the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, that story in the Bible. So I hope you really get to enjoy that. And the different characters in that chapter are named after the colors in our Kenyan flag. We have the red dove symbolizing our bold call to action, the sacrifice, and also the love for our country. We have the black print, which really gives a note to, the huge number of people we saw coming out and agitating for change. We have the white trumpet, which brings out the amplification of our message and how we used digital activism. And then the last one is the green book, which references the Constitution. The third chapter is the liberated flag, which features my nephew, Akoko Jo. It's a really people like that one. And then the fourth one is the game, where we kind of provide some actions and next steps using the chess as a metaphor. So yeah, that's it, and I hope you enjoy it. The documentary is accompanied with some original paintings outside. You can find them at the booth. So that's it, that's me, and I hope you enjoy this documentary short. Highly visual, highly experimental, and mkinipata huko nje, please tell me what you think. And thank you for my family and my friends who are here. Mpaka hii masaa. So thank you. You can start again. Nice.
Artist, like a gardener who works within the landscape of society. The medium itself is much like the tools of a gardener. It isn't neutral. It influences how we perceive the message. The revolution isn't just in the streets. It is in how it is captured, how it is structured, and how it is communicated. The artist's work doesn't just tell us about the revolution. It becomes part of the revolution.
Wow. Amazing. Amazing pieces from Koi.
We carry what was given to us. What was earned in the sweat and blood of those before us. Their courage is not a memory. It's in every choice we make. Every step we take. We've seen what happens when people are pushed too far. Felt the weight of what has been taken, of what has been lost. But we're still here. We are here. We will fight. We will build. The revolution is alive.
Amazing faces from Koi. Wapi makofi ya Koi? Kazi mzuri, si ndio? Kazi mzuri. So kazi mzuri. Once again, a round of applause kwa kazi ya Koi. Yes. Without any further ado, introducing Umi, atakuwa represented by Abdi. Abdi standing in for Umi. Wapi makofi ya Abdi?
Kasongo ngana weo
Yes, pia kumbuka still we've got remaining performances from Moody's, Vesh Holokid, Apondi the Poet, Brian Silwes Munaja, and then award winning Willie Oeba atakuwa anafunga, si ndio?
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Mko aje?
Mko poa.
Mko salama? Okay. My name is Abdurrahman Ahmed Sheikh. I'm a visual artist from Garissa County. I'm representing Umi. Umi was supposed to be here, but unfortunately she couldn't make it because of her exams. We wish her the very best. Umi told me amewasalimia sana. Okay, basically we do art for advocacy. We have an organization called the Youth Initiative for Development. We do spoken word. We do drama to heal, because where I come from, Garissa County, the literacy level is very low. We do art. We normally bring 100 artists from all over Garissa County. Because of time, Malimutisia will play a video, and that video is I am just talking about currently what's happening in our country. You see the femicide, the rape, a lot of things. But he will play, but it is in Somali. But I know mtaelewa tu haina shida. It's because of time, eh? Thank you.
Thanks Abdi, standing in for Umi. So
stop gender-based violence.
All right, and wasanii amtuambi kama we can buy this art that you're showcasing. Is it for sale? Can we purchase? We can? So we go where? Okay.
Stop gender-based violence. waxaan baa ku dirayaa dadka ku nool magaalada Nairobi, khaasatan Isli. waxaan dhahayaa maalin dadka la dilay. waxaan jeclaan lahaa in la iska dhaafo gabdhaha la dilaayo, mise gabdhaha hala jirka loo geysanayo. anaga haddii aan naho dhalinyarada magaalada Kenya, waxaan leenahaa stop gender violence. Thank you.
Once again, a round of applause for Abdi standing in for Umi. So next on stage, without any further ado, introducing another visual artist. He goes by the name Denzel Juma. Wapi makofi ya Denzel Juma? Karibu sana Denzel. So after this niko na goodies. Nataka kuona wale wamechangamka. Tutakuwa tuna go live na DJ Kelv on the ones and twos. Na mtu anaweza kuwa amechangamka, utakuwa na walk away with the goodies. So mnaona hiyo t-shirt inaweza ni mbaya. So get ready.
Hi guys. I go by the name Denzel Activist, and I'm an artist. I always tell stories about children who are mostly affected by the struggles in my community. I come from Mukuru slums, and today I wanted to showcase the stories of the kids during the floods. The kids were affected, and this is the story because most of the kids didn't go to school because their school was swept away, also the books. And on the other side you can see a girl holding a book, Dim Climate Change, and she's looking back, she's looking at the butterfly. The butterfly signifies hope. And also I did a piece about femicide, a mural in my place. So as you see, Africa is among the most vulnerable to climate change, and also the highest to in femicide rate, an increase in food insecurity, flooding, heat waves. This is causing an alarming rate for mostly women and children and also teen girls being exposed to violence. And today, as you see me here, I'm standing with the kids who are affected by war, from Palestine to Congo to Sudan and now Syria. When I say from the river to the sea, you say children will be free, okay? From the river to the sea, from the river to the sea. Thank you so much for your time. I'm Denzel Activist.
Yes, well. Yes.
Oh, you can watch a video that we did with my crew, Creative for a Heartbeat. So you're welcome to our place. We are from Kuru Slums. You're welcome to come take picture with our art. So you're welcome to come take picture with the art and also continue the conversation, because femicide is not only partner-to-partner crime, but also climate change is fueling these things, and you're welcome. And we are from Kuru Slums, and also you can purchase our art, because purchasing part of our arts, we use 20% of our sales to create murals that educate our community. Thank you so much.
Yes. Once again, a round of applause for Denzel Juma. Yes, so are you ready? Tuamke tafadhali, tuamke. Whoever anachangamka anaoka wena. Christmas comes early, kata sio forum sieve, si ndio? Yes. So my DJ Kelv 254 aka Mr. El Nino alongside MC V Slim aka The Slim Effect. Haya. Tuende basi. Hey. Watu wangu wa VIP. Mnafilaje? Haya, shikilia kwanza. Haya, hii ni request ya Chelimo. Anadai mtu mmoja ama wawili wakamu wa hype hapa, afanye wa dance. So nani ako willing? Wapi makofi yao wewe? So Lego, let's go, El Nino. Let's go. Hey. Hey.
leo ni kifo cha mende. Sema ya leo tunavunja kitanda, udonjo kudunda na yeye. Mimi ni mzabibu,
kulima
Goda tena stick
twende
hata tenda
twende
tena kitu ndio inaweza but bigi ndio napenda selector nini hizo unacheza kwa umeshindwa na mboka wewe sema let's one lege twende rusha mkono mbele gut ni lele na kwanga fiat sele aluta ina dondoka wifi na roiko info za kizini na zimetoka kwa Michael shingi kwende big baba kwa history na sabere kanga na upenda shika
leo ni Jumamosi sani saa 6 nafika ile siku ya kukubali mimi ni chita meamkia supu na kindukulu na shuku mausiku kama kawa ni maform zitajiba sema wapi kuna shika kasavera ama kubaneza piga zangu timba ndo nisunge shida
shikilia ati unasema men can't shake ama ni nini yo? What am I saying? Turudie bora mko interested sana. So Mr. DJ lego
leo ni Jumamosi sani saa 6 nafika ile siku ya kukubali mimi ni chita meamkia supu na kindukulu na shuku mausiku kama kawa ni maform zitajiba sema wapi kuna shika kasavera ama kubaneza piga zangu timba ndo nisunge shida nikifika sani mtu anambia nitembe jaba niko na ubad na ungeto bado inanitatiza naweza sema mpaka nipati sitakuja kankoba kaupiga ti yangi tekiti Participate kami bado participate tu unaweza penda kujimarine sabigal na tigal pana kujivalidate super pana choma
haya tuna maintain hey hivyo hey
maintain
hivyo hey tunaenda everybody tunaenda hey
warakare uhiki wako uria utigire nitwendanire itoria wikaga ria warakara uhiki wako uria utigire nitwendanire weko
Umana mavere hey Asea aya isa tuende hey
Umejijama Iye kama Atuliza kwa gelena Kama ni iye kama Nyadina tulikano Ay maka kama Nyadina tulikano Ay maka
Efina Pero na parojana Yatima saina Atutina Obera Obera vaya copa Mama Doina Ayuya
Sikia. Mimi kama wamekubamba wapi makofi yao na nduru yao at the same time. So mimi juu wamecheza kama hao, unajua ikuangi rahisi kukuja on stage na kufanya kitu na watu appreciate, si ndio? It's not that easy, si ndio? So mimi nacheza kama mimi, kila mtu ana walk away na t-shirt yake, si ndio? Wapi makofi yao? Na before watoke stage, lazima wa dance na hizi t-shirt, si ndio? Lazima wa represent to the fullest, si ndio? Haya ndio chukua t-shirt moja. Haya.
Ndio kwanza.
Wala tumbo mbio. Wewe naduka t-shirt kwanza, naduka t-shirt. Haya. Mtu wangu wa picha. Haya. Haya. Mtu wangu wa picha. Tukimalizia
Kama sauce, mimi the sauce, mimi the boss, mimi.
Haya mwisho tukimalizia.
Sisi kwa nini wanga mani wangari. Na kuna mahari. Go serious na sisi kwa training utajua kwa nini kumbe ni ufadhali tuone mapangale kila mtu kwa pale mapangale kila mtu kwa pale mapangale
Haya, sikia. Haya, before we leave stage. Unaitwa nani? Stepa. Mtaa yako ni gani?
Rube.
Watu wa Rubebe. Haya, unaitwa nani?
Naitwa Sebastian.
Seba. Mtaa yako ni gani?
Mtani Rubebe.
Watu wa Rubebe wewe. Niaje?
Sana.
Haya, tupeleke na rada. Mtaa yako ni gani?
Mtani Rubembe.
So once again, watu wangu wa Makuru, Rubebe, wapi kama?
Alafu group ni simu moja. Inua mkono simu moja hapo Rubembe. Au ndio simu moja.
Nimeona nasikia watu wako wanajiita tenje moja. Hamna matenje. Mkono na tenje jambo. Haya ni sawa. So tunarudi back to the program. Si ndio? Tunarudi back to the program. Na tutakuwa tuna screen piece ya Palmo Avasha. So Palmo Avasha is one of the artists wenye walikuwa fellowship, one of the activists walikuwa fellowship. So my sound engineer, are you ready? Palmo Avasha screening. So naambiwa haiko ready. So introducing another visual artist from Mukuru. Watu wangu wa Mukuru wapi kelele? Introducing Mika.
Miongoni tu wanga mani wangare. Na kona haga sema mahagare. Uko serious na sitko trending utajua kwa nini kumbe ni ufalare tuende mapangale kila mtu.
Hello. Habari. Yes. So my name is Mika Obanda. I am a visual artist. I draw.
I draw people, I draw inspirations from my head. I draw myself over and over again. So today I've been a part, today I'm happy to be here to present my artworks, what I've been doing for the last 3 months. And I wanted to have some presentations on the screen. And also, I've done an exhibition at Wajuku recently about femicide. And also, last year I did an exhibition about my mom. It was called When I Think of My Mom. So then today I have a set of artworks which I've made. And they are speaking about the struggle that we are having in the country. So then I've addressed all these struggles, placing this in all one individual, like placing all the oppression and showing how it's all connected. So in the artworks, I've tried to show a Kenyan story, trying to present a Kenyan story as it is, as the way I feel it, as the way I have experienced my life. And this is presented here. So you can see like this is a Kenyan boy, and in their diversity and in everything, they are proud to carry their flag that represents them in their shoulders and trying to push on with it. And then as a Kenyan, they're experiencing periods of financial instability. And again, in their diversity, the religion calls them a sinner. And then the laws that represent them, they are being burnt down by the people who don't understand how diversity works and how it is. And again, when they stand up for their rights, maybe as Kenyan and put their flag on their head and just represent who they are, the police want to shoot them down. And then again, where we stay, where we stay in the slum in Mukuru kwa Ruben, like you can get like we are like some very small steps away from living outside, from being homeless. Like just a small mishandlement of fire can lead to you staying outside. And all this is happening on the Kenyan grounds, and that's why the Kenyan flag is here. So that represents that all this is happening on Kenyan grounds, and it's affecting this one person. So I'm trying to show how all this oppression is all connected and how it comes down to one person. So I'm trying to show people in their diversity, people in everything that they are doing, and how all oppression is on them. And then it looks like we are walking on grass, but when you walk on it, it's like thorns. It's hurting us. And again, also emphasizing on what we should do as a nation and what we should do as a nation as a whole, like pushing on protests. Like we should move forward and as authentic as we are. And also the work they are speaking about body positivity. So you can see that I've drawn men in their authentic self. Like I've not hidden some parts. Like I've not hidden some curves that they have. I've just shown what it is there. So I think they can return the image. Yeah. So showing the masculine figure as it is, trying to push on body positivity and also advocating for, So and then this one is called keeping the struggle alive. So as we are, as authentic as we are, so we just stand up and we help each other, even in times of protest and all that, we help each other in advocating for rights and speaking about bad governance over and over again, and raising the Kenyan flag to its highest point. And again, and then helping each other while in the struggle. So that's what I think is what's next as far as the struggle is concerned. I'm very happy and I'm thankful to be here, and I'm thankful to Forum C for the opportunity to showcase my work. And I look forward to engaging with you outside there. I have a booth which you can come and engage with me and get more inspiration and talks around what I do and my craft going forward. Thank you so much.
Hey. Watu wangu wa Mukuru Rubembe, wapi makofi ya Mika wewe? So hatuchelewi sana, introducing another visual artist, akona talent. Na huyu jamani wametuwezesha. Unaona zile posters zilikuwa zina go around the social media. Wapi makofi ya Rick?
It's always under it.
It's the root boy and answer the get it up.
Hey, come on, dance. Hey.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Rick, and I will try to be brief as much as possible. I am a cartoonist and a visual illustrator, and I'm also a storyteller. So my stories mostly tell the stories about Kenyan politics and just the funny business going on in the Kenyan political space. So these are some of my pieces that I've done, and I'm continuing to make them. And you can follow me on IG at Daisa Arts, and you can get to interact with my pieces. Acha hapo comment, tell me what you feel. Just be free, sawa? Musijilimit. And thank you for your support, and I hope to see you again. Sawa?
We can give another round of applause to Rick. Okay. Big up to DJ Kelv 254, and big up to you all for making time to be here, be present, and be part and parcel of this conversation. On to the next artist for today. Tuko naye Felicity Moody's. Moody's! Yeah! She's a spoken word artist. She's an activist and anatumia pia art and spoken word and fashion to talk about issues that touch on our society. So put your hands together for the one and only Moody's.
It's been a really long time down I only called today, but I think about you anyway.
Hi, how are we doing this beautiful evening? Shana, please. Just a quick question before we begin. Mnajua elements gani za nature? Water, earth, fire, air. Amazing. So I personally believe that every single thing in the universe is interconnected, and that includes human beings, and we are supposed to take care of one another. And today I would just want to speak on behalf of Mother Nature. I feel like if she could be able to speak, these are the words that she would say. Mwalimu Mutisia. Chunya. Chunya. Used to carry you in my arms, cradle you in my bosom. You were a frail little thing with withered skin, whimpering. I smiled in joy, cause yes, you were ugly as every newborn is, but you were my perfect child. All I saw was beauty, my pretty little thing echo, singing softly. Sleep, baby, sleep. Mommy's got you. Your tiny eyes, curious, opening and closing. You'd blink once, twice, thrice, stick your hand in your mouth, yawning lazily, cooing, making sounds that made no sense, but your voice was my favorite sound in the entire universe. I carried you in my womb. I bore you in sweat, blood, and love. Even your sisters knew that you were the best thing that ever happened to me. And honestly, I thought that you knew the same. Which begs the question, when did things change? How did things change? Now you see me as an angry, old, bitter, wretched woman seeking to take you down at every chance she gets, ganging up against you with your sisters. You couldn't be more wrong. I don't have a single bone in my body that could hate you. You are my blood, yet you treat me like you have forgotten. It's this very arms that held you in place. It's this very arms that still hold you in place. You've broken me piece by piece, bit by bit, with no remorse. You stripped your sisters and I bear, fed us with meals that are poisonous, drying us up, dug us up, built machines that choked our lungs. Even when we pleaded, you did not listen. You were supposed to take care of our home, but what have you done? Numb. She is ready to keep busting her bungs, if only to see you breathless. So is river and ocean. Forest has sworn that even if it's the last thing she does, your daughters will die by her hands, as you have constantly murdered us, asked them to lifelessness without remorse. She has collaborated with sun to peel off your once beautiful, soft skin till you're withered and turned to ashes. They are all joining forces. And I tell you that peace will not reign. It will rain though, heavily. Sweep away the few jolly sounds of birds still chirping, and even the grave will not save you from the wrath of your mistakes. 6 feet under isn't far enough. They will starve you for forgetting you are as holy as they are. You had the responsibility of taking care of our home with love and justice. Clearly, I entrusted it to the wrong daughter. I weep for you. And in as much as I want to help you, I cannot, because I gave you all my power. And this enmity you have created with your sisters makes me sad. I am weeping, torrents and torrents, the thunder my scream for help. Listen before you destroy both you and I, because if I die, you die. I am the essence of your existence. Echo, please, listen. Now your sisters are sweeping you away. You are drowning, suffocating. You and your daughters, whom you initiated to treat us with disregard. Don't you even remember how beautiful life was before all this madness? Don't you remember how I warned you every single evening during playtime? You and your sisters running around shrieking. I'd sing, watoto wangu we, mimi mama yenu, simba ni mkali, aliua dada, akaua dada, sasa torokeni. Watoto wangu we, mimi mama yenu, simba ni mkali, aliua
thurwa mai dala kende mawango. Dear daughters, Doguru dala. Rudini nyumbani to the arms of Mother Nature. Come back home to yourself, your essence, rooted deep, grounded in the sanctity of who you are. And I hope you listen to me soon, because I am honestly weakened to my knees. They are giving way. And you are my only salvation. So please, replenish me. At least if not for me as your mother, then for your sisters and your daughters. For the home we once had. For the home we can have. Echo, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can we give a better round of applause to the band? And to the guys in the control room doing an amazing job. My parents insist I was their loudest child. Like, you know that kid who's so talkative that every single time she opens her mouth to speak, you get scared. Now I was that baby. And they didn't mind it, but it used to terrify them, let's be honest, yeah? For those of us who have such kids. I was very bold. But at about 7 years and part of 8, something life-changing happened to me. I was sexually assaulted by someone whom I felt was supposed to be protecting me. And that was the beginning of my silence. And I kept quiet. I was surrounded by a lot of people, but essentially I was alone. And my second year in college, I was going through a very depressive tendency. Let's talk about insomnia, suicidal ideations, self-harm, anxiety and panic attacks. And I did not speak about it until a few years later, when I eventually joined therapy and had a very supportive community around me. I am so glad that I am coming back home to myself and finding my voice. So I want to dedicate this other piece to every single queen in the building. I do not believe any of us is voiceless. So my question to us this beautiful evening is, Queen, where did you lose your voice? And can we go back there and find it? And as we do that, I want to give a very big shout out to Forum Steve for supporting me in my journey of reimagining gender equality. My EP is out, the very first one. It's called Sister Darling. It's on the stories of the African woman. You can find it on Hustle Sasa. The name of my shop is Moody's. The album is going for only 1,000 Kenya shillings. Each piece is 200 bob. You can grab even one. And just join me in reimagining what gender equality and safety for women looks like. Have you ever wondered what it would feel like to walk this world unafraid? Have you ever wondered what it would feel like to wear freedom as a shiny ornament, a stamp of declaration that boldness is yours and you can flourish in it? And in as much as so much noise has been made of women empowerment, equality and inclusivity, gender-based violence, FGM, maternal health, equal pay and opportunities, and all the challenges we face, I still feel trapped. Yes, I know I'm a fully grown woman, but inside of me lives a very terrified, fragile little girl. I watched him tearing her apart, beating her black and blue, hurling insults like he had no shame, like he felt no pain. And as if that wasn't bad enough, I angrily watched her holding me back, eyes bloodshot, face swollen, ribs broken, probably lost a tooth or two, pleading for his forgiveness and mercy like she had no shame, like she felt no pain. She She looked right into my eyes and called me a liar. Made me swear I would never retell the scrawly details to another soul, because even if it was true, which it wasn't, I was to blame for dressing provocatively, eyeing him seductively, causing him to burn in desire for my flesh. I tell you, I had lain on that ungodly altar, feeling like a tainted burnt offering. But even if it was true, which it wasn't, why didn't I scream loud enough? Fight hard enough? Her own mother had dragged her, stark naked, in front of the thirsty eyes of the masses to go get the cards, because unless she was mutilated, she was a disgrace. A good woman did as she was told, respected the ancestors of old and overtold. Sisters have told me that the sisters were supposed to uplift each other, but tell that to my boss who woke up every single day with one goal in mind: to make my life a living hell, because she couldn't stand to see another sister shine. According to her, the sun, the stars, the moon, and all their glory were hers to behold. And then this woman who thinks she's doing the world a favor by dragging her daughter back into the very arms of the man who's turned her into a punching bag, constantly cheating on her with no ounce of respect for her dreams, because thou shalt not break the holy commandment from the sacred Bible of Good Women, chapter 1, verse insanity, which says it is more honorable to die by the hands of your husband than to live here. And oh, pretty please, let us not forget this woman who doesn't care whether the man already has another woman warming his bed and building his empire, because sharing is caring. Wanaume ni kidogo. Sisters have refused to vote fellow sisters into positions of leadership because she is just a woman. You can trust a woman. It was a woman who taught me that a woman's vocabulary included only 3 words. Yes, please, and the famous I'm sorry, that slip through my tongue like tales of old, stuck in my memory like a leech, sucking me blood, skin, and bones. She silenced my voice, backed and buried it in a tomb so deep. No, I wasn't born mute. I became one. My vocal cords, also from my silent screams, clouded in despair and agony, she showed me how to hate, how I looked, and like the shallow human I was. Every single time society's standards of beauty changed, I'd chase, running after it like a race. Exhausted, I gave up. It was a woman who introduced me to patriarchy. She let chauvinism thrive in her hands, grumbling but nursing it, complaining but fueling it. Misogyny flourished, consuming her whole. It destroyed her, but you see, she destroyed herself. But maybe, just maybe it's because she didn't know better. Or even if she did know better, maybe it's because she was afraid to do better, to be better. Now I dare say that we can create a revolution, and as divine as that sounds, it will take work on the inside before the out. So I dare you, Queen, to fight every single raging battle in the inside of you and ensure you win. The ones against your self-esteem, your self-worth, your dreams and desires, people's perceptions of you, all these cultures surrounding you, the traumas you've lived through, the depression within. I hope you heal. I hope you learn to speak again, even if you have to start with A, B, C. I hope you learn to laugh with the abandon of a little girl who's known no darkness or gloom, like the great warrior you are, audaciously stepping into the battlefield, committed to victory, not just for you, but so your fellow sisters, your daughters, the generations coming after you would never ever have to fight such wars ever again. I hope you keep evolving every day. And once you do, Queen, you will be unstoppable. You will be the revolution. And maybe, just maybe, we will all know how it feels like to walk this world unafraid. Thank you so much. Thank you, Nairobi. Thank you so much.
Moody's, just a minute. Just come on stage once again. Kuja tu. So one, a round of applause for her performance. And then two, look imeweza. And your fashion house is called?
The Moody's House of Art and Fashion. Neza is talk Instagram. You give us a follow. We do fashion for social change. The Moody's House of Art and Fashion.
Yay! Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, watu wengine nataka tupigie shangwe ni the band, the Money Band. Larry ako pale kwa solo guitar. Just do something, Larry. Larry. Kidogo tu. Okay, as I get ready, Kuya, the drama. Okay, okay. Hey. All right, Larry, you ready? Kidogo tu. Ah, nice. Hapo tu, hapo tu, hapo tu. And that's Kuya on the drums. Awesome. And then we have Davey on the keyboard. Alafu pia tuko na Justine on the bass guitar. Tori on the clarinet. Shana and Randy wako hapo kwa vocals. Nice. Thank you, the Money Band. You are definitely amazing. All right, the person coming in next, he's super duper amazing. Mziki wake taratibu, very awesome. He's using his music and art to create awareness for persons with disability, as well as advocacy for social change. Kindly put your hands together for Mesh, the Holy Kid, yes.
Yo, ni ajeni. Mko poa? Uko juu mnanisikia ama mnasikia baridi? Alright, naitwa Mesh Holy Kid, mtaani Kitale, Trans Nzoia, but niko based Nairobi kufanya benchmarking kiasi before nirudi kutransform my county, au sio? So mimi napiga muziki ku advocate for inclusion and also to create awareness about disability. Nadai ku DJ patie instrument. Kama unanifeel tingisha tu kichwa. East West topic ni kuhusu albinism, wakituangalia utadani tourism, wakibonga chafu kutuhusu criticism, wakitubagua kutuficha racism, barabarani wakituona wao hukimbia juu ya skoringori wao usikia. We don't die, see you disappear, but those are lie. The truth is here, God had made man promise likeness. Stop thinking of things that are useless. Day by day kutu itasi colorless. Hizo ni story ambazo hazi make sense. Albinism is not an illness. Day by day na thank God for his kindness. Let them know, yeah, I'm fearfully, wonderfully made. Never judge me by my color. You better know, yeah, I'm fearfully, wonderfully made. Never judge me by my color. God kuniumba jinsi nilivyo. Najua umeshangaa na kubaki na viulizo. Ya nini kujisumbua na mawazo moyoni na amani. Sina vikwazo. Proud of myself. I'm not ashamed uwe black or white. We are the same. Hakuna mkutulita boy ama dem. No pain, no pain, no pain, no pain. Na play again, hata nikifall bado nita rise again. Christ ali went through all my pain, yeah. At the end I can break the chain. Yo, niite walkie talkie, cause I walk as I'm talking. Mine is legit, this not a photocopy. I want my copyright, this one you can't copy. Better be yourself, don't be a photocopy. I love myself. Yeah, yeah, you better know, yeah, I'm fearfully, wonderfully made. Never judge me by my color. Let them know, yeah, I'm fearfully, wonderfully made. Never judge me by my color. Yo. Shukran sana. By the way, ni dedication to kwa wase, you know, most of the people wanakuanga na different beliefs about person with albinism. Kuna wenye wana believe like person with albinism don't die, si tuna disappear tu. Kuna wale wana believe tukikaa kwa jua tuta melt away, but hiyo tu ni myths. Reality mimi I'm just a person like you. Kuna day itafika na pia mimi ndasare, au sio? Shukran sana. So nataka kuperform inaitwa Tuko Sawa. Hii song imekuwa inspired na also it's just a reminder to us that it doesn't matter who you are, whether tall or short, thin or fat, si wote tuko sawa, au sio? Ebu imagine si wote tungekuwa tall, dark and handsome, ingekuwa boring, au sio? Yeah, so whether you are black or white, be proud of yourself. Now it's just a reminder, appreciate your friend as you will also like to be appreciated, au sio? Yeah, so ukiwa tu nataka ku give up, niangalie tu na remember there is always light at the end of the tunnel. Yeah. DJ nipatie. DJ. Nataka tutasaidiana kuimba hii chorus. Chorus inaenda, hakuna aliye bora zaidi ya mwingine, hakuna aliye bora, tuko sawa. Hakuna aliye bora zaidi ya mwingine, hakuna aliye bora, tuko sawa. DJ give me the tune.
Yeah. It's your
Oh my God, this is awesome to me.
Niwe visually impaired ama hearing impaired, niwe natembea ama kwenye wheelchair, niwe na melani ama niwe na albinism,
niwe na vitiglo ama niwe na mental disorder, niwe black or white, tall or short, thin or fat, niwe slow or fast, tuko sawa, hakuna aliye bora zaidi ya mwingine, hakuna aliye bora, tuko sawa, hakuna aliye bora zaidi ya mwingine, hakuna aliye bora. Choose release away from my ability, cause every time I try, I'm losing opportunity in school, jobless, even in the society, just because people focus much on my disability, forgetting the other side of my ability. This thing is so tricky than cavity, it's so painful than cavity. I can't. Daily on 5% job, 5% job opportunity of person with disability. It's like time you see me as a person before my disability. It's like time you give me opportunity. Because I never disappoint, I'm always on point. Kuna aliye bora zaidi ya mwingine, hakuna aliye bora, hakuna aliye bora zaidi ya mwingine, hakuna aliye bora. Wonderfully made, created from great image and likeness. Oh God, Father, my God, I wait, whether it's your blind. So when I see you, I see the image, you see the image appreciate you, be me. I'll be you. No one better than the other. Tuko sawa, hakuna aliye bora zaidi ya mwingine, hakuna aliye bora. Tuko sawa, hakuna aliye bora zaidi ya mwingine, hakuna aliye bora. Yeah. Shukran sana. By the nominated kwa Western Region Gospel Music Creative Talent Award. Yeah, you can vote for me. Unaweza tu dial *483*733# then code yangu ni 382801. One vote is just 10 shillings manze. Support tuiniki kitu pamoja. Blessed.
Ladies and gentlemen, comrades, show some love for the one and only Mesh Holy Kid. Si ameweza. Sisi wote tuko. Siwasikii. Sisi wote tuko. Yes. Hatukai sana. I introduce the next Usisahau ni democracy and human rights. Festival 2024 courtesy of Forum Haki kwa wote. Sindio? So introducing an amazing lady. Full of talent, full of life. So ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Siwasikii. Watu wangu wa Rupembe, are you ready? Watu wangu wa Rupembe, are you ready? Introducing the one and only, the poet.
imenimea. Hii band imenirudi. Acha nirudi. Niingie tena. Enjoy. Mega sana. Hi everyone. My name is Apondi. I'm a spoken word artist all the way from Kilifi, and I'll be performing two pieces today. One inaitwa Ua, it's about femicide. Then the next one inaitwa Zuzu, about the current political situation in our country. So yeah. It is another sad evening. Another woman down. Murderer still on the run. Humanity replaced na insanity. Utumishi kwa wote kwa suspect alihepa. Hizi news ni horrific na slogan ni the matter is still under investigation. And very few suspects madem saizi wanaishi na akitoka home atakuwa statistic. Death sentence for murder na chiliwa bila evidence ndio kesi ya wanaija but you're innocent guilty as a place filthy. Madem wana mado maumenyamaza. Silence is violence to the violence too. Niache bunga itamake laws to protect majority ya men. Niache women wanakuwa safe wakati bado wako scot free. 10 years later bado wanasakwa daily mademu wanabakwa. Kama sheria ni msumeno pande zote mbona bado wako bruised. Ni crazy. Tulifikaje hapa? Atidema katiwi sikuzi dema na wakatwa. Atidema kikufiwa na yeye ndama kikufiwa na yeye die na dead. Ati Adamu akona craving ya damu. Ati binadamu. Ni crazy. In sickness and in health. In brokenness and in wealth. Until death do us. Let me emphasize on that. Until death do us. One woman living a marriage in a coffin. But they were happy. They had found their happily ever after. When they were together, they laughter. You should have seen how tight he. You should have seen how he slim had right. You should have seen adiwakashonesha vintenye kustampi union. But behind closed doors dem alikata aliputa asionekane fake. Daily alilia. Sindoa ni kuvumilia. In public they public they were the walikuwa so close, but behind closed doors, behind closed doors, she stayed just to prove that she will die for him, and yes, she died in his hands. Ni scary. Buried there. Ni scary. Ati useless comrade anapiga demu yake silence. Haituhusu sini demu yake. Sikulienda hivi ndo yake kama mada ndo kupiga demu you are a flex, you are not a man, not a man. Kupiga demu you are a flex, you are a weak boy, not a man. Achievements you are not a man, you are not a man. Kuunda manzi na show divine when it does. A real king treats a woman like a queen. She is the strength of a real walking away. A real king raises his hands only to protect. A real king sees a woman as a treasure and not an object for pleasure. A real king seeks consent and man it's sexy. Imagine your partner saying you are the best thing that's ever happened to me. Well, I want to give you love like you deserve. Well, I want to give you the world like you deserve. I say less with a yes. Imagine that. So hii next piece inaitwa Zuzu. Yeah. Asante. So when it rains kuna maji you trickle from the leaves but sio ufika chini hivi resources to trickle aliyejuu ngoja chini zi aliyejambazi wana sword kweli hakuna kitu yako but siwe utauma ni patiama ni mali ya wanauma. So napenda hii flag niko na upendo. Napenda hii country exercise za freedom yangu expression. So this time now habari njema na walianguka nayo hizi ni time ya kuinject out projects ni sisi na tutadedi wa revolution ya magaidi constitution ndo tupambane ndo Kenya revolution sio taichi. Tuna demand accountability, brutality, sexuality, mentality. Tuanze sahi, kesho kileo. Usinyamazishwe sahi, kesho kileo. So nataka tufanye kitu. Nisaidie kuimba chorus. Zuzu unasiri amegundua unasiri amegundua So Zuzu amezuzua, kuna siri amezuzua. So Zuzu amechoka kuchorwa, So Zuzu akatamna, Zuzu akachoka kungoja, So Zuzu bila haufai, brutality mapai. Rest in peace Rex Masai. Zuzu alikuwa anadai sana tunaweza share hivi. Zuzu alikuwa anadai ukai. Na Zuzu ni mimi. Na Zuzu amezoza na Zuzu kuna siri amegundua. Tulienda streets alafu bado ziko cold. Tulienda streets na wakatucheza. When it rains kuna maji call for Madelio ufika chini. The resources to ni jambazi wana swali akona kitu yetu basi atauma ni private property ya umma. So Zuzu jukuna siri Zuzu Let's go. So another thing. I co-founded a CBO back in CBO. It's an art CBO. Crochet all for social change. So this design inspired na the Gen Z process. Imeundwa na a person from Atan. So if you want crochet designs, if you want kuna vitu niko na book pale mbele ukitoka. Thank you so much. Thank you for staying.
Amezuzua.
So once again, a round of applause. Wapi makofi?
by the way, various wanna showcase different stuff outside there. Kuna art, kuna vitu tofauti, support an artist, buy their work. Follow pale kwenye social media, support them. Check out their content on YouTube. Subscribe. Yeah. That's how you support an artist. Nona show up for their shows as well. Yeah.
So sijui kama unaona ile spotlight. Your spotlight inaenda east side. Nikipoint east side inamaanisha nini? Kuna artist anatoka ile side. Unajua sisi wale watu tunanyanga western na Nyanza inakuwa ni ile side. Ndio. Point east side. Naopatia hii msanii mgani anatoka east side. Yeah?
East side ni west ama east?
West.
East side ni west.
West
ni huko ama huku?
West ni huko. Kumbe mna concentrate. Mkorada. Mimi nataka mkorada. So right about now. Democracy, human rights festival 2024. Huyu jamaa akona punchlines kibao.
Yeah.
Huyu jamaa ana represent city in town. Are you ready for this? Next activist. Representing Nakuru City. Are you ready? Representing Nakuru City. Are you ready? Reproducing. No one alone. Check. Check. Nairobi, make some noise. Check. Nairobi, make some noise. Join it. Sema. Story. Yeah. Simama. Kula Hadi tena. Story go. Give it up for the band. Check it. So before you started, Jipigeni nduru. Yeah. Rehema is in the building. Rehema sistangu mdogo ametoka Nakuru kukam kunicheki. Rehema simama hata wakuone. So before you started seeing me on TV, there was a gap. A very huge gap until Ghana decided to bridge it.
You see, sometimes you meet your fun and now that become your fun times. That's when I told these beautiful black women that I have beautiful stories, and they told me, see, Louis, bring it. You see, where I come from, people are hungry for success. And now, that food for thought. But do you know that learners go hungry for some days because of how expensive that food cost? Now I understand why Wawira had to chip in. You see, she taught me cut across but don't cut down trees. Why plant machines instead of planting seeds? Tell Wangari Maathai will surely miss her for this. Did you know that it took a strong faith for Kipyegon to win that marathon in Berlin? Kenya tuko na wanaume. Did you know that in Tanzania, Samia is coming up with Suluhu at that front lead? I'm talking about black women. Use your hands to clap, not to slap that woman. What a man can do, you have seen. A woman can do better. Believe me, that's not rumors. Looking down on an African woman to impress a white man, now that's a man who lacks both sense and humor. Na address wala wanaume huita madem sura kiatu simply because you can't afford that ndula. Cheki. So wengine wenye sijai waelewa ni my siblings. So dear mom, wakikuuliza why I'm shining, tell them you gave birth to a son. Tell them sky is the limit na mimi ni nyota. As long as niko na hawa dada nita see stars. As long as niko na hawa mafans nita appreciate anything I may get, may it be less ama much. Wengine sijai waelewa ni my siblings. You see, they want a light skin chick na ngozi ya kokobata, msanii amefall in love na kuku kienyeji. Mrembo English kuzungumkuti, apart from love language anaelewa tu lugha ya mama. So dear mom, wacha nikuchanue. Kinyozi pia mimi nilienda just to feel like niko na baba. So my queen is single mother. Nimeraise hii issue just to let you know alimanage kunilea peke yake. Dear mom, you see my mama alikuwa maid, wengine walimuita mbochi. But I still believe on my wedding day she will become the best maid. You see, wacha nikuchanue. My queen is single mother. So nitasisitiza a way to say no to stress. Depression haina form. Inatukosesha usingizi, kwa hiyo mattress landlord wanaplot na maagent vile wata make my night sleepless. Extra pressure. Nikipata padlock extra kwa mlango. Elimu ni ufunguo wa maisha lakini si wa mlango. So hapo kwako education keys ni useless. Hata uwe na more spice we useless. Whether in the past ama present, relax, sustain. Don't stay wondering what to do. Stay hydrated. Because water is source of life, but life is not source of water. We omba kazi na wasko pia ukate maji lakini usikate kakuota. Good things take time. Hata ndege ilipopata a bad nest mwishowe ilirest kwa kiota. So warembo oe. Unakaa fiti sikatai, but kuachwa nayo utaachwa. So wewe unalilia mbegu ya boyfriend hakutaki, nikao ujue unaweza pata jeans kwa toja. Na bro, hata kama umeunga kwa gym, usitumie mapenzi ya kifua. Na hii economy wanaweza kuacha juu ya mse ameunga kwa toja. Kwa sababu mapenzi si biashara. Mapenzi ya bia ndo hasara. Unayempenda kwa dhati anapenda mwingine for free. Unayempenda juu ya gari anapenda beshte yako for her feet. Nasema, dear Mr. President, do you know just like your friends abroad umefanya Kenya na madeni zimekuwa ma BFF? Kwa inchi wizi ni number 1 priority. How sure are we hata siri zetu ziko safe? Dear Mr. President, wenye wanatumia private jet ndo wa kwanza kutuambia vile KQ imesota. Waambie, Smartness isn't measured by how many suits you have kwa shelf. Nimechoka kuona watu wako smart outside, but upstairs is where they draw the line. Karibu kwa hii generation. Hii generation ya kina grandpa. Kwa hii generation babu ana prefer kupea mjukuu wake that stick excuse ni ati ameiva kuliko nyanya. Now you know why kwa hii generation hatuna vituko, kwa hii generation tuko tu na vituko. Kwa hii generation people don't take a glass of water, huku watu wana prefer kuwa maji. Not only alcohol, drunk in love paka imelitu kulamba chupa na vifuniko. Kwa hii generation Fatma heri Muslim. Jua mwezi afford to observe the holy month of Ramadan because at the end of the day you still afford to have dates. Karibu kwa hii generation. Kwa hii generation wasanii wameturn to be politician, ndo watutumia after kushindwa kutumia beat. Na ikifika ni time ya kuface the music wako na guts za kutushow wait a bit. Must today wameturn to be experienced kuliko walimu. So kuwa na subira. Julia cha kuvuta heri siku hizi unavuta za juja. Excuse me ati they make you feel super high nika ujue the way to heaven IPT Thika. Karibu kwa hii generation. Kwa hii generation vijana wengi hatuna kazi, ukweli ama ukweli? Kwa hii generation vijana wengi hatuna kazi, ukweli ama ukweli? Wewe ushaisoma Bible ukakosa job wewe, hata kama ilipi. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Brian Silways. I'm a proud Nax vegan. Nimetoka Nakuru. Nimebambika kuwacheki. One more. Story go. Story come. Story come. Story go. Sema story go. Story come. Story. When Moody's was performing, watu wengine walikuwa wametoka nje. Kuna watu nilienda hapo nikawaita nikawaambia kujeni mcheki show. Na one of those people waliniambia ukienda huko jua kuna msanii ametupea shout out, niwapee shout out, si ndio? So me I want to give a shout out to all of you. Jipigieni nduru. Asanteni sana. Mimi naitwa Brian Silways, nimetoka Nakuru. Yeah man. Yeah. Na niko smart. Si ndio? Nilikuwa nimeng'ara hivi ndio mnione. Sasa mungeenda. Asanteni sana. God bless you. Thank you for MC for this chance. Thank you my fellow activists. God bless you. God bless you. And my second sister yangu mwenye ananifuata anaitwa Fejana ako in the building.
And big up to the Money Band. That is very classic. Brian Silways ako na a new project on YouTube. Inaitwa Not Yet Uhuru. Go check it out. Watu wangu wa screen. Alright, there's a piece of art pale tu kwa background behind the drum set. Inakaaje? Inakaa fiti? Nani anajua nani alimake your art? Nani? Mutua, si ndio? Alright, so let's direct our attention on the screens to scare a short story ya Mutua Arts.
What about all the things that you said we were to gain? What about killing fears? Is there a time? What about all the things that you said that you're yours and mine. Did you ever stop to notice all the blood shed before? Did you ever stop to notice this crying girl, this weeping star? What have we done to the world? Look what we've done. What about all the peace that you pledged your only son? What about flowering fields? Is there a time? What about all the dreams that you said was yours and mine? Did you ever stop to notice all the children dead from war? Did you ever stop to notice? What about sunrise? What about rain? What about all the things that you said we were to gain? What about killing fears? Is there a time? What about all the things that you said was yours and mine?
All right. Awesome. Mutua Arts, he is a graffiti artist and a street artist. This piece of art ameitengeneza today morning. It looks amazing. And during COVID 2020, alitumia art yake to sensitize people when it comes to matters COVID-19. So a big shout out to Mutua Arts. Allow me to appreciate our partners one more time because it is for the combined effort of each and every partner to ensure that today is a success. Buni Media Crew, Githurai Social Justice, Badili Africa, and thank you for doing my makeup as well. Andy, I see you guys. CGHRD Kenya, Kilifi Citizen Forum, Isiolo Gender Watch, CMD, Creative Spills, Akili Dada, Siasa Place, Africa Uncensored, Saku Accountability Forum, Mukuru Youth Initiative, and Rona Foundation. And of course, a big shout out pia kwa Forum Siva. Makofi kwao. And also a big shout out to the fellows in the second edition of the fellowship. Yeah. All right. Next we have another spoken word artist, Palma Wavasho.
Viva comrades, viva! This is Palma the poet. I'm a Palma Wavasho. I am a spoken word artist. I use spoken word as a tool for social change. It has been awesome kukua kwa fellowship ya Viva comrades, viva! This is Palma the poet. I'm a Palma Wavasho. I am a spoken word artist. I use spoken word as a tool for social change. It has been awesome kukua kwa fellowship ya Forum Sieve. Nimesoma vitu mingi, nime network na marafiki na nikapata skills Viva to for Ramsiv, viva for Ramsiv. So today I will be performing virtually kwa sababu currently siko Kenya, niko South Africa for another activism event. So I will be performing virtually na nitaweza tu kabisa. Pisi ya kwanza inaitwa tusimpige mwanamke. Pisi ya pili inaitwa police brutality, polisi katili, na ya tatu inaitwa tumechoka na ufisadi. Viva comrades, viva for Ramsiv, viva.
Tumechoka na hii ufisadi. Tumechoka na hii ufisadi.
Karibu Kenya hoya, tumerudi siku za Yesu, siku za Zakayo. Hoya hii gava inataka kukamua ng'ombe maziwa yote, na ng'ombe yako karibu kukufa. Kila siku tukiamka ni tax. I think ndio maana mheshimiwa siku hizi anaitwa the tax collector. Waheshimiwa wanasemanga wataleta maendeleo, na maendeleo wanaletanga vya kutenga tu. Tumetenga hadi tukachoka. Mkenya ni kama hana uhuru. Mheshimiwa peke yake ndio huwa anaendelea tu, na kila siku tukiamka tunapata huyu mheshimiwa ameandikwa hadi kwa Taifa Leo juu ya kupora pesa za umma. Shida zetu sisi wote ni mingi, lakini shida ya mheshimiwa ni venye ataongeza kitambi yake. Bungeni nashuku kama ni motion ya high cost of living ama ni debate ya venye mtaongeza vitambi zenyu. Watoi huko Baringo wanabebwa na maji, wakati njaa inastaafu wasee huko Garissa, na kazi yako ni kukula tu pesa za umma. Sisi vijana ndio wakombozi juu ni kama tuko kwa tabu fuo na wenye power. Ndio maana wakitaka kufanya masaka ni must tuzimie stima. Tunajua in Kenya power belongs to the people. Tuna play that game tukidanganya na yetu mheshimiwa ni msafi. Na haya maovu yananikera yamefanya nifure kama mtungi ya gasi iko karibu kulipuka. Venye sisi vijana tunatumiwa ku spread misinformation na sisi sio messenger. I think heri turudi past enzi za kutumia speaking signal juu kama ujana ni moshi. Social media is a powerful tool. Sijuzi umeona tumetoa hao viongozi kwenye power. Kama sio internet na stima ya power, si hata Kenya hakungekuwa na Kenya power. Ni fani kiongozi akidanganya raia inakuwa ni breaking news, na mwananchi wa kawaida akibonga ukweli inakuwa ni story za jaba tu. Mheshimiwa kwa sherehe anavaa suti ya white, na ndani kwa bunge anatuonesha giza. Sisi mayuti ndio majority government to misuse. Hawa viongozi wana address the media press, lakini kwa address shida zetu sisi ni noma. Tuko kwa corruption nation where hata ukiapply visa yako bila kutumia corruption, visa yako utaionea view sasa. Public lands zinafensiwa few days, kisha unapata ghorofa ya 7 ikijengwa. Ukijaribu kufuatilia unaambiwa hiyo sio kazi yako. Leo nataka kufanya piece ya police brutality. Nimetoka place yenye kama wewe ni kijana unaangushwa. Kijana ukiwa na meno ya silver unaangushwa. So listen. Nimeshika hii mic na mkono wa kushoto, na nikiangalia huko nyuma nasikia watu kulia tu. Police brutality imekuwa crisis, na sijuzi nimeona kwa news huyo kijana amemangwa. Nimetoka place yenye hewa mi hupumua kila siku ni ya mtutu wa risasi. Kijana ukiwa na dread unaangushwa. Kijana ukiwa na meno ya silver unaangushwa. Kijana ukiwa madawa unaangushwa. Ama ndio maana hawa polisi wanajitaga the cops, juu kazi yao ni kuua tu. Na mbona time ya kurecruit makarau ni huchekiwa asif mko na meno zote, ama hizo meno ni za kuuma the common mwananchi? Ama siku hizi sielewi utumishi kwa wote imegeuka ikakuwa vita kwa wote. Kila wakati kupiga tu citizens na the same information hatupati kipashwa huko Citizen. Fani siku hizi mlinda sheria ndo anavunja sheria kwa kumdhulumu kufuata sheria. I think sheria zimeandikwa tu kwa booklets pekee, kazi yenu ni kufire tu bullets anywhere. Rest in peace zimekuwa mob, hata nikianza kumention sitawahi fika mwisho. Rest in peace kwa wale wote wamekufa.
Okay, Palma Vasho, we can do better. Aya, we're almost winding up. Unajua kadri tunavyozidi kusonga basi, it gets even better. 2 heavyweight performances coming through. The first one, Odinsi amekuwa kwa game for quite some time. Yani, game naye amekuwa kwa game for quite some time. Ni lyrics zake mazeli deep. He's an activist and ni mnoma. Zaidi ya noma. Do you guys know who I'm talking about? Nani? Yeah, and he is representing Meru, so kwa pamoja, please welcome Monaja mwenyewe.
Muchorea kualuka mundu Koro ikoda likwi kwa ururu Paida korekera ito Tamborokia nkoro we tamborokia Tamborokia nkoro we tamborokia Tamborokia nkoro we tamborokia Bigerea gome Legacy rock Michael media these masses with these verses Better by team ake hasses Bawaire by munge baramokuya maramarene Amwamba wateri meraene Amero bali etendirishene Dharike jambe mau Etekete mothe tune nguon tune Injiro tia mweke rambe Bare ande konya mari ande arombi banko manende okarera ite Tamborokia nkoro we tamborokia Bikeria jombe inya korekera Tamborokia nkoro we tamborokia Tamborokia nkoro we tamborokia Bikeria jombe inya korekera Tamborokia nkoro baba So naitwa Monaja kama venye umesikia. I am privileged to be part of the 2024 activism cohort with Oram Siv, with my peers, Nacheki Charles Slim, Nacheki Moody's, Wangoi, Koi. Yeah, so that's about it. Not as far as the performance goes. It's just about what I was saying. Anyhow, we were given projects, and my project, the Capstone project, mine is called June 25th. It's an album for obvious reasons. Unajua June 25th kelilefanyika. Wase waliingia parliament wakabumburusha hao mraia. Unajua? So, it's an album based on those months of tumult, or let's say those months where younger people, significantly younger people, decided to take their power back. June 25th. And these are some of the songs that will be on the album. Kila siku ya wiki miezi nenda rudi, vile sisi naishi imekuwa desturi, nimeshindwa kuhimili maisha haya duni, hakuna namna ingine, mimi sina budi. So nimesukumwa kukanyagwa hadi mwisho, sasa mimi siogopi. Heri nipe simama liko kuishi kama nimekunja haya magoti. Hizi pingu zimenifunga zikachenda kusonga. Left fist up, mbele, nashindwa kanda shinda hapa milele. Nahitaji kombozi, ukombozi, ukombozi. Sahi, nahitaji kombozi, ukombozi, ukombozi. Sahi, haistahili kwa hivi, mfumo huu haina gani, wachache wenye na mali na wengi masikini, na mbinu za kudhibiti uhalisia wa hali, mapasta wa kuhubiri haya ya Mungu jamani. Elimu nayo ya kufanya sisi tugeuke madanda, lakini ukweli haupitiki tu, kila siku unaonekana. Hizi pingu zimenifunga zikashinda kusonga, kusonga mbele, nashindwa kanja shinda hapa milele. Nahitaji kombozi, ukombozi, ukombozi. Sahi, nahitaji kombozi, ukombozi, ukombozi. Sahi, elimu nayo ya kufanya sisi tugeuke madanda, lakini ukweli haupitiki tu, kila siku unaonekana. Elimu nayo ya kufanya sisi tugeuke madanda, lakini ukweli haupitiki tu, kila siku unaonekana. Hizi pingu zimenifunga zikachenda kusonga, kusonga mbele, nashindwa kanja shinda hapa milele. Nahitaji kombozi, ukombozi, ukombozi. Sahi, nahitaji kombozi, ukombozi, ukombozi. Sahi, hizi pingu zimenifunga zikachenda kusonga, kusonga mbele, nashindwa kanja shinda hapa milele. Nahitaji kombozi, ukombozi, ukombozi. Sahi, nahitaji kombozi, ukombozi, ukombozi. Sahi, shinda kusonga hapa milele, shinda kusonga hapa milele, shinda kusonga hapa milele, shinda kusonga hapa milele. Tuimbe sasa. Hey, hey, hey. Ngori ilizuka, mavijana wakagoka nayo, wakategeza mtiso na juliza, kumbe inaweza nguka nayo, sawa najiuliza, alafu na tutadundini, tutanuane juu chini, ndio tuongeze waumini. After maandamano wase wengi walikufa roho, babu alitugeuka tulifikiria ni tu support, cabinet kurudi ni kali hali tu before, DCI kushikana waliokenyeshwa kikuwa mo, but vijana msikonde msiwali futa choo, sisi zetu ni shida ilhali kuna ngo, bado kila kimati siwali kufa ngo, mina webi jacho bizazi kusukuma mo, ni hadi usiku mojipati kukuja mo, iya kakubali madi ya ukali dhuluma ko, kupunguliwa usiku kushtaki tumako, fixadi taxes bata tupati utuma no, please wakati we mgonjwa ukienda kule ho, si hakuna dawa wala dokinjwa wako, di waliovakuti ni tuwapikie mako, di kumenda tukioza damu wako no, ni weusi pamoja na wangambo wako no, ni tapambana nao, tapambana nao hizi generation ya maso, alafu na tutadudiri, situchanuane juu chini, ndio tuongeze waumini, alafu ogopa uishi maisha marefu, lakini ni mbaya, kifo ni moja, shida ni kuingoja, kwa nini nagwaya, na tayari kuna wale washasaliti kwa haya, movement endelea hata kaa, kwa hizi kwa taya, kila raia tena upande weka kazi ile siku za kwanza, maloya waongelea haki, majournalist, vitu vya mwanza na vijana, msilale mapambano, usiku na mchana wasanii, hasani, wanyaka kwa majibu la swala, kwa kuinject na kuinvest, maisha watu na fikira chana, ni kuinject na kuinvest, kwa mnaiaki sikiza sana, wajirisect, wasi-expect, maisha zuri ya kishika mkwanja, ni BS, ma BS, wanasiasa na giza baya, hii test na invest, kutumia kichwa kwanza, taji stress, kwa hii best, ganji mkisa kanga, hii test, mkige strategy, mkipa ganga, ni business, no witness, success, ni meka kala na saa tutaduni, tuchanuane juu chini, tuongeze waumini, simameni, hapo hivyo, hapo kono sasa, kono ivo, iko sawa, eyo wazina, iko sawa, imeenda bana, iko sawa, eyo ivo wazina, nione hizo vidole hapo. The foreigners say wamojipati, vidole mbili tukase 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 wamojipati, eyo vidole mbili tu. Nataka mshike nare, sababa zenu mshike nare, sababa zenu mshike nare, sababa zenu mshike nare, sababa zenu mshike nare,
nare nare, shika nare nare, shika nare nare. Watopi kataiza macho toka madereva Kongoni fei pande tunyamaze sima wewe wa Nairobi na tabia kula bako baada ya kuongezewa ngoni toka mwenye natukosea tunaogopa kudai why worry tukitwalishwa kila siku nikaa chai kodi waturudishia kwa rambe vizia ya kondoo wanatujali sisi wakondoo wakoloni wamililia kawao kutulilia future tukamngania mashamba zikaishi Waafrika wakaumia uchungu wakasia salama zikaanzia na drama ikaanzia so kitingireni struggle zimeanza chuni umelalia pasio weka fuzi real life historia kama movie na simulia kwa mistari makauni nare nare shike nare nare shike nare nare na mama zenu mshike nare nare na mama zenu mshike nare nare na mama zenu mshike nare nare. Rudi hapa sasa, vidole mbili juu kase wa multiparty, 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 vidole mbili juu kase, vidole mbili juu. Nare nare za baba zenu. There are those who waged the struggle before us, and we have to recognize them. And there are those who will wage the struggle after us. Round 2, Monaja mwenyewe on all social media platforms. Oya, 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 oya! Show some love for the one and only Monaja! You can do better. Once again, show some love for the one and only Monaja! So right about now, tumebaki na vitu ngapi? Siwasikii. Tumebaki na vitu ngapi? Cricket amewapeleka na rada, amesema tumebaki hao vitu. Mbwekze. Mtaa yangu sisi tunasemanga mbwekze, wengine wanasema mbwekse, si ndio? Nalingana na mtaa yako. So, tumebakisha awarding. Si ndio? Yeah, the Activist Fellowship Cohort 2, si ndio? Na tumebakisha one performance. Si ndio? Are you ready for this performer? Who performer? A personal friend. Tumefanya mambo mob sana. Alikuwa Activist Fellowship courtesy of Forum Civ Cohort 1. Wapi kelele ya hiyo kwanza? The same person ni award winning artist. Alishinda upcoming Human Rights Award. Wapi makofi yake? It's not easy. It's not easy, si ndio? It's not easy. Of late, jamaa amekuwa kitua hapa na pale. Courtesy of Ford Foundation. Wapi makofi yake? So alikuwa one of the few artists ama activists ama poets wenye waliweza kupata hiyo chance at least kwenda kwa hiyo fellowship, si ndio? Ubeste yangu represent the newest city in town, Las Vegas. Wapi makofi ya Las Vegas? Serious. Wapi kelele ya Las Vegas? So ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Siwaski, are you ready? Introducing one of the baddest activists in the 254. Ladies and gentlemen, show some love for the one and only Willie Oba!
Yes, na msisahau kesho atakuwa na rock the stage hapa KNT. Inaitwa Poetic Justice, courtesy of Willy Oreba. Let's go Willy!
Check 1 2. Check.
With my face turned to sun, weight on my shoulders, a bullet in my gun. Oh, I got eyes at the back of my head, it's just in case I have to run. I do what I can when I can for my people. While the crowds are all barking, stars fill the night. That's when I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home. Far across the river, you hear freedom calling, calling me to it. I'm gonna keep on giving up. I can feel it in my bones. Early in the morning, before the sun begins to shine, you gotta start moving to exit separating line. Wading through muddy water, you know I gotta make a move. I don't mind if I lose any blood on my way to salvation. And I'll find me the strength that I got until I die. That's when I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home. Far
I am not a poet. My life is a poem. Because word is life, and life is just a word, and that is how it goes. The day I will stop writing about the things that matter is when I will start dying. So dear death, don't kill me yet, because if you do, my mama will cry, and if she cries, now that will kill me. So once again was put on my head. At that moment, my whole life flashed in front of my eyes. Now that they didn't kill me yet, I live as a man who has nothing to lose. My mama almost cried, so I'm technically dead in the inside. Because I live in a country that kills its own citizens in a bid to collect more taxes. I live in a country where priests throw the weight of the world to congregants. If that's not enough, they still hold more masses. I live in a country where young kids were shot outside Parliament building over broken glasses. I live in a country where the king is naked and live in the glory of former past praises. I live in a country where half of the population cannot afford meals, tough economic times, BS, but a bullet never misses. I live in a country where moms don't have sons, not because they never had, but because they are missed. I live in a country where the regime has beef with the youngest population. Shit has gotten worse because now we are missed. Every good action has a bad consequence. We ask for peace, they get peace. Bullet wound strong, my stomach ain't full, but I can stomach. I live in a country where the true state of a nation is found under state official speeches. Too many beggars, but few horses for wishes. Where everybody's ready to change the world, but no one to wash the dishes. Well, we will be here to sing songs. Enough with the ping pongs, lost in the diphthongs. Now 10 years later we are here to pick poems, because I live in a country where I've come to terms that as a poet I will never be free, because freedom as a speech is never guaranteed. I live in a country where my old man told me I can be everything that I want to be, but silent is what I'll never be. So the year is 1963, where every freedom fighter is hopeful that the fight against freedom fighting is not. So talk, Mike, talk. Tell them the sky is no limit, because you have also moonwalk Jackson. That this life ain't punching you harder, for in either weather, either June or Mayweather, none can Pacquiao you, because he can stand rock hard than Dwayne Johnson Tyson. That I can come in handy with touchy lines that may touch your souls, but sometimes I can be rough with punchlines. Not like Tyson, this is jihad. So like Muhammad, you have to prepare Ali to beat me. Talk, Mike, talk. Tell them the inscription 23 on sweatshirts and sneakers isn't just a number, it is a toast to greatness. Because the struggle is real. This is that Vietnam fight that Muhammad Ali refused to fight on grounds. Fighting that white man was not boxing the actual sense of racism. It needed a fight bigger than the four corners of that boxing ring. Yes, this is that Hemington 3006 bullet killer that dropped Luther but couldn't curtail its dream to fruition. So in this piece is that 1,000 words that captioned Peter Carter couldn't get on the plight of that African boy. So I'm a slave with an empire state of mind, which makes me a king to some. The intensity of this piece has made me change my name from Willie, because now I am done.
And I don't mind if I lose any blood on my way to salvation, but I fight with the strength that I got until I die. That's when I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home. Far across the river, you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer the King of Kings. I can feel it in my bones.
So, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Willie Oeba, for those who know me. For those who don't know me, my name is still Willie Oeba, and I'm a proud Nax vegan. Yeah! Activism fellow, first cohort, and I'm very thankful to Forum Siv. Everything I am today, let me tell you the truth, is about, one, my mom's prayers, two, God, three, Forum Siv. My journey started here. Yeah, I met Ford through Forum Siv. I connected with other artists through Forum Siv. Whatever I've been able to do is through Forum Siv and you guys and your prayers. Now, give a clap for these fellows, Banapa. Give them. Please support these fellows. And this is my petition to Forum Siv, because naona mkubwa kwa area. We create a community of practice from court 1, court 2, we collaborate. Hey, spontaneous, give it up for spontaneous. Kuja spontaneous. Hatuwezi maliza hii bila shout out to all the women in the house. Viva women, viva! I have a show tomorrow inaitwa Poetic Justice. We are marking 10 years of poetic justice. Yeah, Chelimo will be in the house. Yeah, come through 6 to 9 p.m. Very dope acts. Come through and watch amazing poetry. Yeah, mama, we made it. Run it. Woo! Twende. Nipe hapa. Bounce. Unakaa chini ukifanya nini? Twende. Bounce. Woo! Skiza, a mom is a mom whether dead or alive. A mom has a son she protects with her life. A mom is a woman, sometimes a wife, a wonderful human, a whole damn life. Tonight, I just wanna make my mama proud. Tonight, I just wanna sing my lungs out. Tonight, I just wanna shout out loud. Twende! It's okay, mama. Now you say, mama. Keep it strong, mama. This is for you, mama. Mama, we made it. Run it. Goja. Lazima watu wa graduate in style. Watu wanapewa kwenye mjii kuna cocktails. Who are you guys, bana? Wewe cricket wewe. Run it from the top. Wewe. Bounce. Give it up for the band. A mom is a mom whether dead or alive. A mom has a son she protects with her life. A mom is a human, sometimes a wife, a wonderful human, a whole damn life. Tonight, I just wanna make my mama proud. Tonight, I just wanna sing my lungs out. Tonight, I just wanna take my dreams out. Tonight, I just wanna shout out loud. Cause no one wants you to win except the coaches. Right about your time, they steal the watches. Moment of truth, trust and sources, all about your business. You know who they bought. Sometimes, now na success kwa mbali. Most times, najua si kwa ajali. Give it up for Brian Silwes. Twende, it's okay, mama. Now you say, mama. Strong, mama, this is for you. Mama, we made it. Ati.
Mama, we made it.
Twende, it's okay, mama. Now you say, mama. Give it strong, mama. This is for you, mama. Mama, we made it. Check it, mama, we made it. Skiza, tuendele, ama tuendele. Tuendele, ama tuendele. Tuendele, ama tuendele. Tuendele, ama tuendele. Ati, kichwa kibara nina. Ati, kichwa kibara nina. Ati, kichwa kibara nina. Ati, kichwa kibara nina. Ati, tutaweza. Nani wako frontline ni sisi hao. Ati hatutaweza.
Achana nao.
Nani wako frontline?
Sisi hao.
Ati hatutaweza.
Achana nao.
Nani wako frontline?
Sisi hao.
Ati hatutaweza.
Achana nao.
Nani wako frontline?
Sisi hao.
Fela Kuti with the saxophone. We go back to base, back to zone. This is Fela Kuti with the saxophone. We go back to base, back to zone. With the saxophone. We go back to base, back to zone. Thank you so much. God bless you. Be on to a power. Bless you. See you tomorrow night. Woo! Give it up for Brian. Give it up for Brian. Thank you. So I'll say it for the last time. No girl should miss school because of her menses. Period. Hey. Amazing. In a round of 1, 2, 3, let's appreciate William
That was an incredible performance.
Atakuwa na rock the place kesho. Same place.
6 to 9 p.m.
6 to 9 p.m.
Poetic justice.
Poetic justice.
Yeah.
So
what's up, Mtakam? Mkona tiko? For real?
Hata siwezi.
Alright, come on, let's go come backstage.
Siwezi relax leo. Sijui hata nani analala tu hapa KNT.
Pony will also be performing. Yeah. Nani mwingine? Okay.
So imekuwa amazing democracy and human rights our festival 2024. Yes, Stella.
Imekuwa very amazing. Thank you guys for mlika mapema. You're still with us up until this time.
Yeah.
We do not take it for granted. Thank you so very much for your time, participation. Oh, and unajua hatujapiga picha?
Yeah. Kuna picha?
One for
official photo.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sasa tunakusikia. So I've been your host MC Vislim aka The Slim Effect. Wapi kelele MC Vislim? So about me. Mistari zinamwok, ndio? So mimi kesho utakunipata, utanipata The River Fest. Tunaifanya pale Mathare Mseto Grounds from 2 p.m. till 8, ndio? Pia mimi nitakuwa na represent on the other side. Nitakuwa home kesho. Kesho ni Jamhuri Day, so Jamhuri Day yetu inatubamba pale kwa hiyo park yetu, si ndio? So Stella, So imekuwa amazing. Mimi nimefurahia, at least watu wamekaa mpaka saa hii until the last minute, si ndio? We don't take it for granted. We don't take it for granted. Na this is the time tutakuwa tunapatia Chelimo, Winnie the time, Greg.
All right.
At least watakuwa wanafanya awarding, si ndio? Before that,
my name is STL Yamumo. Asanteni sana. Tupatane kule kwenye mitandao na kwenye mitaa. Right now let me hand it over to Chelimo Njoroge.
Thank you very much. Give it up for the MCs. Mimi na Winnie tulikuwa tunataka kudance DJ. Wait, you guys.
Haya. Bigi lazima dance, ndio? Bigi lazima dance, tuacheze ngoma gani? Hiyo. Ebo unasema nini? Hiyo tu. Chelimo lazima dance. Chelimo dance alafu I take it over.
So if you're here until now, Aki, just give you, imagine, pick up yourself. Makofi kwenu. Sorry, tumewaandalia cocktail, so just give us a few minutes to wrap up with a bow nicely so that we can go for the cocktail. Sindio? So I want to invite all the 20 activists that went through the activism fellowship. Please come join me on stage. Give it up for them as they come. All of them. Hey! Thank you very much, DJ. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for our activists. Thank you very much. So, these guys have done the work. They have gone through class, they have gone through mentorship, they have been given a grant and have done a project. Showcase. So you guys, we applaud you, all of you. Kazi fiti sana. And the reason we had Wilioeba perform at the very end was to also demonstrate. He did a fellowship like all of you guys. He probably did not get an opportunity or a platform to perform here, but he has a show of his own tomorrow. Sindio? So even you guys, today we have a show together. Kesho, Kesho, or sometime in the near future, we would love to come to your show. Sindio? Tutalipa and we will come. So we really celebrate all of you. And for that, I want to invite a few people who will help me award them. So we have a certificate for them and a few other things will follow. But for that, I first want to invite my predecessor. You didn't know how she's going to do this. Maria Karibu. So, for many years ago in 2018, Maria was here and she supported the program that we are in. So, she's going to award from that end. And so come here, Maria. Yes, and the very first person who will be awarding, who has gone through this activism fellowship, is Ndereva Mutua, aka Mutuas! So, certificate reading. Congratulations to us. Congratulations one more time. Kuna picha hapa. Let's take the photo. Together. Congratulations. Don't go away, Mtua. Stay with us. The next person that will be giving his certificate, and they're also getting a book that summarizes their journey, is Denzel Juma! Congratulations, Denzel!
What's that? Making money with the plan. I'm gonna get a bad jacket. In the hardest that you can. Anytime that you feel down.
Next up we have Felicity Mooney!
Say no one can put you down. So win, 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 win.
Congratulations, Mooney, and we wish you all the best. Congratulations. Next up we have Umi Shale, who is away, and on his behalf, Abby will pick the award. Give it up for Umi! All right. And will be followed by Hezron Wanjira, aka Cricket Rise! Give it up for Cricket Rise! Congratulations for the journey! We celebrate you, Cricket Rise! Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you very much, Maria. We will have Mwalimu. Yes, thank you very much. So you can hand it over to Mwalimu. Mwalimu Mutisia, are you here? Thank you very much, Maria. Mwalimu Mutisia. Mwalimu karibu. So I know the activists will give it up for Walimu because he has been very instrumental in this process and will be giving the next set of awards. Woo! Thank you, Walimu Mutisia, for the work that you have done. So next we have Meshach Sisenda, aka Mesh Holy Boy. Give it up for him. Congratulations. Congratulations, Meshach, we celebrate you. I am tapping a picha hapo. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Next we have Joy Wanga. Give it up for Joy Wanga. Congratulations. Thank you very much. We celebrate you. Thank you very much. Next we have Jacqueline Gashahi. Congratulations, Jackie. Congratulations for the journey. We celebrate you.
za watu na fikra chanya. Ni kuinvest kwa interest ya mraia sikisikiza bana. Wajirespect wasiexpect maisha nzuri washika kwanja. Ni BS ya ma-CS wanasiasa na giza mbaya. Hii ni test na invest kutumia kichwa kwanza. Mtajistress kwa himes ganja ni kisa kanga.
Thank you very much. Next we have Sumaya Msa. Apoli, Apoli.
Sa tutadunini. Situchani wa ndio tuongeze waumini. Tuzidi uzidi.
Alright, and in absentia we want to celebrate Geoffrey Palma, Palma Wajasho, Wabasho.
Kijana mmoja kampuni aliza. Wala nitapata kazi. Juliza after kwanza family. Uchumi nitaweza kwa shikilia.
Thank you very much. I love you. All right. So, for this next set of activists, we want to recognize them for the work that they have put in. And their teacher, Greg, will do that shortly. But to give them their award, I want to welcome our colleague, TK. Give it up for TK. Ati you dance.
Yeah. Big teacher.
Thank you very much. So we want to recognize the following activists for the work that they have put in throughout the fellowship period. And first on the list is Eric Muhandia, aka Rick. Congratulations for the journey.
Female Benzema, goddamn na go in reproduction to find the backseat ya Caldina. Bad girl Didi, bad
girl. So over and above his certificate and book, he also gets a t-shirt recognizing the work that he put in the fellowship. Congratulations, another clap for Rick. All right, next there we have Wangoi Kimani.
That's what you prefer. Put your money where your mouth one day, yeah, that's what we prefer.
Congratulations, Wangoi.
Pick up, set it. Pick up, when me set it, you have it. Pick up, so
congratulations,
you have it. Pick up.
Nigeni chape ni setie ni shande.
All right, thank you very much, and I want to applaud Rick for the posters that he did for the event. Give it up for Rick. And I also want to recognize Wangoi Kimani, as he was the artist manager throughout the planning of this event. Thank you very much. All right. Next in line, I want to invite Dorcas McKenna. Congratulations, McKenna. We celebrate you. Congratulations once more. We celebrate you. Hey, oh. All right. Thank you very much. And next in line, we want to recognize and award Mika Obanda. Congratulations, Mika. We celebrate you for this journey and for your commitment in the process. Congratulations, Mika. Thank you very much. Next in line, we have Brian Silwe. Congratulations, Silwes, for
Toya
together at Forum Steve, and I don't know if you have any words of wisdom for our outgoing cohort on behalf of the organization.
Thank you so much, Chelimo, for this opportunity. Abdul, Elishafika Naiona, and I really want to say that it's been a really great honor to sit and I think travel the world and the journeys that we are all traveling in our lives, in our hearts, and everything you said here, we can feel it, and that's why we feel that art is a very important tool. So I want to encourage you to keep doing what you are doing best. Heavyweight, continue being the heavyweight, and all of you, I think you have an amazing potential to transform the societies that you live in. So we look up to you. I think I can't give you any words of wisdom. You have given me words of wisdom. I was joking with Chelimo that I wish I had my daughters here, because I think they would have learned the entire world. So thank you so much, and all the best with the next journey of your lives. Santeni sana. And I think we do different work. It's part of what I do is speak about the work that we do apart from activism. We work with developing a model of how private sector can contribute to sustainable change in society. So we work a lot with the private and the public sector in a program called Public-Private Development Partnerships, which I hope you can get to interact with as part of your work and as we think of how we can monetize the talents that you have. So thank you so much, Chelimo.
Thank you very much, TK. Another round of applause for him as he takes a seat. Thank you so much, TK. So for our key facilitator for this process, and the guy who has helped us really in this journey of the Activism Fellowship, I want to invite Greg Mwendwa.
For and I am the one make money anymore. Shake your feet, baby, and then I go. Money, who are
you?
What are you?
Who the hell?
Do you know this? What are you? Get the head out of my face, because hey, I am unbeatable.
So allow me to give Greg the mic. Atuambie the journey. And a little brief of the last five that you will be awarding, why they were the top of the class. So, Greg.
Thank you so much. How are you today? Mko fine? Na mimi niko bien. Thank you so much. One is to recognize the effort of all these people. You know, ebu apigeni makofi. It took a month to select these people out of 475 applicants. Can you imagine? 475 applicants and narrowing down to 20. Congratulations, Forum C, for that. And then we started when we were 20 and we were completing when we were 20. Even the ones that are not here with us today are with us in spirit. And last is to recognize what we did is that we have something we call quality points. And quality points is in how much more can you provide to the fellowship, right? How much more commitment. And so the people that are coming in the last 5 have committed a lot of time. They've participated in all the activities we've done. They've arranged this festival. They have organized online chats, you know, like, not to say that everybody else didn't, but you know there's those people that also provide a little bit extra. And that's why we have these, we recognize these last group of 5 for putting in that extra commitment, going that extra mile. So wapigeni makofi tafadhali. Yeah, thank you so much for that.
All right. right, so you will help me award them, and Winnie will give you a few things to give them. So first on that line is Juliet Mwiruri, aka Koi. Congratulations, Koi. We keep encouraging you to do what you're doing. Keep excelling in that area. We celebrate you, Koi. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Next in line we have Harrison Ouma, aka Heavyweight. Congratulations, KG's Heavyweight, for your journey in the Activism Fellowship and for your outstanding performance in the same. Congratulations. All right. So next we have Richard Andai, aka Oyamo. Congratulations. I just want us to show the book of stories that we have, that each of the activists is getting today. Oyamo has helped to write all the single stories, every single story of all the activists that is in this book. Can you help me flip it quickly? And we really celebrate you, not just as a poet, but also as a writer. Congratulations. Thank you very much. All right. So number 2, in the entire Activism Fellowship Cohort 2, 2024, we have Charles Karaoke, aka Charlie Slim. Congratulations, Charlie Slim. Thank you for the work that you have put, and thank you for your participation in the committee planning for this event. All right. All right. And the top students in the activism class cohort 2 2024, we have Mongela Kabenshu, aka Monaja. Give it up for Monaja. Congratulations. Thank you for your work and dedication in the process. So I want to invite Rachel Juma to come together with Mwalimu. We want to take a group photo with the activists. Karibieni, Mutua, Karibieni, we want to take a picture with the activists. Please show off your certificates. So we will take a group photo together to Jipange, the people who are kina Joy Wanga kujeni mbele. Tutapiga tu picha alafu ongee.
Hata maandamano, wazee wengi walikufa roho, mambo walitutoka tukifikiria alitusupport, kabla ya kurudi nikali hadi tu before, DCI kushikana walionyesha kikuwa mo, na vijana msikonde
Alright, are you ready? Camera, I hope everyone, kama hauoni cameraman, basi hakuoni. If you cannot see the cameraman, likely hakuoni.
kukuja mo, hii akakubali bali ukali huruma ko, kufunguliwa usiku kushtaki tuma ko, Vic Sunny taxes but atupatu duma no, peace wakati we mgonjwa ukienda kule ho, si hakuna dawa wala tukiji wa wago, ndi waliovasute tituwapigie mago, ti wakisafisha rada kwa kutembeza malo, ti kwa mikutano kanisa wakipigwa mako, fi kubrona tukionza damu hawa kolo, niwe musi pamoja na wangambo kwa koro, fi tapambana nao hizi generation ya maso, ti alafu Sa tutaduni. Situchanoana juu chini. Yetuongeze waumini.
Congratulations to the team. I want to give Tua and Silways a minute. And as they do that, I want to recognize Winnie and Rachel. Karibuni hapa. I want to recognize Winnie and Rachel. Winnie and Rachel have been with this team from the beginning. Even before we advertised, they have journeyed in this activism fellowship story, and they have really ensured that it has been as excellent as it has been. So please help me give it up for Winnie and Rachel. Yani, I can't even explain the work they have put in. Wamelala very late. They have had many long nights to ensure that this fellowship works. But I also want to really applaud the fellows. Tukika pale na Winnie alikuwa ananiambia, you guys have given her a really good time. She has enjoyed working with each and every one of you. So let me give it up for activism fellows. Mjipigie makofi. Ama, probably you should say it in your words.
Yeah, Yani, I'm so excited this night. I'm an emotional person, I can cry, but I'm so happy for you. You guys are the best. Kwanza, the fact that we do not have a dropout, you make me feel so proud of each one of you. So let's keep on moving. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know Brian Silways and Tua, you have something for them. Karibuni.
Asanteni. Pigieni mwalimu makofi. Walimu wetu, pigieni walimu wetu makofi. We Rachel. Na sasa unaogopa kamera. Pigieni Rachel na Winnie makofi. So mbele yetu sisi tunashukuru kwa kila kitu. Kila kitu. I wish walimu wangu wa shuleni wangekuwa kama walimu wangu wa activism fellowship. Haki ya Mungu. Nyinyi wangwana sana. So kama activism pia sisi tuko na kitu tungependa kurudisha shukrani kwa watu amazing. Winnie wamekuwa kitembea na sisi kila pahali, wanaingia class kama sisi. Tunataka kuwapatia kitu fulani amazing. Na hiyo kitu imefanywa na one and only Mutua Arts. Pigieni Winnie makofi. Pigieni Rachel makofi. Yes. Sisi kama darasa na watu wako tunasema asante sana. Asante.
Wapigie makofi tena. Congratulations. Thank you. And you can tell even from the bidii yenye wasanii wameweka kwa hii process, you guys have done an excellent job. So thank you very much. Before we close, because we want to really symbolically allow or symbolically tell the artists to carry their light on. So you come out. All right. So that this is the last thing that we do, I want to recognize a few people. Nelmo, uko mahali unanisikia? Oh, please come. Abdul Latif. Vislim. Abdul Latif, come. Vislim and Stella Oyamo, muko wapi? Yeah, so first I want to recognize. So, Mumeskia, they read a whole list of people who are in the committee and they've done a good job. But I want to recognize Nelmo. Come. Nelmo has been our events manager pro bono. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Nelmo. Nelmo has allowed us to run this event. Na alituambia, the one thing that he will not do, hata katia artist time. Time ya artist, Lazima. Unaona tumetoka saa ngapi? Just because we wanted to honor the artist. Thanks to Nelmo, because he is an artist himself. So thank you very much. Chukuli what you've done for granted. You guys, we saw ati watu wanatembea hapa na headphones. They are coordinating the event. All Nelmo. Hata tujui zimetoka wapi. So as for MC, we really recognize the partnership that we are having together. Also want to recognize Abdul. Abdul, please give it up for Abdul. Please, big up picture. Abdul is our communication guy, so he does not have any photos. And of course, to our MCs, Vislim and Stella, thank you very much. The last person I want to recognize today is Willie Eba. Let's give it up for Willie Eba. Kama si use, hatukuwa na venue. We had no idea where we were going to have this event. And he honored us. He has worked with us as MC for a really long time, even before some of us joined. And he really supported us in getting this venue. Today was supposed to be his rehearsal day for the event tomorrow. And he said, well, I'm going to give you my rehearsal day for the venue. So thank you very much. Tunaku appreciate, tunaku celebrate. Sindio Winnie? Kabisa, kabisa. So thank you very much. So Greg, are you ready for the next session? So finally, I just want to recognize and appreciate all of you. Yes? Aurelia, kuna mtu umetumepesa bahari. Aurelia and the team that has been signing today. Thank you very much. Give it up for them. Aurelia? Thank you very much. Thank you for that reminder. And all of you, I was saying, all of you who have been here till now, I am msipige makofi. Wacha sisi tuwa celebrate. Sindio? And let's celebrate our people. Woo! Thank you very much. So, Greg. So, we start with your candle?
So, we're going to do something simple. I'm sure most of you have encountered candles before, but there's two quotes that I want to share. One is, a candle loses none of its light by lighting another. Are we together? And in darkness, be the person that lights the candle. Are we together? So we're going to complete this fellowship process by lighting a candle, and we're going to sing a song together. I'm going to ask the team there to cue the song here shortly. And we'll switch off the rest of the light. We'll only have the two screens on stage. Yes, and if you don't have a candle, please put on your flashlight. We will recognize it. So you guys can sing either from that screen or this screen, whichever way you want. The lyrics will be there. So I'm going to start to light from here, and then on the other end, and we pass on until it meets in the middle.
There is a spirit who brings a fire, ignites a candle, and makes his own. So carry your candle, run to the darkness, seek out the hopeless, confused and
Lights off. Let's go to the start of the song. Cue it. Let's go to the beginning of the song.
There is
1, 2, 3. Audio.
in every soul. Some bright
Oh, wow, look at that.
some dark and cold.
We're waiting for the audio, so just be patient for a second.
Who brings
2,
a
3.
fire, ignites a candle,
Audio.
and makes his own. So
There's no audio.
Please feel free to stand
Oh my
and wave
goodness.
your flashlight when we sing it together.
seek out the
All right. There's no audio. DJ, let's go to YouTube real quick. 1 second. Just Google Kathy Trocoli, Collide World. Yes. Great. Thanks. We're gonna sing the song without. No, not this. Go back. Okay. Please put the lyrics up. We will sing the song with the lyrics. Okay, sawa. This one. Yeah. Wait a second. I'll tell you when to start playing. Okay, DJ, we go. 1, 2, 3, we go.
There is a candle in every soul, some brightly burning, some dark and cold. There is a spirit who brings a fire, ignites a candle and makes his own. So carry your candle, run to the darkness, seek out the hopeless, confused and torn, and hold out your candle for all to see it. Take your candle and go light your world. Take your candle, go light your world. Frustrated brothers, see how he's trying to light his own candle.
The lyrics are behind you, you can sing them.
Some other way. See now your sister, she's been robbed and lied to, still holds a candle without a flame. So carry your candle, run to the darkness, seek out the lonely, the tired and worn, hold out your candle for all to see. Take your candle, go light your world. Take your candle and go light your world. 'Cause we are a family whose hearts are blazing. So let's raise our candles and light up the sky. Praying to our Father in the name of Jesus. Make us a beacon in darkest times. So carry your candle, run to the darkness, seek out the helpless, deceived and poor. Hold out your candle for all to see. Take your candle and go light your world. Carry your candle, run to the dark.
Let's go.
Seek out the hopeless, confused and torn. Hold out your candle for all to see. Take your candle, go light your world. Take your candle, go light your
Thank you very much. Just a reminder to all the activists, please carry your candle and
Go light your
the
world.
Thank you very much. We have come to the end of our annual Democracy and Human Rights Festival. Thank you very much for starting and staying on with us. Thank you, DJ Kelv 254 and